It's week 8, and as expected, it's an all-out battle for survival. The winner of this match is guaranteed a spot in playoffs. For loser is going to be playing to survive in a tiebreaker scenario where they'll be hoping to get that 8th seed, that last rung on the ladder, the last acceptable rung before everything else breaks away and they die in a gruesome Squid Game-esque death.
It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new light for me, Harry. And right now we've got Purdue Grey versus Queen's Gales. This is going to be a battle for survival. Yeah, we've got two teams who are just above, just under the playoff bracket. They really, really need this game. Purdue Grey, a little bit more to play for. They currently sit at 1-6 rather than 2-5, as our scoreboard suggests. They've had some really, really rocky results. However, this could be their chance to turn it around.
Just two teams and their will to survive. We're going to be able to see our map veto in just a second. So you guys will have a good idea of where we're heading. But everything is on the line for these teams. And we're starting off on the pick of Queen's Gales. We're going to be going to Ascent. This is a very comfortable map for a huge amount of teams, Grommer. Some would say it's the most classic TAC FPS style map that's available in Valorant. Not so many gimmicks.
Yeah, as you mentioned, not so many gimmicks. You can play a plethora of characters on this map, as opposed to an Icebox, which is our decider. Kind of, you're expected to see a Viper. It's very common to see a Sage. Of course, over on our map after Ascent, we do have, I believe, Haven. Breach is very common to see on here as well. Over on Ascent, there's no real kind of etiquette to go for. You can really play with what you want because it's so oriented around aim. I would love to see a lot of flash. I want to see a lot of flashes here. A Sky would be great alongside something else, like a Phoenix, for instance, which we see quite commonly on Ascent.
There's a lot of Yoru hovers. A pre-game ritual here for the Queen's Gales. Remember, for these teams, the stakes are high. We are in our last round. Second chances will not be forthcoming, and forgiveness is in short supply. Ascent is where it all begins, and
this is a lot of Yoru.
That is quite a bit of Yoru, but I doubt any of it's going to occur. They're just going to mess with us until there's about 1 second left on the clock. And then they'll probably pick something like a Sova. Sova is almost ubiquitous on Ascent just because the coverage these sonar arrows here can get is so good.
You're absolutely right. For the looks of it, the defenders, as mentioned, they bring out that... Oh, for a moment they were looking at that double flash of the Phoenix, but they do have the Liz on the Reyna as well. So I really like them. The Sova, as you mentioned, of course, for information. Over on the attackers, chalk off for a moment. I thought we were going to see that Yoru. Fortunately, no. It is going to be a fairly standard setup from either side. The Jets coming out on Crippy as well. I really want to see this duel between Crippy and Yonka because Jets right now, we saw earlier in the day just how important Jets can be with their ops. And earlier in the tournament as well, one well-placed Jet with an op can dictate the entire pace for half.
You know, I really like the name Po-8-0. It reminds me of Hawaii 5-0, except it's like an old British Bobby in a dark London street as crafted by Edgar Allan Poe.
Po-8-0. Boiler, mash 'em, stick it in a stew. I hope people get Lord of the Rings references, because I feel like a proper nerd going for that one. But
I think you would play an excellent Hobbit, Kremer. I think you've got the Hobbit aesthetic
I'm
down.
Than you.
I mean, you are tall, but you radiate short person energy.
Wow. That was pointed. Here's the thing. I think if I were to be short, I would sort of embrace the mentality of a dwarf, where I would just eat loads. I'd become massive and just become like fat strong. Like, I'm kind of already that already, but like, that's what I would embody. But now, going to pistol rounds, I suspect that for what is going to be a straight hit away, this position of the Astra, a few stars put in A main, but nothing too wild. I suspect we're going to get to the site. The reality is, how will Purdue Grey do on the retake of this position?
Spike left on the floor for now, while some skirmishing will be done down mid. It's going to potentially be the meeting of both Glacier and the Astra, and now it's going to be Clappy, who has to move through multiple stars, does get through untouched thus far. A good right click takes down Fate, and that's a beautiful start right here for the ambitious Jet. That's going to be the A site claimed, Kramer, as the Olympic torch run of a Spike runs down onto the site.
Well, plan out 5-4 retake. This is going to be a fairly tall order for Purdue Grey. That sort of sets the tone for the rest of this, doesn't it? I mean, if they can lose a site that quickly, let's see how they found the retake.
Unperturbed thus far on the backside holds, and Yonka has fallen low for this moment. A-Zone trying to leverage the high ground, but they're up against a barrage of fire. And it's a flawless first round here for Queen's Gales, who are looking hot to trot.
A bit of a fair few whiffs over on Purdue Grey. They're not quite able to convert the kills there, but the damage is done. The reinvestment in armor means that they do a little bit of damage here or there, but it's nothing that's going to hinder Queen's Gales too badly as they move into this second round. Marshals come out. I like the Ares on Conceited, though.
The Ares here is going to be interesting, especially with a stack up outside of B. We know that this entire wall is incredibly penetrable, Kremer. And that means that maybe some early cheese if you can get a ping off the back of your Sova. But the Ares actually isn't going to foray down that B main approach. Instead, it's heading over to mid. It's not the ideal long-range weapon. Reyna's going to take contact soon. Will be spotted out in short order. And now, how do you escape this? The question is, will you? And the answer is no. The frenzy goes big. Glacier falls on down. And now A-Zone's hoping to get something off the back of a right click. I'm afraid that despite it being a free gun, it isn't always the best one. Gator moves forward with a sheriff in hand. The door is going to be closed in Yonka's face. All they can do is throw it away with the knife. As for that's such an unfortunate timing of a smoke, Kremer.
Yep, just thinking about it, so they quick little clean up away, so able to bring their third out. And what I quite like from Queen's Gales, this is something that worried me a little bit, because they pulled away from the sky, they instead brought out that what I believe is going to be a killjoy, which is sort of tailored more to the defensive side. It means that their attacks are going to be fairly weak, especially if the Lears don't quite land. This case, Lears absolutely perfect. They instantly catch out A-Zone, and he's just destroyed over in Boathouse. For now, Purdue Grey, as they move into an investment of their own, I really want to see this Sky going proactive, flashing his team into some control in either B main or mid particularly, and then just try and choke out Queen's Gales rather than letting them roam free at the moment. A bit of a default being established by Queen's Gales for the time being, as that we're going to see that Reyna able to secure that ult orb.
All right. Advantage here to the defense when it comes to the armaments. Playing down these long sight lines, you're going to be hoping to confine the fire upper for Marshall and the Ares to trade out against the Vandal at least. 2-for-1 trades is not too bad when you're on a full bonus here, and Yonka taking the close contact takes out Poeto, and you couldn't ask for a better opening frag, Kremer. Poeto already has 5 frags here today, and just keep on spraying. Don't know why you jumped, mate. Honestly, not the best, but Charclo is going to be happy to just pick up a free gun.
Well, it may be going downhill, though. A quick clean-up from Conceited means that we're going to see a 3-on-3 now. Really well-placed recovery, and now, with mid-control in their favour, going to be appears to be the obvious option here, with only a Reyna to try and stop them. This could be a very tall order for Purdue here.
3-3, not what you want when you've invested so much. Conceited, that's a lovely headshot from just kind of tired. Just kind of tired of you guys hanging out on my site, to be honest. Warning given. Time running low. They need to capture the site, and it's going to be the sprint of Kato that gets that done. The plant is coming through quickly. An upgrade? No, Charco actually didn't pick up that Vandal. They were too afraid to move out into the zone behind. They know that A-Zone might be controlling this, and it's not the most precisely placed smoke. It does allow for a little gap, but it could also bait them a little bit. They're unable to destroy the Sonic Arrow in time here, Kremer.
Info achieved. This could be tough.
Oh my goodness, what a flick, and A-Zone gets charcoal at the same time. Damage done, Kremer. But still, at least they can convert the round, get 1 on the scoreboard.
A bit ballsy from Queen's Gales, dare I say. They seem to be very hooked on getting a kill and holding the man advantage, rather than having players fall back to Boathouse, which would be the common after-plant circumstance. You'd have someone either in the crossfire, a double Boathouse is very common, and then you just swing the second the bomb is tapped. It means that you buy a bit of time, it means you can run down the bomb as well. In this case, because you were so aggressive, because they took straight aim duel, if both of them lose it, well, just like that, they lose a round out of that. Even if one player falls, you're moving into a crossfire and having to turn about 90 degrees per kill. It's just difficult, so soon starts to work your way out of. Poeto does have Empress up, then nothing really is going to stop him on the flip side from ults used for the time being.
Nice Leah setup right there. Takes away a lot of space, a lot of control on B main, but you can see that it's being stared down at the moment. Glacier. A long-range fight here with the Spectre. Maybe not in their best interest, but with the additional help of a blind, things could get a little bit better. Is Yonka going to move on through here? They've already taken a little bit of poke. There's suspicion that they're playing around here. And Leah is going to move Poeto forward. But now, with no Leah's left, Kremer, there's no more site control available for the attackers.
Yeah, they've expended them really quickly here. And in mid, Yonka, he catches them out. That's the spike falling as well. A lot of information gathered for Purdue now.
They're not going to feel the need to over-rotate too much now. They know that mid-control is going to potentially be a huge asset to them, and Conceited has to make their way over and grab the spike. A long rotation now through the attacker spawn. Oh, it's going to be a meeting in mid. This is a good engagement range for Glacier, though. Better than they were hoping for down mid. In the Vandal versus Spectre matchup, that's a great little one-tap. You clean, nasty boy. They don't swing off the back of the blind.
The rotation that's pulled. Massive rotation pulled. The A site, it just swings open. Off the back of a single kill from the Reyna.
Like a perfectly hung door, Kremer. That swung open so easily. And now Fate has to make things happen. They're looking to try and hit the bottom of Kato's legs, but at the moment they'll have to settle for just Clappy. A touch of blocking, boys and girls, as the Empress is going to be popped. Moving through the gardens. They're going to meet Glacier once more, who manages to dip away before bringing out the bird. Hoping for an advantageous duel, you need to disallow Poeto from being able to get through this freely. Kato starts to spray, but I'm afraid you're going to need more than to spray and to pray to beat out this defensive side. Poeto meets the business end of a Spectre and Conceited. Is that going to be a hit there? It is going to be a hit, but they've used both of them now, Kremer. A-zone super low. Conceited needs to move through multiple people, but Yonka won't allow them to get through the first. Time was perilously ticking away, but Purdue Grey maintained their cool.
Looking relatively even at this point. You got mistakes made on both sides there. We have the knives ready for Yonka. Luckily, he won't need them. On the back of the last two round wins, we're going to see a bit of an economy being established by Purdue Grey. One away from the ult on Fate as well means that they're going to be in a really comfortable position. Both Astras are just a hair's breadth away from bringing out their divide. The reality is, though, a divide alone, it needs to be accompanied by abilities of its own. So, with a chance to go for the ult orb over in B main, I suspect we will see that being given to the Astra just so they have it. I doubt we'll see the Empress be established with it purely because you've already got the knives on Yonka.
Those knives could be such a tool, Kremer. But Clappy, they've got the biggest tool in the box. And it looks like a high-caliber sniper rifle. Clappy knows exactly where Glacier is. They're going to avoid getting stunned here. And they decide to put down the attacking smoke here, which is interesting considering they're trying to control that zone with the operator.
They are. Smoke not quite going to be able to be seen over, but for the time being, it is all info. It's a recon game, and with a default being found out by Queen's Gales, looks like Sova, his job now becomes more of a distraction than anything else.
Poeto, will they expect Fate in this corner? This is a brand new position for Fate thus far as I'm aware. But everyone's starting to coalesce in. They heard the star being put down, and now they're going to have to meet multiple people. Will they have a trigger discipline here? They grab the first, they grab the second. Two is better than none. That's excellent trades out there for Fate, but even with Charcoal being able to claim that kill, spike needs to be planted. And now, are you going to use this Cosmic Divide in a post-plant? Will you isolate Heaven? No chance to do so, Kremer.
Quick clean up. And honestly, another really clean retake from Purdue Grey. They seem to have really got this this rhythm found for themselves. They do rotate fairly preemptively, and so it means that you're either playing for a retake, something they've already established they can do, or they end up running into a stack. Now, Queen's Gales, they haven't actually tested the stack of Purdue Grey just yet. I would hope to see them be able to, at least for now, hold a player. If you're going to hold a site solo, don't have them in such a close angle, because Fate is in a one-and-done angle. If he dies, the site's lost. And I mean, sure, their retakes are good, but you don't really want to be in a retake, because the spike plant means your opponents are still getting cash. With ult management swinging straight in favor of Purdue Grey off the kills there, they will have it this round, but next round, we're going to see the ults come out on both Clappy, Kato, and Conceited. So all of them are going to be ready to try and engage. And I suspect that our 7th round will just be a massive ult up from either side.
It's going to really test my comprehension of tactical shooters, Kremer, and I think you're a bit better suited to that than I am. But we'll see how it goes, eh? Clappy, knives out. All of my neurons are going to be like, I don't know, man. This isn't my department.
Throw us a crab and let him do it, yeah. At the same time, I'm saying throw it to Harry, though, so this is going to be a weird one.
A-Zone. Moves down mid. Plus is able to pepper in a couple of shots here and there, but still, large stack outside of B main. Conceders managed to make their way in here. There we go. Moving on forward. There is the Blade Storm, but just kind of tired. Is tired of you on this site once more. Clappy moves in close. Will they look for the right click? No, it's left clicks all the way. Hoping to reset those knives, but now it's just down to the classic. Close contact with the right click is the magic that they're hoping for, but it's not going to be coming easily to them. Playing within that bubble, it gets burst by A-Zone. And now we are once more in the post plant, but it's been 3 successful retakes thus far from Purdue Gray in a row. Yonka just holds their nerve, holds the angle, and Kato never stood a chance.
You're right, nah, just kind of tired. Shut down. It's going to bring Purdue their 4th there. A really, really solid round from Purdue Gray. And once again, a retake that's gone in their favor. 5 ultimate abilities ready to be used. Harry, if we don't see them chucked this round, I am going to be very surprised, because the only person who doesn't have them is the Reyna on Queen's Gales. But that doesn't matter. A Reyna ult isn't round dictating. It doesn't have the impact of, say, a Hunter's Fury in both a site take and, more importantly, a retake. For Purdue Gray, they are in the driver's seat here. That up on Yonka's proven to be very damn effective, and for the time being, Clappy hasn't really had the cash to try and test him with an up of his own.
There's going to be an interesting dynamic here between the Sovas. A-Zone is going to feel the need to hold this ultimate until Conceited puts down their lockdown and then use it to destroy that. But A-Zone may figure, or rather, the opposing Sova Kato may feel that they can easily kill A-Zone with the Hunter's Fury while they're channeling the Hunter's Fury. Just a bit of a Sova arms race to get the more limited mobility that can be put down. You can see that at the moment. Oh my goodness, Yonka, you dirty, dirty boy. But Poe AO is putting you under arrest, mate. The jig is up.
Nothing's opening now. There's the Hunter's Fury being thrown out, and they know full well this is going to be a hit to A. So not quite getting the damage right, but it doesn't matter. Fate's to be tested.
Oh my goodness, turning on a dime, Conceited with a 90-degree, a flick at a shot, and goodbye to the smokes, goodbye to the astral influence that Purdue Gray brought to the party. And once more, the spike has been planted successfully. Down comes the Cosmic Divide, and it actually divides the entirety of the site. Interesting that it appears to be along the line here of the generator. Oh wait, oh, what great trigger discipline they seem to have had there. Broken. Is them, like, it's looking like their mouse might actually be broken. Oh, they get caught by just kind of tired. I'm tired of allowing your mouse to work, mate. Oh, I think we're probably going to be in for a tech pause after this round.
Player standing. 1v1 for Kato and Glacier. There's a chance.
It's a sprint. Kato needs to do it, and they will just in time.
No, he didn't.
Oh, damn. Oh, that was so close, I didn't even realize. Oh, the running shoes were not good enough. Gotta get some Nikes, bro.
We have attack pause, understandably so. That is soul crushing. That Raider was in such a good position. And it's just, it's mouse broke. That,
yeah. Oh,
that's,
no.
That's a tilter.
Why is there no quick melee keybind?
Yeah. Wouldn't matter, he's not facing them. He'd do a little silhouette.
Yeah, the other Reyna had their back to them.
Oh, that's true.
In another game, you could have potentially hit V, get an insta-kill.
This is pretty rough for Queen's Girls. Bear in mind, this is their map pick. So for this to go as one-sidedly as it has been for Purdue, I worry quite a bit for them. Sure, the Killjoy is going to have a lot more effectiveness on their defensive side, but yeah, expending the lockdown for that hit onto Way, it didn't actually do anything. You know, they got the site anyway, they still ended up a man down, and unfortunately they didn't even win the rounds in a circumstance they absolutely should have. Bear in mind that Purdue Gray just lost a player to the elements.
But hey, if Queen's Girls B Crammer, if they manage to win out this map, I want everyone to internalize this moment, to think about the strength of character that is required. This could have been 4-3 rather than 5-2. This could have been so much closer than it currently is. And to lose a round when you're in such a good position off the back of technical difficulties can really break a team's mental. But I believe that Queen's Girls, being in our Challengers division, have the mental fortitude to reassert themselves as serious competitors in this map.
the judge on Clappy might be his chance to rebuild aforementioned confidence. It looks like we're going to see a really fast hit to the safe side as well. A mass stack here. And I mean, sure, there's an ult to retrieve, but no one really needs it for the most part. Unless we see Poeto get a kill, as well as getting the ult, that could help. Same for Conceited, if he can maybe get 1 or 2 as well. But unfortunately, the Astra and the Sky call to action here.
More reserved position from Fate this time. They've been caught out one time too many. And the Gravity Well will at least slow down the entry into the site, but no slowing is going to be on deck now for the Jets, who's made their way under heaven. Still bloodless thus far. An exchange of fire, warning shots thrown out in each and every direction. But will Clappy decide to stay down here with this judge? Moving in. Oh, you play with forces beyond your comprehension, my friend. Charcoal picks up the first. Yonka still has to play from the back with that operator, but it's excellent shots that get them every single time. Poeo got the trade, and Conceited emerges from the smoke, only to be taken out from the side. So many angles that had to be dealt with, and unfortunately, it's too much for one man.
That was a really, really impressive round from Poeto. I'm not quite sure if you saw that. Oh, sorry, from Just Kinda Tired. Not sure if you saw that, but he expends the Empress, gets a kill. He tries to switch to the weapon that was dropped in his dismiss. He couldn't do it. Just realized, sod it, 2 bullets, only need 1. And yeah, he only needed 1. 1 taps his next opponent and secures the site in the same breath. For Persian Grey, the ult usage is now about level. And that is kind of a sigh of relief for Queen's Gale. They've been on the back foot, at least ultimate-wise, these last couple of rounds. But look at the scoreboard. Last 6 rounds, all won by Persian Grey, all done so in a retake.
You know what they say, Kremer. Clips are for Twitch. I only need 1 bullet in the chamber. This is a very interesting angle for an operator. You rarely see it on B, at least. If it was on B, it would be at the back towards the defender spawn. This could be very dangerous for Conceited if they decide to take an errant peek. They are going into both Yonka and Verena, which not an ideal combo to try and take a gunfight with. But everyone else is just going to list over towards A. Conceited doesn't really show their presence that much. This is, okay, now they're being a little bit more ostentatious. Hello, look at me. I'm on B, and that should keep us over at least a little bit more preoccupied and not overly rotating to A to meet this really push. Well.
Look at this read. Really effective read. The hit comes, but they're already prepared.
I'm reading at a 5th grade level, baby. And I'm reading the execute. Poeo playing within the smoke for now, trying to be a bit more sneaky, but so many of their comrades have already fallen. The onus now on the Rainer to move in faster, but Phaeton just kind of tired of opening it up. Yonka looks to try and find something with the operator, but they're taken down before it can be done. A-Zone falls low, but Fate falls even lower as Poeo delivers shot after shot. They've made eye contact, and they just keep going, Kremer. Poeo refuses to stop, and now this is such a disadvantageous fight for A-Zone. 4K for Poe.
Sure, it's a wonderful 4K, but is there the repeatability in it? He has to use the Empress. He goes 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1. It's sort of by the book ways of playing clutches. Take 1v1 at a time and then just work from there. Really, really talented approach to this, well, at least to the retake. But can he do it again? Yeah, how often can he bring Empress up and then just win a round off the back of it? All it took was a stray bullet to his skull, and he would have been sent into the next round. But just kind of tired, he may try and mimic that success now with a forwarded angle on B.
Oh, I say mimicry. Oh, it's form of flattery. Or something along that line. I forget the idiom precisely, Kremer. Glacier actually manages to connect that there with Clappy, who's going to be concussed, but with a judge in hand, it's not that much of an issue anyway. ADS, never heard of it. Are they going to walk this? They are indeed, hoping that someone's going to be on the other side, and they're damn right that they are. The Glacier can't move fast enough, and now Bladestorm will meet Judge, and Blades are going to win just a touch sharper, and a Phantom looted off the back of that as well. Yonka, all by themselves in a 1 versus 3. You know what, Kremer? I'm a believer. Let me tell you a story about a Jet who managed the 1 versus 3. The spike had only just been planted, and that was a dink that was sent off towards the Astra. The journey is only just beginning. 10 HP stands between Yonka and elimination, and elimination will come forth first. Kato connects the body shot, and Queen's Gales are starting to close that gap.
These girls are going to sweat a little bit regardless, though. They took a lot of damage there, and with I think about 50 HP total, they're able to kind of limp their way, bruised and battered, into their 4th round, and they seem to be turning this half around pretty significantly. If they can make it 6-6, then it is a really successful attacking side. Bear in mind as well, your opponents, they're on a fairly shoddy buy. This should be a fairly easy 5th off the back of that, and 5 rounds, your attacking side of Ascent.
Creme of a stack.
A solid position.
Creme of a stack. Creme of a stack. What's
enough,
going on? These are shenanigans. Surely they won't walk for one way. Oh, Yonka caught out here. And Kato. Just playing it patiently. There's no need to take risky duels when you've got this much of an advantage. There's no re-up on the one-way for now. The bird's ready to go. This could be everything. It's a huge amount of blinding, and it's an absolute massacre. Crema, a 4K off the back of the bird. You know what they say? One bird in the hand is worth 4 in the eyes, and those eyes were filled with birds.
What a flash from Glacier there. And we said in the pregame as well, when you don't have that extra flash, you rely entirely on the Reyna. It means that you have to play such a passive position. I said I wanted to see the Sky flash themselves into some aggression, and I'm very happy to see it. Even though it's the final few rounds of the half, they got it in there. And I tell you what, Glacier, he makes it well worth it.
And this means that they can be equipped for the last round as well, because that was basically a looting round. They bought Sheriff, so they picked up 4 rifles. Yonka. Oh, one to the gut. Unfortunate for conceited, but if you're a Purdue Grey fan, you are absolutely jumping. Clappy avoids the gravity well and will not be afflicted with the vulnerable. But Yonka holds the angle, has to take out that... Oh my goodness, Clappy. Just built different. How does Kato win that long-range fight with the Ares? They just built different.
Solution just built different, Harry. As Glacier, he's going to have to try and prepare this defense now. It's over on B. Full attack comes.
No running, it says, on the walls, but Poe's going to make sure that running's going to be the least of your issues. Both of these duelists are taken out by A-Zone. Now it's a 2 versus 2 Kramer. In the last round of this half, through comes the Hunter's Fury, and you cannot escape my wrath. The second one simply tags up Glacier, and Kato will finish that off. A beautiful finish from the Hunter's Fury. The piece de resistance, le je ne sais quoi of a Sova rings true.
A solid way to end your half, and more importantly, it sort of shows to A-Zone that Kato, he knows what he's doing. You can't underestimate him. We move into this second half, and I mean, sure, Purdue Grey lead, but in momentum, they really struggled in those latter stages. In fact, so much so that these 2 rounds that separate these 2 teams, they could be thrown out the window any second now. It's all down to this pistol round, and I suspect we're going to see something very aggressive from Purdue Grey. Bear in mind that with these double flashes on both the Reyna and the Sky, they've got all the utility in the world to work with.
Bear in mind, Valorant lovers, both of these teams stand perilously etched on a tightrope. Whoever wins this is guaranteed to get into playoffs. The loser, they're going to be fighting for survival, gladiatorial combat in a tiebreaker to try and get that last 8th place. It won't be a gracious seed, but it will be a surviving one. Glacier takes a huge amount of damage, and more will be delivered. Poeto has no chill, no mercy, but I'm just kind of tired is not going to allow for this kind of shenaniganery in their lobby. Is shenaniganery a word? It's fun to say.
Shenaniganery? That's our tongue twister before we start casting again. That's our warm-up.
15 reps of shenaniganery. A is
moved
moved on
to... Nah, I'm just kind of tired.
Spike's going to be planted here by Fate. It's interesting that they decided to give it over to the Astra. That's a lovely gravity well right there, but Charcoal needs to try and cover for the entry of their jet. They're able to do so, but Conceited loses his stall. An excellent crossfire has been generated with Yonka on the underside, but still, they need to deal with Kato. Still 10 bullets left in the clip. They can't really afford the time to go up to heaven, and they can't afford to take a headshot, but Charcoal hands one out anyway. And Queen's Gales, narrower and narrower is this gap, but will Purdue Grey allow them to pass?
In a 1v2 like that, I would have loved to have seen a just swing from A-Zone. I don't like the fact he's shoulder peeking like that. Bear in mind that you know only one player's holding you. He's going to hold the close angle so his teammate doesn't die. I just think you swing, balls to the walls, cancel the plant, and then go from there. You know what I do like the look of Harry? That's one Ares is good, right? But what's better than one Ares? That's two Ares. Gato and Conceited. Accuracy via quantity of fire, as the term has been coined. They prepare it to mid.
Oh, no. 100% more Ares than a Roman pantheon, and just as deadly. The God of War has struck true. What's it good for? Apparently 1 kill. Flappy lines up the next shot. Can they get themselves a body onto Yonka? Moves forward now with the shorty, but the frenzy disallows anything further. The Ares strikes again. That's 4 kills. Blood for the blood god has been given over. And suddenly fate, with the spike, with the classic, is all alone.
Do you know who the Roman blood god actually is?
No, I don't.
So,
is it a play on sanguine? Because that's like Latin for blood, right?
I would assume so. I think that I know Moros was meant to be for like Doom, so I guess he has it.
You qualify as a blood god, right?
Let's quickly see if there is a blood god. Nital, the god of blood. Oh, they have it.
Oh, nifty.
He exists. I don't know which mythology he comes from. Should probably know that before we claim that.
Like a PlayStation fanboy huffing on copium, I'm gonna stick to God of War.
Yeah, I think we have to just stick to God of War. This is way too complicated for our simple little minds. But the Ares, they're held into this round against the full bio Purgy Grey. I would love to see if they are actually able to prove to be effective for a second round running now. The Killjoy is left alone from Queen's Gales. That's how much faith they have in this god right now.
I mean, if you can get some value out of the gravity well here and flick some vulnerables, the Ares will do plenty. But it's a free site entry here. Damage taken from nano swarms. The din of the Ares grows loud, and that could be a direct hit. Everyone's just going to move away.
The mortar.
Get down!
It's a perfect entry, though, as he's ready to spearhead the charge.
Surely not the entry Ares. Okay, there's a Bucky as well. This is about to get crazy, Kremer. Some shenaniganery is on the horizon as they wait for this smoke to drop. They move on in. A-Zone is just faster, and A-Zone transfers spray to spray, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And Purdue Grey, having got that site for free with no casualties, are able to convert their buy round.
I mean, it was a bonus, wasn't it, from Queen's Girls, and it means that they can free up the, dare I say it, the Ares may have been clocking their inventory space, as they're now able to pull out these Phantoms and Vandals and weapons that have a bit more versatility than just a laser beam, as they move into this with...
Make it happen.
I was hoping to see an Odin. For a moment, my heart jumped when you said Odin, as if I'd missed something. But no, there's a world where we do say it. But what's interesting is no one has their ult up. Yeah, I mean, Fate will be able to get theirs if they're able to go for the orb control. But instead, he's got that bomb and he's spike. Sorry, and he's just heading to B main to try and get it through that.
Yonka's going to be forced to move away from mid here and retreat into gardens after being pinged by that drone. So there's going to be a little bit less control. You can also see that smokes have been set up there. It's unclear by which team at this moment. And already a big rotation coming towards A. Seems like
bold.
The rain has been quite noisy, Kremer.
The Rainer has been very noisy. I am really interested as to what the thought process is. Eventually, they head back, kind of the nick of time.
Still no mid-control claimed here, so the rotations are free for the defensive side of Queen's Gales, but they have taken a little bit of damage on the side of their Rainer. Now Yonka looking to just move up through here, claim a little bit more. The old double pump, a return to A, potentially. Remember, you still have to deal with the Killjoy turret, but it seems like she's ran out of other utility to try and deal with. And the spike itself, this is a very isolated position for the spike. I am uncomfortable with this.
30 seconds left.
Push coming into mid now. With a full hit to the safe side with A-Zone getting that perfect opening. The door, it's open. The safe site, it's all in the hands of Purgy Grey.
Conceited, going to meet multiple reinforcements right here. Will they be able to frag on through? They decide to dip into hell instead, but I'm afraid that escaping Hades is a little bit of a chore when Charcoal's up on top, generating a wood roof above. Smoke will be forthcoming. Clappy falls down. Po8-0 has decided to take matters into their own hands, and that's going to give him a little bit of additional health off the back of a Devour. Charcoal comes alive. Dare they use the Hunter's Fury here? They know they're up against too many. And while a stray shot will take up Po8-0 essentially for free, Charcoal picks up their fourth, and Queen's Gales, they are far from out of this.
If I was Po8-0, I would be somewhat upset that I died there, considering the gun wasn't pointed at me, the crosshair was not on me. However, he dies anyway. As God wills.
This to an impartiality committee.
Yeah, absolutely. He clearly said something wrong to upset Ares, because that was not how you want to die. Yes, Queen's Gales, there's the equalizer, 8-8. It's all tied up. Bear in mind, this is Queen's Gales map pick. This is their home ground. It's where they want to set the pace for the rest of the series. And for now, forcing Perjury Grey down to Sheriffs is exactly where you want to be. It's their ticket straight back into the lead. And Clappy, he brings out the Judge to try and add to that insult to injury.
Sheriff Gambit, not quite as much shenanigan potential as we saw on the defense with the flash from Glacier. But maybe they can still try and make some kind of stack work. For now, it is a little bit of a surprisingly default approach with a full Sheriff buy. Looking down the long ranges of mid here is definitely not in the interest of those Sheriffs, and it's just carving through for
Got out by Conceited. That really should be the round. I don't think Perjury Grey have any way back into this, especially with Clappy on such a close angle with such a scary gun.
I really would have liked to have seen some more effective trading positions, not at such long ranges. Clappy, they actually move around the corner to avoid getting pinged. Lovely stuff there. Great technique from Clappy. And now it's Judge time, baby. Oh, Judge gets one. And Glacier, they're going to be able to convert that into 2 frags. Not too bad to just deny a couple of weapons from Queen's Gales. But they'll be able to walk away with a 9th. And now they've taken the lead when things looked a little bit dire during that 6-round streak that Purdue were able to string together.
Look how many ults are available, Harry. No one's dropped them yet.
That's a lot of readies.
There's so many ready. They are so ready for this round. And considering how stacked they are outside A, I suspect this is going to be a cascade of utility to this A site.
I haven't seen this many readies since the Soviet army marched into Berlin. Oh, Yonker leads the way. Bladestorm in hand. You have to deal with Conceited. Someone else take care of a turret. That ain't my remit, bruv. I think you're just going to move into here. There's going to be an impact coming through, but Conceited, even while nearsighted and concussed, still wins these because they're simply built differently. They know that hell is populated. They send in the pop flash, but will anyone be following through on this is the question. Clappy playing high for now. They drop on through. They know that someone's close because they fell on top of their head. I should have fallen there, but it's just tired. Who's going to fall instead? There's going to be a battle in the bubble. And somehow, when the bubble bursts, it's like .coms in the early 2000s. And Queen's Gales come out on top.
We're about to see a very low cash price right now. Well, the stock market's crashed alongside it. It's all gone. Tax out the window.
A coconut and an expired credit card?
Hey, we've got 400 Bitcoin. It's about £5. You want it? 2-round differential for this side, and for Perjury Grey, this is not where you want to be. Queen's Gales, they've done a beautiful job at turning this around, and for the time being, I think that round kind of on Conceited. Really good positioning under Heaven. More importantly, getting that kill onto the aggressing Jet means that he just completely stagnates the attack. And honestly, I'll say he's fairly conceited with himself.
I can't believe that Yonker lost that.
Yeah.
That was so good from Conceited. Great spray control while concussed and nearsighted. But the nearsight doesn't matter as much when you're in just a tight quarters hell, right? Like, you're going to be able to see everything anyway. Like, the only thing that's obscured from your vision is obscured by the Cosmic Divide anyway. Yonker once again, getting a touch frisky. Oh, they're going to be identified here by the turret. Take it out, but now Conceited's just going to give up a touch of space, knowing that they'd rather just wait for some reinforcements to be better equipped in case a fully fledged push comes.
Happy holding this angle. Hasn't quite committed to it yet, though. But Perjury Grey, I mean, if it doesn't work the first time, try again as they're getting, once again, ready to hit the safe site.
Do it more, dummy. Huge controlling gardens here. including a very forward position Astra with the spike. They're going to try and swing potentially on Conceited, but there's the mid presence that they wanted, and Clappy has made sure to absolutely tear it apart. Happy Clappies all the time, slapping down those Purdue Greys. Out comes Valia, the near site, afflicted, and the defender Killjoy will instantly be evaporated by this Hunter's Fury. No taps given on the aftermath, and Clappy, oh, the ring, the din, the absolute thunderclaps of the operator will be echoing in Purdue Grey's minds for so long.
What a happy Clappy, isn't he? Yeah, so we're going to have to see what Queen's Gales can really do with a... They've sort of hit that momentum, that sort of critical mass now, where they've got the op out on Clappy, he's stepping up, everyone else is hitting their shots. You've got a nice ult circulation going at the moment, where you've got Charcoal and Kato's ults ready to be thrown into the mix should a retake be required, and then as your duelists then bring their zone up as well. Right now, Purdue Grey, because they dumped everything into that A hits, they're now on the back foot, not only economically in terms of firepower, but now in ult management as well. They get ready for a hit into mid once again. This time they stack up with the sheriffs, but it just hasn't worked.
On the other side of that smoke, he's a sheriff. If this remains unchecked, it could be a problem, but Yonka's going to be able to clear this fairly easily. Oh my goodness, lovely stuff. I'm just kind of tired. But Conceited is waiting. The second layer of defense. No one expects Gandalf to. You shall not pass again. It's just too easy, Kramer. It's just too easy.
Shutting them down. Really solid round now, and I don't really know what the solution is for Purdue Grey, because Queen's Gales, they're making these rounds look more and more one-sided. They've got ults to throw into this round, and while Vandals are going to be brought out, there's the odd Phantom in the mix as well from Purdue Grey to try and come back from this. They're still up against it.
Match point here for Queen's Gales. They can taste those playoffs. Salty. Purdue Grey smells of fear. Maybe we won't get that 8th seed. Maybe we'll have to play that gladiatorial combat. This is, of course, a best of 3. By all means, this is not everything, but Clappy wants to put them in the grave. Once again, it's the B-site operator, which rings out. Usually you'll see it on B main. Rarely will it be in this second phase, but of course, if you can force them off the angle, why not?
Clappy, he is single-handedly having to hide right now. Like he was the only man on beat. Not that he's required though. Beto, call to action.
Charcoal. We'll have to pick up the slack here. The second line of defense, Magelo line 2, baby. Valir did actually take out the sight line of the drone, so has been able to gather a huge amount of information. An exchange of Hunter's Furies here, and Kato is able to take out A-Zone. A numbers advantage for Queen's Gales, and right now, time. The cruel mistress weaving a tapestry has started to look unfavorably upon Purdue Grey. This needs to be an execute, and it needs to be soon. You're exactly right, Kremer. I need to see some wiggling, some intense wiggling, in fact. Glacier's unable to clear through here. Clappy grabs the first duelist. Your entry has been neutered. It only gets harder from here. It's run, it's gun, but Glacier comes up big, and now they've taken it down to a 2 versus 2. So let me weave you a tale of a team desperate for survival. The spike went down. To it? The coalescence of forces from the side of the Queen. The Queendom, the Kingdom, had summoned all of its men. Try and capture but a singular boathouse. A rogue faction in the form of Fate was the first to fall, and Conceited was able to make sure that that was done. And Conceit is the most powerful of forces, especially when it's armed with a high caliber assault rifle. Queen's Gales will be able to convert Ascent.
Really, really strong performance from Queen's Gales. And while they had a very, very shaky attacking side, once they hit their defenders' side, you can see that they were prepared for this map. You can see they were very well drilled. They went into some very, very strong defenses. And honestly, the player for me is Clappy. Once he got that up out, he was unstoppable, shutting down his opponents instantaneously and continuing to make space to the point where he could essentially hold sight single-handedly. And he was just a menace on that B side.
I've got to give a shout out to Glacier as well. I think excellent play with the Sky. I think that that could have been a real difference maker. Let's have a look at our map set to lay out the groundwork for what might be a return for Purdue. Of course, that was the map pick of Queen's Gales. So to a degree, we expect them to win that, right? And it's a very different approach next. The old triple site.
Yeah. It's going to be a rough one. I think that considering how effective Clappy was with the op, I suspect he's going to be very effective on his next map, purely because it can be, with 3 sites, you can just post someone there, let them hold it single-handedly, and it gives you a bit more freedom with your 2 rotations. Having a Killjoy as well means you can see what is usually quite a very common 1-3-1 setup, where you have just 3 players in mid, and you just swarm to whatever site the contact's mained on, but we'll have to see. The strats will be revealed very shortly. We go to a quick 5-minute break. When we return, Ash will continue.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice. And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless? On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Purdue sit, or at least they're hanging from a lone and frayed thread above the pit of a Balrog right now. It's not looking great. And Queen's Gales, they are but a single map away from guaranteeing their passage into our playoffs in this Challengers division. However, to get there, they will have to defeat Purdue Grey on their own map pick of Haven.
This is really going to be a tall order. Now, Purdue Grey, they looked very strong on their defending side of a sense. Where they moved to the attack side, they only won one round. They got wiped. They looked really, really shaky on the attack, and that's because while they did have that double flash on both the Sky and Reyna, they only really used the Sky kind of properly with their flashes on that defensive side. It seems like that was really where their setups came from. We now move to Haven, where Clappy, a player who was playing out of his mind with the op on the second half of Ascent, is now feeling his confidence. He is going to be seriously, seriously scary. He's going to be a tough player to watch out for.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a fairly similar kind of loadout in terms of the kind of agents we're going to see. Kramer Jet is incredibly powerful on on Haven, and once again, it's about that op, man. A long, C long, these are terror positions. These are where you can rule the map with an iron fist and give no quarter to your enemies. And you know that Clappy and Yonka are both going to be attempting to fill that void. He's sticking to the Sova, but I'd love to see just kind of tired play on this Phoenix. In many cases, it's considered can be suboptimal, but I think that Phoenix is at their best on both Ascent and Haven, where there are plenty of 90-degree angles to really get some value out of that curveball.
You're absolutely right. We now have there's a position which can be exploited, and that is when knowing full well that Purdue don't like kind of playing an attacking side which revolves around flashes. They really prefer the aim-oriented approach. Makes me think that for Queen's Gales, they can potentially try to use this by, once again, getting Clappy out with that up and just getting him into really, really good positions. Now, I would like to see a Sky be used here rather than the Reyna on Poeto. However, what I want doesn't matter here, Harry.
What you want may not matter. An exchange of Astras again would be unsurprising with a large map that Haven is. You want someone who can offer universal presence, and that is going to be locked in automatically, I do believe. It's going to be Cypher versus Killjoy here. The difference in Sentinel could be one of the most telling things about this setup. In particular, that the Killjoy is a little bit easier to reposition in terms of that utility. The alarm bot and the turret can both come along for a ride when Killjoy rotates, whereas only the camera from Cypher can be replaced after it's initially taken. Actually, maybe they can pick up the tripwires. I think they can pick up the tripwires.
They can pick up tripwires. Yes, they can. Queen's Gales. They're a map up.
Smile.
I
don't play any Cypher.
They're a map up. They've got their defender's side to start on your opponent's map pick. It's a map that they have played in the regular season, so this really isn't too stressful for them. I suspect, considering how dominant their defensive side was over on Ascent, they're going to feel really happy going into this, and they can get the pistol round in a convincing manner. That's really going to hammer that fact home to Purdue Grey.
I'm going to start off strong here. No stacking at the moment from a defense, just your classic default, which kind of surprises me for Queen's Gales. I feel like they would like to get a little bit weird, just like roll out of A as a 5. Charcoal, trying to get a little bit of information, and that is going to ping Clappy right here, so they know that one of the major threats is currently present on A. Still, despite all of that, they will move on forward, and huge amounts of damaging utility are going to be thrown on into the site, but still only a couple of singed toes for Clappy. 9 points of missing HP. And so everyone will fade away. The Phoenix will be left in reserve here, and Clappy's going to go in looking for that duel potentially, but the timing is just about being missed. And so Clappy, continuing to move, lines up a headshot beautifully. Oh, Kremer, that's the kind of aim that I cast Valorant for.
Yeah, it's clean. He takes a moment to really make sure it's on there before he shoots, but hey, it's well
artisanal aim.
Yeah.
If it's worth doing, it's worth doing right. Speaking of which, heading up the left-hand side of the map now into Garage is this Spike, and they will be able to split to see fairly easily. Yonka is waiting for Poe, but Kato is going to be quick to claim revenge.
One down. Wait, he's going to hear it ticking. I mean, Kato definitely not worried about his audio cues as he pushes into this.
9
That's
HP.
kill anyway.
Still no, surely
keeps
not.
going.
You do not get the 3k with 9 HP. I refuse for Kato to be allowed to do this. Glacier plays from within the cage, but Classic's more than enough. They're faced with 3, and they throw out shots to claim that nasty stuff. And Conceited will eventually be the one to deliver the killing blow with the Ghost. And Queen's Gales on the back of this retake did allow for the plant, and that gives over a little bit of extra. However, Kato going to be quite close to that Hunter's Fury already.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if it works for Kato, fair enough. But oh, we see it, Harry. Another Ares comes out. Doesn't matter the map, doesn't matter the place, doesn't matter the time. Conceited, he'll bring that God of War. And I tell you what, Virgil Grey, they're going to be very unfortunate to be on the other side now, as they have to try and combat it with just a handful of Sheriffs here or there. I love that placement from Conceited there.
Clappy could get so much done here with a Marshall. Remember, against unarmored targets, a body shot will do. It's essentially an op. But no one at the moment is going to be peeking into A. Instead, it's a foray up through mid, and Charcoal, if they can hit a good gravity well here, Kremer, it'd be a massacre.
Not needed just yet, though.
Oh,
They trying to do the damage
they
again.
weren't fast enough and they all get pinged.
That's really going to give the early warning system, isn't it? Poeto, he's ready for Yonko. Hasn't quite been able to kill him, but it doesn't matter. Conceited, the Ares. Oh my god, that gun is good. As Azo falls, let's put it next.
It's just unfair. The Ares is too good. Why can't I buy one of those? Kato gets
so
even
good.
more. It's Ares kills upon Ares kills, just penetrating every single wall. And you know what? If they're going to smoke the spike, I'll just use my big old magazine to spam through, baby. And that's going to be a good conversion there on the anti-eco for Queen's Gales. But we expected this, Kremer.
2 Ares, yo. The double dose of carnage, and I don't really know what you can do to stop him. Kato, he's always got the Hunter's Fury out, and I think that when you get an ult out that quickly, you're kind of obligated to drop it instantly, right?
I mean, yeah. You got to tell them how good you are.
Yeah.
It's important. Clappy going up against a little bit more danger now. A headshot would be something. Pop flash doesn't forthcome. Yonka, will they check for Charcoal here is the question. They're reloading as they move, but unfortunately for Charcoal, the escape is good enough. A dismiss on the star gives a momentary bit of cover, and then reinforcement of the obfuscation on that point. Still a tease from the Phoenix before fading away. And some mandated additional presence comes through from that shock dart. And Kato is going to be able to take a duel here against an Astra leading the charge. Not your usual lurk, and that's going to mean executes on sites are going to get much harder.
This is getting really worrisome for Persia Grey. They're going to slowly make their way into these sites, but hey, that kills Kato, puts it straight back into their favor. He was low on HP, but they punish it beautifully. Poeto on a close angle, only a Spectre to hold mid, and that's not even the point that's being attacked.
Will they decide to use a Lear here is the question. The shoulder peek
Ooh,
does confirm the presence. There's the Lear, and it's just to distract as Charcoal manages to get the frag. Upgraded rifles here for 2 members of Queen's Gales, and that's going to make this retake all the more dangerous. Remember, this was a bonus for Queen's Gales. They're already happy with this result regardless of what happens. Yonka can wrap around the back. Managing to dodge out of the way is Poeto, and Conceited can confirm that into a kill. It comes down to 2 versus 2. 2 and 0 to Queen's Gales already. Down goes the turret. This Sentinel is going to be such a pain to deal with. And that's a lovely adjust there to kill a zone. But Glacier freezes him out.
Bit of a messy spray control from a fair few players that round. It definitely shows that this is winnable for either side, especially when we see Glacier able to punish Queen's Gales, and he appears to be the player who really you kind of look to when you want to find something that works against them. Earlier, when we went over to Ascent, that flash through the smoke, yeah, I keep calling back to it, with just a handful of Sheriffs, he wins around off the back of a single flash. In this case, he's able to do it with his turret. It gives him the early warning system, and he's just able to play off his teammates falling. 2-1 the scoreline, and well, another investment from both sides.
A force buy here. Might drag some regrets from Purdue Grey if they cannot convert upon it. Queen's Gales. Dare Poeto move forward to try and control mid? Do they have any idea how much presence is being established here by two duelists? Out comes Valir and Poeto has fallen low. They desperately want to get a kill to be able to convert into a Devour, replenish those stocks of health and feast upon the blood of their enemies. Yonka could be grabbed from an unlikely angle at the moment, and Charcoal's torn through too. Poeto is for sacrifice, but the blood sacrifices pleases Imhotep, and you have gained the favor of the dark gods, and Charcoal definitely lets the energy flow on through as they convert into a 4K.
It's just what they needed. A one-sided round with your rifles to really keep Purdue Grey on the back foot. More importantly, to keep their economy low. They're left in poverty. Sheriffs once again have to come out. And sure, there's the odd ult here or there. Yonka probably will commit the knives to this round. Hopefully, he'll be able to get a kill here or there with it. But it's all set up. Glacier just kind of tired. A-Zone all get their ults next round. Aston's conceited. This is going to be, as we see on kind of usually that sort of round 7 mark, just a mass ult dump as they start this game.
Dump the ults. We need to lose some weight. Yonka moves on forward. Blade Storm in hand. Remember, no refresh on the right click, so it's left all the way. You want to hit those headshots, get the one shot, get the knives back, keep on moving. But just kind of tired. It's going to be put to rest for now. Clappy has moved through multiple people. Yes, we expected it because of the lame buy. The Queen's Gales, nonetheless, have proven perfect thus far.
A-Zone, 1 versus 5. What on earth can he do from here? I mean, damage would be nice. It's not even an option. Jarkull, a 3k from him. Both he and Clappy with a very, very effective hold. They go 4-1 up. Purdue Grey set back the drawing board. They've got the ult advantage. More importantly, they're going to have firepower to match their opponents. The question now is, can they beat them? Conceited, 1 away from bringing the Cypher ping up. He's the only Cypher in this game, so it's something you don't really see the run it back from. Just kind of tired, though. It's really where I'm interested to see the follow-up.
Rifles on rifles. Oh, look at Clappy's money, man. If they die... Yeah, that's op smell. I'd know it anywhere.
What's it smell of?
Death.
What does death smell of, Harry? Don't get metaphorical on us.
Smells like lead and smoke.
Oh, we're about to smell a lot of lead now. He's ready to fill sight with it.
Oh, interesting there that the Lear and the Smoker popped at the same time, so Yonkara doesn't have to shoot down that Lear, and that means that their presence has not yet been betrayed, providing they haven't been noted on an earlier jiggle peak. And for now, it seems like a pretty west-heavy defense from the Queen's Gales, with Clappy just slowly moving up around A, taking away this map control. They'll be meeting with the turret of Glacier soon.
Yeah, hasn't quite seen anyone yet, though, but he's all still a lurker anyway. He doesn't react. That's a free kill. That's a man advantage. Actually, great. What's happening?
Falling apart, Kremer. What could it be? Nice little bounce there from Kato. Is it, though?
I don't think it's meant to go there.
Could there be a secondary bounce? I'm not sure where it's going to land. Okay, it was overall a weird shock dart that came on through. I was just so preoccupied with the recon dart. I didn't realize that Charcoal's now all alone in a 1 versus 2. They need to beat Glacier, and they will. They can just play the time now. Do-si-do, baby. If the spike hasn't been planted, Charcoal needs to look behind them. The timing could be all A-zones, and you bet that it is. Get yourself a bonus plant, get the bonus credits, and Purdue Grey converts.
Just what's needed. They finally put a round on the board, but it's that ult time. It's critical mass. Clappy, he's the only one who doesn't have his ult up, but it doesn't matter. He's got that big 50 cal boomstick, which happens to deliver the same punch as a knife to the head. Who'd have thought, right? But nonetheless, it's 4 ults ready to be used from Queen's Gales. This is really where they try and swing it back into their favor. The question is, how few ults can they commit to the round while still making it winnable?
How economically sustainable can you be? All of the Jet's utility is expended there, but critically, Kramer, they will survive yet.
That going out now, this time to mid. Reyna called to action on a very close angle here, Harry.
Poeto wants the contact. One Lear in hand, and one dead Jet that stands before them. They see more bodies in the mid, and Conceited ready to go off a swing here. Out goes for Lear. And more din of assault rifles will be forthcoming. The blind may have been turned away from, but Poeto is unable to recover, and now it's down to Conceited to try and make a fighting retreat, a rear guard action to allow for a space for Kato to move in and cover this window angle. Suddenly, these two players are on an island in mid.
Well, that ping is perfect. It just alerts the entirety of Queen's Gales as to what Purge are planning, and I like how they're using it in a 2-on-4. It kind of helps them confirm the round, but Fate, he seems to have found a way out. Plant can come through here.
Ran through and managed to beat out Conceited in a duel. The recon bolt will get the ping, and Fate's going to look for a plant quite close to default here. Glacier's not quick enough to try and destroy Kato, and coming in from 3 separate angles is simply too much for Fate. Even if they're on a lazy Susan holding down the trigger, they could not have taken through all of the Queen's Gales, who will exacerbate their lead and go 5-2.
5-2, it's just the start Queen's Gales needed. They ran Purdue Grey's attacking side amok on this last round. They only got 1 round. Here they make it 2. Sure, it helps. But when you trade rounds like this, they just can't do it economically. It's just not feasible. They're left with Sheriffs once again, as Queen's Gales are going to look to pull themselves even further into the lead. The Canadian side really looking to show their true might here as we move into this next round.
Hello, Bear. I shall name you Barry.
There are a lot of bears on this map. I hope you have a lot of bear names prepared.
I think Caroline's going to start testing me on my my nomenclature lexicon. Poeto tears through multiple. Conceited has fallen at least. But here, Purdue Grey, significant disadvantage. So low is that Jet, and Clappy. No one's come to A since they've bought this up because they had a look at how much money Clappy had, and they simply didn't want to deal with it. A clean shot from Poeto. Here we go. Finally, the op's going to get some action, baby. It's all about the Mets, baby. Love the Mets, love the Mets, and that's a miss. I love the miss. A-Zone moves even further up. Sheriff in hand. Sheriff versus Marshall. Surely this is a dub. Playing inside with the frenzy. Poeto comes around the back. No. I need to rescue my boy Clappy here. I cannot allow this to continue.
Yeah, you hear that? That's that lack of padding on these stats right now, and as he does sort of plump his pillows, make it a bit more comfortable for himself. We're gonna have to see what Purdue Grey can throw at Queen's Gales. I'll tell you what they can throw. That's a bloody lot. 4 ults ready to be used. The knives won't be committed, but again, knives, they're not the rounds for they're not the abilities that carve rounds. I'll tell you what is something though. That's the Odin out on Kato. You love to see it. God of Thunder, isn't it? So we'll see what he can do here.
Thor is the god of thunder, Kramer.
Is he god of lightning then?
Odin is the all-father of the gods.
All-father. I'm really bad with Norse mythology. I do apologize.
You disgust me.
I know Minolia, that's it.
Oh, here comes to run it back. Clear some space, baby. That's a lovely little cosmic divide right there. Everyone... Well, at least one person's going to be identified. That was a huge ping off the back of that recon arrow, so everyone's confirmed to be in this area. The attacking Killjoy lets down their ultimate as well, meaning that everyone has to play around the peripheries. But will they realize that Poeto is on the other side? They're quickly going to be taking contact here with Glacier. Poeto needs to win this to open up this bottom, but they're going to be up against a double. What? Interesting. They see Glacier and don't decide to give up the angle. Yonka has got themselves 3. I refuse to believe how good this Jet is. Clappy gets the first. But Fate is waiting on the other side. And there we go. Lovely execute there from Purdue Grey, claiming the space and then reinforcing it with double ultimates. But it was fairly expensive.
A bit of a messy response, actually, from Queen's Gales. They lost that site instantly. And rather than sort of going, set up your retake, go for the retake, work from there, they stagnated pretty badly. And it took them a good 10 seconds before they decided to commit the charcoal ult. And because of that, when the split came through, their Poeto, who was their flanker, ended up becoming the kind of main body of the attack. Once he died, I mean, Purdue Grey just turned around and killed everyone. Really not how you want that round to go. When with 3 on the board for Purdue Grey, this is where they start building a fair bit of confidence.
That would have been silly if Glacier died to that shot wallbanging while shooting at the jet elsewhere. Poeto's done with this nonsense. Refuses to heal. Health is only a crutch, Crema. Unfortunately, I'm going to need slightly more than that. Wait. Sure. Did that just wallbang through in the same way that I was thinking that Glacier might die? No. That is so cheesy. Clappy, that's some Wensleydale there. Some Gorgonzola, potentially. Cheese after cheese. And a lootable operator. But I don't think any of the members of Purdue Grey are particularly interested in it at the moment.
Did you know Wensleydale, as a company, was about to go out of business, and Wallace and Gromit single-handedly kept the company alive?
Wallace and Gromit are national treasures and industry heroes to the cheese industry in Britain.
they kept it alive, seriously. Wensleydale, a couple of months before shutting doors, had that movie come out, and they're saved.
Wensleydale aren't paying me. I'm just a fan. Charcoal here up against two, but they line up the shots perfectly. That is what you like to see from an Astra, hanging on by a sliver. Hanging on by a thread. Can they get the op in time? The answer is no. So I'm afraid you're going to have to rebuy into that if you want another one, Clappy. But hey, you've got money. 700 credits. It's pocket money, baby.
Bear in mind, there's only 2 rounds left in the half anyway. So they don't have to worry about it too much for now. But it's going to be on the back of their minds. They can just invest if they lose this. But it won't be pretty. For Purdue Grey, they can't invest at all. Pistols out. They've just got to save for a bulky hurrah to end this off. But if we end up seeing a 9-3, Queen's Gales, they're going to be in such a strong position as Yonka leads the charge. Knives out. See what he can do.
Knives out, baby. Accuracy is the name of the game. Yonka moves on forward. A minor blind is given over and Conceited's caught in the corner. Good crosshair placement with the Vandal. Means that that's an easy clap kill. But the Frenzy, the duel is just too strong. Up goes the Blaze while I'm having that gunmate. There's the quiet cross. And now a recovery of the rifle for the Phoenix, making them considerably more dangerous. Purdue want to walk away from this with at least another round. And Clappy's disengage is nowhere near as clean as they would have liked. Out come their own knives. The left clicks are good, but Fate's response is a touch better. Queen's Gales will be able to loot the operator once more. And the spike never even touched the ground, so no bonus money here, Kremer.
The only time it did touch the ground was when it sort of fell out of their quilled opponents. They kind of slipped out of their grasp. Butterfingers, eh? I love how, despite having all the money in the world, Casey goes, no, the Odin, trust me, it's where it is.
I mean, it's great for a Sova. All that wall penetration. I think that this is a really weird way to describe the map, but I think that Haven's one of the most penetrable maps in the pool. Like, so many surfaces where you can do huge amounts of damage at range with the Odin. And that poke is even more valuable when you're up against a team that kind of lacks a capacity for a good heal from something like a Sky or a Sage. That fight in mid was crucial, and Poeto has lost it. That's one of the primary fraggers of Queen's Gales. Choco had no idea. They thought that maybe it was covered, but Clappy was looking down A long instead. They couldn't cover each other. It's a messy fight between the Jets. It's an absolute travesty, but swapping over to a Vandal of their friend just means that it's another one for the pile of bodies. Just kind of tired on the back of this run it back. We'll be heading back to their spawn point. And that's going to be a spike plant with Purdue Grey finally having a man advantage. It feels like I rarely get to say this.
What on earth was this round?
What is this round? Huh?
What is this? Like, that lurk from the Jet was perfect. I mean, he catches both players off guard. But that wasn't a lurk. They just moved where they were expected to go. I don't know how that caught them off guard. But A, it did, and Casita drops down.
Your knees.
The retake.
That's pain. Garcia wins out that one. And now Kato of 6H, surely not. No. 6 HP in a dream? A dream is dead. A-Zone. Welcome to the Twilight Zone, where dreams don't live. The team ace is claimed. And that's going to be our side swap coming forth. As Queen's Gales will have their advantage. And, I mean, I hate to sound a little bit biased, but some would say this is an attacker-sided map.
Some say, yeah, but you're always going to have that defender's advantage, and I think that's something you can't underestimate. I think that right now, in kind of Valorant's current meta, this kind of Haven is probably the most even split map in terms of round count as a par. 8-4, well in the lead, Queen's Gales. But Persia Great, take the pistol rounds, the economic kind of handicap becomes very obvious, and they should be able to take their way back into it, but they really need the pistol round to make that possible.
One step at a time, baby. Right now, Glacier is in charge of Garage. I'd like them to play it a little bit more reserved so they at least get a chance to pop that Nano Swarm before they die. There we go. The Nano Swarm and the Alarm Bot. Gonna ward away. Oh my goodness, look at this aggressive play here from Yonka. They're trying to claim so much space around the back. Oh, they're going to get such a drop on Poe if they're undiscovered. It's free. It's free. It's as easy as it gets, and it's all body shots. Oops, all body shots, and all right clicks from Conceited. That's a trade 1-for-1, and that favors the attackers.
Fairly messy, but it has been left in a relatively even position now. Bit of aggression from A-Zone to try and catch out the next man. Still no kill yet, though, so it falls into actually an attack straight to this A site.
Drone as well. Going to be looking for anyone who dares move into here. Fate. It's a messy labored spray, and Charcoal is quick to punish it. It's just kind of tired. Is done with this life. Having walked away with one frag. Battered and bruised are the attackers, which can be quite important to note in these pistol rounds. And A-Zone shows exactly why.
1-2. Winnable for either side here, but Perju, they desperately need this retake to work out for them.
Conceited in the corner. They're so important. I think they got a glimpse of the hats, and now it is a 1-versus-1. A-Zone versus Conceited. Dropping down. The damage to the knees has proven too much. It may slow you down as you go, and Conceited knows that time's on their side. It's time to creep and to clop around. Avoid the fight as best you can, because, hey, time is a cruel mistress, but she's my best friend. With it. She's my girl boss.
This is proving to be very, very unfortunate for this. Well, for the side of Perju Great, it's just not working out for them, Harry. They're left having to really struggle for an answer. Queen's Gales, they seem to have got their rhythm, and the pistol round, it's shown just that. Moving into our next Spectre around the board. Flappy, he likes this judge, doesn't he? He really loves bringing this out. For Perju Great, I mean, the Marshal, maybe it's a bit of a force, but, you know, it feels like it's trying to slow the inevitable.
The Marshal and the Shorty. Just kind of tired. Welcome to your new life as El Raton. You'll be down in these sewers for a while, I anticipate, waiting to see if any prey should stumble into your den. A fray out now from the Jet. He's going to be meeting up against Poeto here, and simple as that, you just don't win against the Spectre. Oh no. Here it comes, boys and girls. Rat versus Vampire, and the Rat wins. It's just too strong, baby. There's the reload. The second shot is not quite close enough, but that's damage done to the Sova. The Marshal unable to connect when it comes to a meaningful bit of damage. And now Clappy is the doorman. Show me your ID, or you're not getting in, and you're facing the judge. Just spam the smoke with the Clappy.
Oh.
That's
crowd
crime.
control. That's crowd control if ever I've seen it. I think. Do you know how when shotguns first came into creation?
No, I don't know the lore of the shotguns.
It's quite interesting. So the lore of the shotgun was made in response to in the Second World War when the Americans actually invented what's called the trench gun. The idea being we need something that's very good at clearing close angles, with a fairly short barrel. Shotgun was made. And Germany, having literally just started inventing gas attacks, made an official complaint to what was kind of like the authoritative body at the time, complaining that it's inhumane, having just created mustard gas.
Would that be World War One?
Yeah, it's World War One. That's when the trench gun was made.
Well, a little bit of American ingenuity. Nothing wrong with that. Pretty good inventors. Oh, dirty spray. But gets away with it. Not even any damage taken at this moment. Reinforcements, you say? I'll take those too. Oh, double dink, Kato, you dirty boy.
I have to reconsider that reinforcement stance in just a moment, as for the time being.
I'm kind of scared of Kato, man.
Yeah.
Don't get me near that Sova, he scares me.
Yeah, I was happy with reinforcements, but I wasn't expecting those reinforcements. As Flappy has to be very careful now with this defense, and bear in mind that Queen's Gales, I mean, sure, the low HP on the Jet can be very easily punished. Look how far back on the safe side they're playing, realizing how careful they need to be.
Non-committal with the spike thus far, and it finally ends up in the hands of Clappy. You can see Yonka here playing a much safer position. Kind of duoed up with the Phoenix, who's playing in hell below.
Slow push now, and Clappy, he needs to find a way to get up into the gob of his opponents, but they are really playing so far back on it. It kind of mitigates the usage here. Astro Stars to see what they can do, because the utility really has to be the hero of this round.
Good obfuscation. The Blaze Wall comes up, trying to keep the Phoenix alive, but you're going to need more than fire to deal with what I bring to the table. Queen's Gales have got the spike planted, and they've got Clappy all nestled up nice and cozy. Got some tea, got a blanket, got a shotgun. That's one. That's two. And that's good. 2 versus 2 right now. Yonka's up so high with only a sliver of HP. But the same could be said of the Astra. They almost died to the full damage. That would have been so weird. The Gravity Well is going to be used to pull someone off a spike should they be defusing it. But we can tell from our X-ray that it's just a fake tap. It was going to come down to one shot. And Yonka simply aimed better. Purdue Grey survive another round.
It's by a hair's breadth, isn't it? I don't know how often they can repeat that, Harry. That came so close to disaster for them. I mean, sure it works, but it works to what avail? We're left with a kind of shaky investment from Queen's Gales.
It's a mess.
Yeah, I mean, both teams could buy, but they're gonna have to skimp out on a little bit of utility. Most of them will buy down to 0. But what is interesting and what is their sort of saving grace at the moment is that right now, even though Clappy's down to a stinger, he will have the knives out to support it anyway.
Surprised they even buy the stinger, considering they've got the knives at the moment.
It's like a contingency plan, isn't it?
I suppose so. I suppose if you get that close with the knives, you're usually in good stinger range anyways. Just whip it out. Someone else needs to deal with this turret. Can't be done by Clappy. They actually get a ping here onto Glacier, and now it's time for Clappy to go big. However, the right click does not connect. The stinger finds its man, and I suppose you're right, Kremer. Contingency plan, indeed it was. But where are your contingencies now, Gales? So many of your friends are dead, but Charcoal, hello there. Misses on the dissipation of the smoke, and now Poe is playing guerrilla warfare on the site. The second tag comes on him. But Devour, a little bit late, but it will still give the overheal that's needed. And in a 1 versus 2, they're going up against... Good double peek. Lovely stuff. That was very well managed from Purdue Grey.
Yeah, really solid round. And at 10-6, Purdue Grey now, they're sort of recovering. They're coming back into this. It's their sort of breath of fresh air. Bear in mind, they're still down. They're really not in a pretty spot. But it's... gives them a chance, doesn't it? Now, 4 rounds separate the 2 of them. If they're able to convert the next round, it kind of goes to 3, go for the full investment, win that down to full eco. You only need 2 full buys before you equalize. And so that can really be a... if they want to play the maths game, that gives them hope, really. But Queen's Gales, even with Sheriffs, and even with this judge on Clappy, he loves this gun, and for good reason. It can beat anything.
Don't do that, Kremer. Don't give me hope. Oh, they see that lineup and they know that something's going down over here. Clappy, will they cut the corner? You bet that they will. That is as free as they come. Someone get in here, pick up this rifle. I've got some people to shoot. Unfortunately, they shoot faster.
Yeah, there's people to shoot when they're facing me. It has. Everyone this duel may decide where the sight falls instead. Fate getting their kill onto Potato kind of keeps the rounds in favour and under control of Purdue Grey.
The fade away now. The 3 remaining attackers of Queen's Gales. Might look for a double pump. Did someone pick up that rifle? Yeah, it's Charcoal who has it, I do believe. I think that was the one that Yonka was repping. And a float back to A. It is a double pump. But they still got to deal with Just Kinda Tired, and well, Just Kinda Tired deals with you.
30 seconds.
Slow push from Queen's Gales now to try and catch out these members. Hasn't seen anyone just yet, though. It's Just Kinda Tired with his first point of contact.
All right, A-zone down. Now they need to get a good double peek here. That's a good turn away on the fastball. Charcoal's just built differently. An Astra constructed from adamantium, vibranium, carbonadium, and all of the other mythical metals that you never thought you could grab. Unobtainium even. Who remembers Avatar? Certainly not anyone. Sorry, James Cameron. I'm afraid no one cares. Kato needs to try and find a rifle here. They have picked up the Judge from their fallen jet comrade. And Glacier is going to try and escape out of this battle. Timothy? Timothy?
Is he back?
Timothy returns. The hunter will get there. No, surely you did not stay there. They get the half. But Kato, how do you play this with a sheriff and a judge? There's the defuse. They try to stick it, but Kato's got nerves of steel, baby. How do Queen's Gales get away with this? Even with Purdue claiming a Timothy turret kill.
That is insane. That is a really solid way to win. And they do it off the back of that ult usage just mentioned, where they have the cycle going. It's what gives them that momentum. Charcoal as well, the player to highlight, having a great game so far, going 25-9. No one's really touching that. Yonka on 17 is the next man closest, but he's still a good distance away. And more importantly, right now, Queen's Gales are fighting for match point and series points. And look at Purdue's economy. There isn't any.
Yonka needs to go huge. There's no other way. They are the hero, and they are going to get the drop on their co-jet here. It should be easy. It's lined up. It's taken down. That's another one. They've taken out Charcoal, and Charcoal was the hero. The big frag of a 25-9. Spikes on the floor. Oh, Yonka potentially going to be overwhelmed here. Poe wants to give no space away, but there's going to be the picked up operator. Hey, this was a gift from your buddy. What do you think of it? I think it's pretty damn cool, man. Oh, they actually get forced to move by the Molotov, and that forces Yonka to miss. A little bit of anti-synergy there. Walking ahead of the curveball means it just kind of tired. Is forced to play this a little bit more slowly. Up comes the Blazeball to give a touch more health, but 11's all that they're going to have to play with when the dust settles. Control of the spike. I believe it's almost guaranteed. I'm not entirely sure where the spike is at this moment. Oh, conceited. How have they managed to get away with this? Surely Queen's Gales don't win this one. Glacier is for one remaining. Remember that time is not on their side. Conceited has the spike in hand now. They're going to make a mad dash. But while you dash, Glacier knows, baby. Mother Nature always wins. And wow, Yonka went big.
Yonka did go big, but honestly, another round where that was sort of won because Queen's Gales had some really bad decision making. I don't know what on earth they're trying to do in a clutch like that to then shift away, knowing your opponents have an op, knowing they have control of that. So the path thing maybe is proved to be their biggest killer, but for Purdue, great. I mean, they're not going to complain, are they? That absolutely shouldn't have been their rounds, and instead they find themselves now faced with 7 and a chance to come back into this.
I wonder how there was no tripwire there, to be honest, on the exit from C. When you see a Cypher, you usually see a pair of tripwires. Oh my goodness. Chase them down with the Spectre. Yonka getting the reload on the Shorty, and you know what? Shorty beats Spectre. Bit of friendly fire from a Molotov, and Yonka's caught in the corner. Why have you done this to me, father? Why have you trapped... Can I please leave the basement? No, you're never going to Hogwarts.
God. We've now got, I mean, hey, where is Hogwarts? I guess it's a site, right? And in this case, for the time being, just kind of tired. I mean, he's about to graduate, going straight into the spawn of Queen's Blade right now when Charcoal has to try and stop him. Every time I hear that operator, I get a phobic response, man. Just kind of tired, just kind of dead. Kato's going to be the one to claim that, but still, only 2 members of Queen's Gales remain. How does Conceited get a frag there with the Ghost? Kato may be looking for some long-term damage at the moment to the economy, but it seems like a pretty decent spread set out here from Purdue Grey. 1 on each site, and you know what? Yonka's just going to fade away to heaven. It's a nice angle, good sight lines, a little bit more difficult to deal with, and they know that they can't take more than 1 shot. Does he clear the angle at the right time? Out of the dart's a bit of a giveaway, but no, he misses.
The shock dart, Kato. Believe in the shock dart. Doesn't matter. Attempting for the wall penetration. Use the shock dart. Surely they've told you that Yonka is about 2 HP. We must clear the top. It doesn't matter. Just do headshots, but no other shots.
Fair enough. So May, another round of questionable decision making from from both teams. But hey, Virgin Grey, they're starting to make a bit of a comeback now, 11-8, as they start showing themselves to be a team that has excelled in these retakes. Now they have all the money in the world to work with. These last couple have given them that padding. More importantly, though, they also have a lot of ults to throw over at Queen's Gales, who, despite having the option to full buy, Clappy goes for the judge.
I feel like Queen's Gales have kind of lost steam.
Yeah, they have.
4 of the last 5 rounds they've lost out on. And the round that Queen's Gales won, I don't think it was incredibly convincing. Attack, maybe less regimented for them than their defense. They were very good at those retakes. That's a beautiful bunch of pings right there. Huge amounts of detected. Pardon me.
I like how, despite being detected, Queen's Gales, they just don't care. They'll push the site anyway.
Come fight us.
They've completely shut this side out of sight, though. They're almost scared to push.
Just kind of tired, just kind of destroyed by that judge. It's managed to leverage itself a nice little corner to try and play from, but still, at the moment, the Hunter's Fury... Azon actually uses it to blast himself up high and get a weird angle. Yonka is going to be connecting shot after shot when it comes to the operator, but Conceited doesn't want to allow this reign of terror to continue. The Spike's gone walkabouts, boys and girls, sprinting over potentially the C site. I'm not sure if they've been able to claim any valuable weapons on the way through. The Vandal is in hand, nothing like an operator, so you could look for some shenanigans. Surely you don't double pump this to A. You know the op is there, right?
Queen's Gales, they seem to really struggle with knowing what's obscured and what isn't. This has been a fair few times now where players have died to an op on an angle that they shouldn't have. We saw the rotation there, having just cast the Empress. Being taken down is not what you... That's just not what you want to happen. And it kind of feels like the only reason that's happened is because it was improperly commed, that there was a gap in the CT smoke for Purgy to exploit. As, well, it goes 11-9, things continue to get closer and closer.
There's a world where Yonka takes a random shot here and it wallbangs charcoal. I don't want to be present in that world. Yeah, it can. We saw a frag earlier in this map, I believe. That's when we started talking about cheese, because that was some real cheese.
That was some real cheese then.
Oh, we've left a Spike behind. Boys! Fetch.
What are we doing, lads? Go get it.
There we go. Lovely stuff. We're all together. Queen's Gales, they do feel a little bit flustered, don't they?
They have ults to use. So with the ability advantage, hopefully we see them just use it to at least secure overtime. But yeah, you're right. They are a bit flustered. They're sweating a little bit. Knives instantly out for Clappy as he prepares to almost spearhead this attack. A lot of util, though, is going to damage him before he even considers getting close. And they seem to be falling into the trap of just consistently going to the safe site.
Clappy having to run the gauntlet right now, goes high, but A-Zone puts them low. A-Zone refuses to give away anything more. They're confident enough to just walk into the smoke with 9 bullets remaining. Yonka's moved up high, and all of these angles have been checked, but you are unable to realize it. Queen's Gales, their lead is evaporating.
I don't know what Queen's Gales were doing. This is 3-4 rounds in a row now. They've gone to 8, and it just isn't working. We're going to see them go for an investment of Vandals. Luckily, they do have money, so that isn't going to be a problem yet. But we're going to see Purdue probably take the lead if they win this round, because Queen's Gales, they have scraped the absolute bottom of the barrel to invest into this.
If you watch any Southeast Asian Valorant, this is what we call Valuvra. No thinky, go A.
Yeah, rinse, repeat.
Ooh, yep. That's the confirmation of presence of the operator on C long, but dare they double down on this site? I don't know if they've identified that the Poe, you make me nervous, boy. You make me nervous. Hitter's got the set dart. Gonna get a couple of pings, I imagine. No, it's instantly destroyed. Good reactions there from a Killjoy. And look at this. Look at this little bit of guerrilla warfare from Clappy. They've made it all the way through the back. Fate could be completely unaware of this. It's easy clap for Clappy. And now we've got to deal with a Sova. Do they know that they're going to look to heaven? A-Zone manages to win out that duel. So suddenly, The hole has been plugged.
Lost the sight there when conceited. This is a really unorthodox plant spot, but it's one that means he dodges most of the shock darts there, and he does. Not even be able to get away.
Damage taken. Yonka alive on this site once again. Not ideal to try and retake when you don't have Heaven with the operator, but it is going to be vacated rather quickly. I like the post-plant positions here from Queen's Gales. It's a little bit more considered. Through comes the Hunter's Fury. Multiple people are blinded as you try and get away. There is no escaping the Hunter, for I can smell you. I can smell your fear. An A-Zone left with 14 HP is in deep trouble. Spam through the smoke will be more than enough to kill this Sova. Conceited and Kato will combine their forces, and Queen's Gales are guaranteed their overtime.
Back and forth, make it 12, and it took them a really long time to get here. My god, were they struggling. But they've finally done it. And since then, Yonka, we spoke about how Charcoal's had a great game, sitting at 25 kills. He hasn't moved since then. It's all been down to his team, who have really elevated Kato in particular, who has brought these last couple of rounds. There's 2 ults on either team to expend. Both of them have the split, the world divide to use here, as Queen's Gales, they move into this with a Guardian on Charcoal rather than an Op.
As much as I hate to say go A again, Teehee, the Cosmic Divide is really good on A. Cutting off both Heaven and Hell gives you really good management of the site, especially if you can combine it with some good droning. But instead, we're going to be listing gently towards C at the moment, some mid-presence. And of course, they know that they're less likely to try and meet that operator in the same position this time around. Glacier's already betrayed their presence by using that nano swarm. The alarm bot has been triggered as well. So the question is now, from this non-committal position, do you continue moving forward after using this drone, or do you kind of double pump it and go elsewhere?
It took a while. Okay, so finally, so it actually misses the dart there onto the Killjoy. But that may be a false positive. He's only seen 1, but there's actually 4 players who can rotate this C site on just a whim. Luckily, Queen's Gales, they've got a 6th sense. The spidey senses are tingling, and they've gone, actually, this would be a really bad idea.
With a presence in Garage here, this is getting more and more dangerous as time passes through. That's a recon dot. They try their best to outpace, and they'll be able to do so, but did they make any sound? In the midst of all of this, they will take contact with the turret, but will Glacier be the one to swing off the back of this? Valia sent in. Glacier just playing at the back of a site, trying their best to think small. Conceited, Fine's just kind of tired on their entry, and Clappy has been absolutely wrecked through the nerves by the Tesla coils in the bow. Conceited needs to go absolutely huge right here, but they are unable to do so. The operator survives, so too do Purdue Gray. They aren't out of this yet, and they aren't going to be relegated to that tiebreaker for the last playoff spot.
We still have not seen the divides used by either Astra. They've held on to this for almost this entire half. I don't know what they're planning on using it for, but as we hit the final round of this second map of our series, this could potentially be it for Purdue Gray. They need to win it. They have a Hunter's Fury up on Queen's Gale. That's the only thing that could possibly give them hope here. But the reality is, if they're caught out by it, they're going to be really up a very certain creek without a paddle.
A certain creek that we cannot name. I'm sure you can infer. Remember, there's no point saving in this round. If we go to overtime, ultimates are reset, everyone gets 5k. Everything on the table. As they would say in poker, all in.
We're approaching all in from these sides, and I mean, Purdue Gray, this is... I just don't know. These last couple of rounds, sure, they've been won, but they've been so scrappy, they've been so messy. It's so hard to see who could be able to take the lead off the back of this.
In overtime, the dub's all that matters, Crema.
Swarm grenade out.
We pop the swarm grenade. Touch of damage done to the toes, just nibbling away at the toes of the Rainer. And Glacier's feeling a little bit of sweat on C, and so they call in the jet for reinforcement, but Clappy is moving elsewhere. Rotating counter.
They've left the A site almost entirely.
This could be pretty easily claimed. If they can save the Cosmic Divide for a post plant on A, that changes the entire dynamic of this game. But look at how much space they're already claiming. They're moving up towards B while the spike is going over towards A. Clappy's got himself a nice little cubby here, and that could spell the doom of Phoenix.
The The patience from Clappy. This is just what he needs. This is going to be a free sight. Queen's Gales. This is just what they needed.
Clappy actually goes to move on forward. That's so aggressive. They've revealed their position. The jig is up. An attempt to stop the plant. And it is going to be successful for now. A-Zone just tempers out these shots one after the other, but isn't able to do too much damage. The plant's going to be guaranteed. Surely the Cosmic Divide needs to come up now. Cut off heaven, cut off hell. Make sure that celestial beings have no place in this retake. Queen's Gales can guarantee their playoffs right here. That's an interesting pair right here that just bisects again and again the site. It's been taken into slices, but who will slice better? Fate manages to cut on through so many defenders, and Charcoal falls down after claiming two for themselves. Kato can move on through. They try to spam into this. Fate falls on down. A 1 versus 1. Yonka needs to get it done, but time's not on their side. So too does the Cosmic Divide fall, and Kato claims the final man. Queen's Gales are guaranteed playoffs, and Purdue Grey are doomed to gladiatorial combat.
My God, that was a very, very close way to end it. And credit where credit is due to Purdue Grey for making that such a contentious game. Bear in mind how kind of shaky they were over in a sense. They definitely recovered when they moved to Haven. What a game that was, and credit where credit is due to Queen's Gales, who are going to move into our playoff bracket.
A clean match to finish off their run in the group stage, which I think it's fair to say has been tumultuous. Kremer, maybe that little bit of confidence that they need to go into playoffs. They're not going to have the best seed. I think they're going to be playing a tiebreaker for 5th, 6th, 7th. But it's better than having to play to get in at all, which is unfortunately the fate that Purdue are relegated to at the moment. They're going to be playing tiebreakers for the 8th seed. So they're not guaranteed playoffs. They have to continue to put their lives on the line. They have to continue to perform to even get to the next stage of competition.
Absolutely right. We'll have to see how they can fare in the next coming games. So, however, that's all from me and Harry for our regulation cast. I don't know if we'll be doing playoffs. Maybe we'll be doing playoffs. I hope so.
We're so fired, man.
We're so far. There's no way they're hiring us again. We're out of here. However, I hope you guys all have a wonderful evening. The next cast is on, way more talented than us, so you can look forward to that. But until then, see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Good evening, NECC. If you can look behind me, the lights are going crazy because it's a party. Both the teams we have playing tonight have managed to make it into playoffs. That means that both Clark Red and SNH Yellow are both going, and they're going to be playing for seeding today.
That is probably one of the best intros I have ever seen. That was so clean. Do you know what? Let's everybody appreciate that. Let's everyone appreciate that.
Thank you.
That was just perfect. But yes, we are going to see some seeding today, which means we might see some funky plays, see some crazy strats. I'm excited for that. I think the best R6 game I have ever witnessed was between TSM and OXG, and when they had nothing to play for, it was a best of 3. Best game ever, but point is, we're casting Valorant today. The two teams that we have SNHU Yellow and, of course, Clark University Red. Two teams that, well, have very different seasons. You look towards that top of the leaderboard, Clark University Red, they have went 6-1 this season. And, well, out of the 16 maps that they've played, they've only dropped 4. So that's a 25%, well, a 75% win rate, I should say, rather than a 25% loss rate. That's
what a positive way to look at things.
Yeah, that's an absolutely unreal statistic if you're Clark University Red. And then, well, you look towards SNHU, Penman Yellow, 4-3 record so far. The only scores that they've had when they've been losing is 2 O's. It's not even been 2 1s. It's not even been close. It's been 2 O's here, Binks, which for me is worrying.
It is. I'm a bit concerned about how this game will go, but we haven't seen these two teams go against each other before, and we actually don't have exact statistics on which of those that bottom 25% which maps were lost. So this map ban phase could be absolutely huge. And as we can see now below us, luckily Fracture, Ascent, as well as Bind, I think these ones will really be able to shape up, and they are going to be changing things up. But what comes after the map selection? That's right, we have agents that we have to get through.
Yeah, without a doubt. And well, Fracture, obviously, a bit of a curveball, trying to maybe throw off balance Clark Red, but well, Clark Red let it through the map pool. If it was an immediate ban, then we wouldn't be seeing it right now. So which says to me, Binks, that maybe we might be seeing some competent strategy, some good stuff. And one thing I like straight away, the defenders, they're picking up Omen for those quick rotates, considering how, well, Fracture can be, and it's kind of disjointed style of map.
It's quite interesting. We haven't seen something like it in quite a while, where as if we were to look at Breach has seen a lot of consistency on Fracture, where he is just blatantly overpowered in my personal opinion, just because of how much he can dominate and look through the walls. If we look at Omen, those smokes can do the exact same thing. If we look over at the Killjoy, she can set things up just to cover enough. There's so many different lineups on this map are still being explored that I'm interested to see exactly how things will lock up.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I like the fact that we do see the Sova coming again on the side of the defenders, which, if I remember correctly, it is actually Clark Red. Well, I'm interested to see exactly how things are going to go all in all. Yep, Killjoy on either side. I mean, it's almost... No, it's not. I was about to say it's almost a mirror comp, but it's not. The fact that there's only one duelist on the side of Clark Red, which is that Reyna. And when I look at over the side of SNHU, they've went for double duelist. They've even got a Killjoy to lock things down, and obviously the Astra for smokes. Viper helping out on the smokes department. I mean, realistically, they're really hinging a lot on this one Omen that is Clark Red.
Yep, as we hop into the game, first round about to be underway. This is probably one of the calmest you'll see Valorant, in my opinion. As you know, I come from Siege. We have a lot of downtime.
Yeah.
So this is where I'm like getting my water ready. I'm like 30 seconds. I can roll my shoulders back. But for us rolling our shoulders back, this is our relaxing time. It's the complete opposite for the teams. This is where strategy is coming in. Astra, we forgot to mention her. She's going to be a huge factor coming into this game, because without her, there's not going to be that ability to rotate, and she can pick up that dispersible utility where it's just there. And as long as you see her star on the ground, it's a threat, and she can still pick that star up and throw it somewhere else. And personally, I think that's crazy, but the action is now underway. And as you can see, Sopadart coming out and Wardian.
Here we already are in. Maybe a bait in towards the A site. The Omen already thinking about rotating because of maybe that Astral Star. And already utility coming out. Omen smoking out in towards this B area. Obviously those kind of that ramp / stairs. Probably just trying to deny lines of sight, make sure that people walk in blind here, Binks. And I can imagine Execute's coming through after that layer coming in from the Reyna. Yes, Dickard picking up Kyoya. And look, already, this I thought the site was completely still in favour of the defenders, but no, it's not.
That was a bait and switch. I thought for sure, like, oh, he's got the Reyna for backup now. But no, we've been an absolute blatant switch. Sky already off the board. It's going to be the Reyna also coming up, taking off their duo Dickard counterpart, but now Plant is going down. They're gonna have to push up, looking for a second, able to line up the shots. That's 2 for the Reyna. Clark University Red have a good foothold on this, but there's not much time to make things work.
Yeah, certainly not going to push through and try and attack the people who are just trying to play this Overwatch position, try and deny probably the defuse. Yes, picking up 1, but Jean, he's picked up 3 on the round. It's all down to Godel. Can he clutch up? Yes, he can, but no, he gets killed. But do they have time? Does the defuse work? It doesn't look like the bomb gets closer and closer, and it goes! A great clutch from Godel, able to deny by killing the diffuser on the spike, and the first round goes towards SNHU Penman Yellow.
I have to mention that 4K. Shang just pushed right into that site and took it. They played it so key, but in the end, this is why it's not about every single frag. It's about the impactful frags. If you're able to time it properly, and it is that single shot that forced the Reyna off of the spike, off of that defuse. And that's the biggest difference. That is the difference maker in a round. It's being able to play that key utility. We saw it in abundance that round. And now you saw the full buy coming on the side of SNHU, which makes this round almost a given for them as they have such a major advantage in firepower.
Yeah, exactly. Almost considered to basically win this round just because they'll have such an economy advantage. And yes, already look at this. Derek doesn't even have a chance to kill Joy. Well, that dog coming out from Hagrid, trying to maybe like get a little bit of information, maybe get a sneak peek into sight, but it will be for almost nothing. I don't necessarily agree with the fact that they're using utility here, but at the end of the day, they will have full buys in the next round. Forbidden trying to come up from behind, but Suka is able to react. Dicker taking out Kyoya, and look at this, it's all down to Hagrid. Flawless from the side of SNHU Penman, which will be extremely good coming into the next round because they'll all have those SMGs in pocket here, Binks.
It's true. Like they don't have to do much. It was a bit of a crazy buy previously. They're going to be at a bit of a disadvantage. I actually want to highlight that push because I don't know if anyone noticed, but it was the exact same as last time. The same way it caught us off guard. The first one, we're like, oh wait, they have the site. Fracture is interesting. As you see, they're going underneath the map, which allows them to push from 2 different points. It makes it very challenging for defenders, but if they are able to get a foothold on either site, then that's where you start to see the defender mentality more step up. And now, exact same mentality, this time going back towards that B site. They have to make sure that most of the defenders don't get too aware of what's going on, as the attacker killjoy, not the defender, will already be activated. And the cool thing about this is, look at how blatantly overpowered this is. It covers the entire site because the lockdown was placed underneath the site, leaving, although they have 0 players, this is a guaranteed site clear. Very well played by the killjoy.
It certainly is, and well, look at this. They're actually able to get the entry frag. Jan trying to make the, well, I guess the initial frag, the initial trade, and well, look at this. It looks as if Clark University Red can do so, though. Taken off guard by Godel. Derek gets the refrag. Dickard all the way from the back, able to get a lovely shot on towards Forbidden. And already they're baiting with the defuse. They've tapped it, but will the swing come through? Already vulnerable, but no, Dickard can't get the frag. And now they're going to focus on the defuse, but oh! Drago just so unlucky with the spray transfer, just misses out, and Kyoya, well, he escapes with a slither of HP. Binks, what is this game?
It's all coming down to the wire. I already told you that 30 seconds at the start was where we could roll our shoulders, and after that it goes, and you cannot stop it, because this is Valorant, man. I don't know how else to explain it. We saw first the ult from, I believe that was Godel, very well played. It's just the collapse that came afterwards. If you're gonna go for that ult and know that everything is clear, you want to make sure that each and every single one of your players on the side of SNHU are in a position to now choke out. You know exactly where the defenders can be because you know where they aren't, right? That's such a big area. You know exactly where they're going to have to come from. You set up for your cross angles there, and that's how you win the round. You don't want to be leaving it to a scenario where you let them to the spike and playing for that last second defuse.
Yes, certainly. And well, something we need to note about this round, this is basically almost an SNHU round if you consider the fact that, well, all but one on the side of Clark University Red are on pistols. They only have one rifle in the hands, and I believe it is in the hands of that Reyna. Already we see Kyoya get shut down, the spike getting initiated. Yes, there we go. Time is now in favour of the attackers.
This is tough. This is where the econ comes in. You don't see this in a lot of other games where they can consistently have their gun kit, no difference. Depending on your agent, you have different econ, and that's exactly what they're going to make work. Zhang going to be able to find 2 huge picks, looking for a third. He knows where his opponent discharge is. Meanwhile, defuse will be faked. Empress from Dickard is available. He will have to play with it and in an attempt to combat his foe, but the defuse being stuck, there's nothing the Reyna can do. Swing out, we'll find one, but there's the thrifty Dickard not even able to find the Omen. Pepper, what's going on? It's a game of peekaboo.
Game of cat and mouse, but somehow Clark University Red clawed that round back, even though 4 of them on pistols. What? How does that even happen? How do you allow that to happen? The Reyna could have swung at any time, and maybe just a bit too hesitant, a bit too cautious, which now leaves SNHU in a rough position, because they're up against 5 rifles, and they're actually forcing into this round to keep up with their opponents. 4 rifles and 1 Spectre, and if they lose this round, their economy could be in tatters.
I like this mentality of the all 5. They're not going for the split, which I'm not as much of a fan of, because I believe it allows for the site take to be that much more proficient. But in this case, they got the pick. They have the gun for the rifle, which does balance things out. It's like you said, this is a force buy. In other words, if they don't get this round here, then the next round, they're basically going to be throwing it away. It's a matter of choosing your battles, and they're choosing to make their stand now as they all collectively rotate towards this B site. Once again, I have to emphasize that this is for them going against everyone from not even a split angle. They're just completely going for it. Sova Dart should even be able to spot out many of these players if positioned properly.
Yep, I imagine. Oh no, no.
Oh no.
They didn't even need to shoot the drone. But now the fact that they've shot the drone, that gives away the fact that there should be a rotate coming soon from these defenders. The Omen kind of lurking over towards that. I think it's down towards the sandy
30
area.
seconds left.
Not too sure if he is actually going to rotate, but maybe no. Look at this. It's a full bait. It's a full bait. They're walking through, and yes, they are able to pick up the Omen on towards A gate. And now, look at this. The defenders are scrambling. They don't know where to go. They've split up. Derek, though, he can't even react. Godel's able to get the spike through on towards site. Initiated. Drago taking down Jean, the key player. And no, this. Finally, sorry, I panicked because I didn't see the progress bar. The spike is planted, but it's Hagrid to take out Suka. Kyoya has slowed things down. Going to try and get some sort of information, but already we are seeing a Cosmic Divide coming out. I believe that was from the attackers. Yes, it was. Kyoya with a lovely shot there. Brings out the shock darts and to do some minimal damage. The flash coming out, but actually team flashes here. Things get worse here for the retake, but can they finally pick up this Viper? Yes, and now it's all up to the Astra that gets taken out, and the defenders, well, they make the retake work, they make it count. The defuse coming out, almost a work there from the bait, or the double bait I should say, from SNHU, and finally we see the round go in favour of Clark University Red.
Clark Red has really shown proficiency in the 3 rounds of being able to just completely dismantle a setup on site. Even on that first one where they weren't exactly able to get it due to time management, they've done an absolute phenomenal job thus far. I want to highlight something though. SNHU on their push, they did a phenomenal job, and they're going for it again as they are pushing through dishes. This exact push onto A, but Forbidden having one, Zhang finding one as well. That's exactly how you want to shut it down when you know exactly how they pushed every single time. I talked about Clark's University Reds' ability to shut down a push after it's happened, but it looks like they've already denied it this time.
Yeah, certainly seems like it already. This is Valorant. Crazy things can happen. Freebies can be given already. Look at this. Look at the patience. Look at the maturity on Clark University Red. Look how they don't even want to peek. Already SNHU are trying to meet up, trying to go for that kind of death ball style here, Binks. I mean, you already spoke about how much you like teams play it in unison.
No, I thought that was the other one. I thought they were in there. I'm like, there's no way. There's no way.
But it looks like all focus has been put on towards B as they do slowly move up. Kyoya, the first line of resistance, the Sova, up high, vertical, but Godo's going to be the first one to react. Who's going to swing it? Oh, all three swing at the same time. Kyoya knows exactly where they all are, and well, already the rotate coming through, the only utility of the smoke, and here comes the Empress, here comes the push, 25 seconds to make it count. They picked up one, they picked up the Sova, but one lies in wait, one lies in luck, and it is that Sky. No one's picked him up yet, and finally swings, shuts down that Empress, shuts down the ultimate, and well, there's two players who have the spike down. Will they make it work? One rifle shut down, all down to one. It's down to the Killjoy, all down to this last remaining player. And just like that, absolute class from Clark University Red as they make it work. They play with such maturity, play with such patience, not deciding to peek anything here, Banks. Just playing it slow.
It was cold and calculated. I have to say that part. We saw the two initial picks right off the rip, but it just exploded after that. I have to account for the fact that they did lose two. They made a very good attempt. I was expecting to see the lockdown. They had the entire basement, or not basement, sewers, I guess we can call it. They had the ult put there. That would have completely locked down the site for them.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, it could have worked.
So I'm confused there. There's a lot of things that could have happened.
Yeah.
But now they have this round. They knew that it was a hard retake. I believe using the Empress was the right bet there. Just unfortunate that they weren't able to spot out WSB Hybrid.
Yeah, I mean, already we're seeing a kind of hint towards what site's going to be. They know that, well, where the spike's going to be. That Viper utility just completely confirms it. Looks like the Hunter's Fury is going to come out. I think there was one ping there. No, there wasn't. Gaining absolutely nothing off that. And well, like that, we are now in a post-plant situation. But can SNHU win it?
This could be absolutely huge if they are able to get this retake, but we will have to take in a lot of variables. Still, all 10 players alive. Viper wall completely dividing. This will prompt the Killjoy to go for the lockdown. This is on the defender's side. Zhang going to be able to find one right after on that refrag. Great dualmanship, as Koya will be able to work well with Dietrich to be able to go for it. But look at this, the timer's already up. There's no chance for any of these defenders to go for it, as that time management has once again been the demise.
Oh, look at that though. That's two dying to the spike. That's two rifles lost, and one, well, I guess two... Sorry, one lost to the Viper Molotov, the area denial utility. There's a little bit more eco towards SNHU, and well, they make it work on what was looking like a thrifty round. Maybe it wasn't a thrifty round, maybe just a little bit less of a buy, but right now we're both on equal standing here. Well, we look towards SNHU. If they lose this, they have to go back to an eco and go through that cycle, but all in all, Clark Red, they are feeling pretty comfortable right now. And now, we'll need to see how these two interact with the fact they're both on equal foot for this round.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. So what you saw there, he gets the information. If you looked on the mini-map, sometimes you can see exactly when that information is given. And the mini-map will often show stuff that you might not even realize is there, which is what makes the mini-map such a important, versatile tool, especially in Valorant. But as soon as you see 3, I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to win that one out. You got to live to see another day. Forbidden, you have to eliminate the Jet. Great early and opening pick. And they sort of started to read into this. The Viper Wall being down, the possible split push, and a flood on the site. And look, that's only one player of the Sova still waiting on B, just listening.
Yep. This is it. Looks like we are going back towards B site, but it's worked the most for them. Entry frag obviously in favour of the defenders, we can see that clearly. And look at this, we are seeing one player, and it's the player that you want to see go below into that sewers area that you talked about before. The attacker Killjoy does get initiated, which means that the push should be going in towards B. Looks as if it's going to be split up, but surely they need to execute soon. Surely they need to go now because, well, the attacker Killjoy is up. Here comes the Viper's Pit as well. A lot of commitment into this round. And, well, Clark University Red, they're already going for the retake. They're already making things a little bit difficult. The spike's planted and the kills are coming through. 3 each on either side. Now, it looks like the doggo is going to go through in towards site, gain information and actually gain a kill. Evilly actually getting taken out there. Dickard taking out Hagrid. And now it's 2 versus 2. Godo has been found out. Jan actually being kept out. Gate kept by the Nanostorm. Dickard all the way outside playing this post-plant scenario. Godo has finally started to get aggressive, started to walk through. He does a nice little spray transfer. Now only one remains, it is Derek, and he needs to win this fight soon. He needs to win it or else it'll become too late. It's already become too late as Godo swings and puts him back to the spawn.
And it's, oh, did he did. He escaped the spike. That already is a difference maker. In my personal book, that's already a difference maker. Although they have the econ, you can see it. Look at this, 4-4. There's such a different spread. Both of these teams, if they were to go down by 2 rounds right now, they're going to be in absolute crumbles. This is such a fine line that is so rarely seen. You're not often able to see exactly what your enemy's econ is looking like. But look, on the side of Clark University Red, we see a partial buy. They are looking to already start saving, and there's still no ults even on the board.
Yeah, that really is interesting, the kind of reset of the ultimate economy. Obviously, it's not a complete reset as well. There is probably some points it's where already, look at this, the Viper utility gives away where the push is going to come from. Seems to be B that's just consistently working out for SNHU Yellow, and oh my god, do they make it work. 2 entry frags just like that, just like a click of a finger. And the Omen being kept out by that Viper's Wall will finally actually get lines of sight in, but can't even see anybody's. They're all positioned up in key positions here, Banks.
I love this site for this one reason, this absolute stalemate. You have a wall that you set up as the defenders. Now, I'm not only talking about that Viper wall. You have a wall that completely locks you out in some cases, and it does look like they're going to be going for a 3-man saver. Or this does look to be a save, because at this point there's no chance of them making it back to site, as all the defenders will now begin to flood away. You notice the stalemate there, right? Cairo, they had the wall. There's no way for them to push up. They get the 1 pick. That's what they can work off of. But when there's only 3 of them remaining, no Lears remaining, what are they expected to do? Yeah. They can't do much.
It really is a really interesting conundrum that you have to kind of crack, and now it's like a kind of eco, I don't know, have you ever seen a Newton's Cradle? It's just going left to right consistently. And right now, it's all in favour of SNHU. If they win this round and they get a complete wipe of Clark University Red, they go eco now. It's just topsy-turvy at this moment. Fracture really is starting to become a bit of a spectacle between these 2 teams, and already the death ball has begun. And it's Jan to actually try and contest. But why would you even bother? It's called a death ball for a reason.
They gotta play for the frag there, or play for their life. Going for that 1 pick will not really matter unless you're able to line multiple them up. Spraying through the wall, intel is good. Tuska is going to be able to find 1. Draco also to add on to that. Now, Spike planted with only 2 defenders remaining. You know, the Sky will be able to find 1. They're going to be attempting their retake. They have time to work with, and that will be another kill favoring the defenders. Forbidden coming up absolutely huge.
Yep, certainly does, and well, Will they make the retake work here? Trying to push through, trying to see exactly what there is to gain. Do we have a bit of a feed freeze though, sorry. So I don't know exactly what is happening, if there has been a save or if there has been some sort of, I don't know,
All right, it's bedtime. It's bedtime, Kyle. We have no way of knowing. So it means it's time for us to take a quick bet. I want to say, oh, we already know. Never mind.
I honestly see it first. I thought you said bedtime, and I was like looking at my clock. I was like, well, it is 1:45 for me right now. I could go to my bed.
Yeah, I love whenever I'm on NECC. Oh, you know what? I can actually say this because I'm not able to see much right now. But every time I'm on NECC, I always like to make my Canadian jokes. I get a quick call, say, hey, you want to cast Valorant? And I say yes, of course. But I'm not gonna lie, Kyra, I was about to go see a hockey game.
Hockey game?
I was just about to, I was getting ready to go meet some friends. I told her, okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm gonna have to meet you at the rink, and we'll make that one work.
Well, from what I could hear, there has been somewhat of a gunfight. Don't know who won. Do see some Omen ultimate or Omen utility, I should say, coming across. Oh, but look at this! An attacker Killjoy has been committed, and 3 players are dead. So this is really interesting to see exactly what's happening. Forbidden has decided to try and maybe take some players off guard. Godell looking for Kyoya. Finally Forbidden gets taken out. And I can imagine this is going to be all but over as Kyoya looks for some exit frags. But the Hunters, they're out hunting the Hunter. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe Kyoya can actually get a nice little kill, but Dickard from behind finally takes him out. I should have, do you know what? I was going to say, I should have used the Hunter becomes the hunted. That was a total waste.
Oh, why'd you say something? You could have used it next time.
Do you know what? That's right.
Just put a sticky note, like a big sticky note. Just say phrases for next time. You stick that right on there and you're all set. It is worth mentioning, however, that we did see that was a save round. We now see on the side of Color Red University Red, they have the op, which I don't know how proficient that's going to be, especially considering the way things play here on Fracture, but I am clearly wrong. He'll prove me wrong. Recon Dart even being deployed, and he's going to be able to rotate back. I forgot about this long angle and how potent this operator can be. The funny thing is, had he ulted there, if that Recon Bolt even got one single ping, that would have been a free Hunter's Fury. Meanwhile, Drago would be able to find Hagrid.
Yep, the Giant is down. But, well, it seems as if they're baiting with the Viper utility. But something that I like is they didn't leave the Viper to go off by herself. They moved with her. So therefore, if anything was to go wrong, they were already there and waiting. Killjoy actually lurking right next to that door. Onto the pathway onto A. You see the outline to your left there, but will anybody get taken off guard as the door open? No, it's not. Look at this. Derek, so close. He will hear that. Yes, he will. We certainly hear it now. But no one's actually reacting. And no, look, he's actually got utility there. If he activates that grenade, that nano swarm, he could potentially do some damage, but it doesn't seem to be the case. As Derek's actually going to swing all the way out. There was Drago there. Can he pick up the frag? No, Forbidden's there to act as the refrag, but rather just get the frag itself. Using the ultimate to actually gain some information, commits to it, but finally gets taken out by Dickard. That was so close, but didn't commit. Up to Dickard now, all up to Reyna to crush. Look how low the Killjoy is. Look how low Derek is, not wanting to commit. 2 HP and a Dream Lear goes out. Dickard going elsewhere, they're both so low. Oh my god, do they realise how close they are? Do they realise how close they are to death? Dickard just playing a passive angle, waiting for Derek to come to him! A clutch from Dickard, a 3k from the Reyna, using the dismiss, and finally gets taken out by the spike. 8-4 from SNHU Penman. Would have never thought this was the case when Clark University Red was up 4-2. But well, the sides have flipped now.
Look at that rounds. We can see the entirety of the scoreboard right now. Dickard obviously coming up huge, followed up by Godell. Jean, 11-9. But I have to highlight, look at the round differential. 2, 4, and then isn't that 6? Is that 6 rounds in a row?
I think is it not 8 rounds in a row? Oh no, it was 6. Sorry, we've got.
It was 6. It was 6.
Observer, yeah, telling us exactly what's
It
wrong.
was 6 rounds in a row.
I'm Scottish, man.
You
I
can
can't
see. Well, it's here in Canada. We say it's okay, and I'm sorry about bringing that subject up. Regardless, we see a nice little switch, and this is our calming pistol round, where you can see either the most boring of spectacles or some of the biggest plays, like we saw in the very first round of this game, where the denial came up huge.
Yeah, that's it, man. I mean, right now, it seems as if Clark University Red are taking a very Gambit-esque approach, where they're just kind of taking their time, just kind of feel for how their opponent's going to work, and already we are seeing 2 frags, one of either side of each team, getting taken out. And, well, I'd probably say, arguably, the one for the attackers, the frag that gets taken out, the Sova. I mean, that's probably bigger, because you think about it from this perspective, that's your information gone. They do have a Sky to help out, and already one player going to get found out. That is the Jet of Suka. There's a trade already occurred as well. Suka makes things work even more, and now it's all up to the 2 players that are trying to push them, out, and while they push them out, they don't gain the frag. The Jet is below on low HP. No one get picked up just yet. Not before Suka does a massive amount of damage. They need to get the spike down soon. The only time it's going to go down, though, is onto the floor.
Gonna have to come up huge here. Not even able to find one. Everly coming up huge with a 3K on the Viper. And that's always tough. You know that, especially on Viper, where I believe that in most good Viper scenarios, you'd only get the wall, maybe 1 snake bite. You want to play more for that eco. Also, since she had the ghost and that she picked it up. Very smart plays. And now, once again, on defense, almost a complete mimic of what we saw in the previous half. All the players on SNHU, full armor, except for Dickard, which is the Reyna. The reason why that's acceptable, the moment they get a kill, they just overheal right back up to 50. So smart econ choice. But now, challenging up, blind will come out. Wall is already up, and look at this. They have the wall. The information is there, and there's the spray from Dacro. Godel also going to be able to stack up onto that. And just like that, the entire attack has already been dismantled.
I was wondering what the Reyna was doing. They're trying to sneak through. This just gets caught out. I don't know what the decision-making process there was, but right now the decision-making process right now is to meet up and go together. The Omen trying to meet up with the Sovas while they're at a drop. The Smoke only denying the location, and the only person to react is the Viper. But remember, they do have a Spectre, they do have an SMG, so they have a bit of a bonus, a bit of a better economy. Drago will manage to take out Kulia. There we go, Forbidden also getting taken out. Flawless in favour of SNHU as well. And we do have a timeout coming in Clark University Red, which, with the way things are going, 8 rounds in a row now. Finally, I'm right. But nonetheless, SNHU has all been in favour of them.
That's true. If you're in the shoes of Clark Red right now,
yeah, you
gotta shake it up. Whether that means the 5-man rush, the split push that they were doing, and it's so tough because you're betting everything. You're putting all your eggs in one basket by doing that, and it's exactly what you need to look for. You need to find that mentality, find that extra push, and push your way right on through. And a minute can be exactly what you need. And oh my goodness, what are those?
That's a Poro. It's a Poro and a bear. Do you watch League? Do you like listen to League? Do you like interact with that universe? That's a Poro.
Only to make conversation.
Poros are really cute things in the universe of League, which just want to hug sometimes. And now it makes me want to hug a wee Poro.
Oh, I wish I could help you out with that. Here in Canada, we just say, well, I guess that sucks, or you boot that. I'm gonna go hug my polar bear now.
This is the best casting interaction I've ever had. This is unreal. Chief, I have a new favourite North American. Apologies, mate. Sorry.
Oh, that's a Twitter clip. Clip it, send it to me. That's going on Twitter. I made it, guys. You know I made it big.
We need to get Binks in EU, get Binks in EU. But right now, we're trying to get Clark University Red onto site. Gonna pick up a free ulti point, and well, they're just waiting for things to happen. Look how close Drago is. He's already placed one of the Astral Stars to try and help him out. Maybe he might put down a gravity well to try and pull someone close to him. No one near, and well, looks like the decision has been made. All the attackers moving towards A. They put through lots of utility, a Lear, and well, I believe that is a Sova Dart, but no one's fallen to it. Drago swings, but gets taken out. Remember that, well, SNHU are on less of an equal because they all have SMGs, but the retake needs to come through soon. And well, in terms of utility, you only, I was about to say, have a Viper to help out Sound, but it's all about Jean right now. The Omen Blend comes out, the Paranoia, but that doesn't matter when you've got a flawless round. No rifles lost. That was the whole aim of SNHU for this round. They did it so well last time. This time, they can't even get one. As Clark University Red come out the huddle, and well, they do so well.
That's now 8 consecutive rounds that did go the way of SNHU Yellow. They played that phenomenal, in my opinion. That's a very solid 8 rounds. But now this is where it comes down. This is crunch time. This round right here, if they lose this and they don't, they're not going to have the money for the next round. It's going to be a budget buy. It's going to be either force. You get into a whole yucky situation.
Oh yeah.
We have the uprising of Clark Red. You got to shut it down right now. If you're an SNHU fan, you are screaming at your monitor, at your TV, saying shut them down right here and now. And this is where we see it happen.
I like that. The uprising of Clark University Red. The Red Revolution, you could call it. I'm not. I don't know if I should say that. I mean, probably someone will get angry who's into the politics. But right now, it already seems as if, well, I guess I could say the green attack is coming through. But no, as I say, that Jean gains complete control of B, and the Sky is waiting for the goal ahead to come through into sight. Walking cautiously, Jean is not absolutely thumping about in towards this B site, holding angles, making sure to shut things down, and Godel, the man to try and do the retake, waiting for Averley to come through and help this one out. Doesn't look as if it's going to happen, as both players are really disjointed, and already a flash coming out to Godel. Really isolated here, but can they even get one?
They got to get at least one pick. They have to try to dent the econ as much as they can. As much as the save might feel like the right choice, Averly finding one, going to be able to spot out 2 players, not able to land any of them. Timer still ticking down. Godel, now the last remaining player on SNHU, swinging left, swinging right. And this is the point where it becomes a fright. They have to rotate back, hoping to save their utility for the next round. Very well played from Clark, and every single player will remain alive for the dying seconds of the round.
Yep, that is it. All 5 players remaining. 1 on the side of SNHU, which will keep that rifle in hand. And, well, 4 on the side of Clark, who are really starting to build something of an economy now. As well, that's 4 players on at least 4.7. That's at least 1 by each. And obviously, they get extra credits per round. Things are looking good for Clark Red right now. SNHU are again forcing into this. This is somewhat of deja vu of last time here. Difference being, as well, SNHU don't have as good as a rifle kind of as they did last time. I don't see this working out for the defenders here. I see Clark Red winning this, and then we have to go to an eco cycle for SNHU. But whether that happens again is a different story. Things can get crazy in Valorant, and already we are seeing the Viper lurk. Look at this. Oh no. That doesn't even get a shot off. Doesn't even get a shot off. Too quick on the trigger. But Godel will take down the Omen.
Very, very smart play. Now, oh, what?
I was so close.
Oh, 5 health in a dream. That hurts. That was such a beautiful shot with the Sheriff. And you felt that only to get healed all the way back up. And that, my friends, is exactly why you take a healer. Because this could be the difference maker. Not to mention Sky with their Seekers. We have 2 ults popped right away. They want to stop this push before it even has a chance to get any... Or so they want to have this push before there's any chance for any denial. Koya can be able to find Draco. Meanwhile, 3 defenders remaining, make that 2. Suka gonna be able to find a quick refrag onto the sky. Reyna Empress is still in effect. Swinging around, will be able to find 1, and that means they can pop the ult orb and just easily, I mean the soul orb, pardon my words, just play with absolute ease. Not to mention that elevated fire rate makes it so easy to clap that head. Now 7 to 10 as that round differential shrinks down to 3.
I'm going to be honest, coming into this game, I was thinking to myself, let me get out my notes, sorry. It's Jan Gorkosha. I was thinking to myself, this man is going to be absolutely impossible to pronounce for this full game. I'm just going to call him Jan. And well, right now, all I've been seeing is Jan, because this man has been popping off 18 and 11. Thank God I decided to shorten your name, my man, because if I had to shout that name consistently throughout this match, I would probably have a really sore head, because I'd have to think. I'm shouty boy, I'm Scottish, I don't necessarily think too much, Binks, and right now, well, it looks like SNHU will need to think as Forbidden has picked up Suka.
This is... I haven't seen too much of Fracture, but I haven't seen this Viper ult, but that is such a strong defensive position, because tell me how you take that proficiently. You're going to be spraying pre-firing, and the moment you get that pre-fire wrong, there's no option. And look, you're literally leaving the Viper right on A. No other option. Now a Defender Killjoy being activated. Yep. I believe this Hunter Fury should be able to destroy that lockdown. There you go. Very smart play. This is something that's become a lot more prevalent recently in the Valorant community. The ability for different characters' utility to destroy others. For example, Breach in many cases has been known to be another kryptonite of Killjoy because of his ability to just blast right through the walls. Meanwhile, I'm really going to be able to find Forbidden, as it looks like the uprising might be coming to an end.
30 seconds
Certainly
left.
does. Certainly looks as if the economy could be taking a little bit of a oh, do you know, I'm not even going to talk here because I can't speak as Godel does take out Gyoya. Hagrid, left all on his lonesome with this spike, decides to take a bit of a detour here. Can he maybe catch one off guard? It is Drago who's closest. He's going to go up, and he's coming up the ramp right now. The Reyna looking over Dickard. Can he pick up this? Pick up the sky. Taking his time, and finally we are seeing a save come out. I don't necessarily think that was the right decision, considering how much economy Clark Red has. May as well give it a go, take away some rifles from SNHU, but no, that's not the case. We do go for a reset. SNHU gain an extra round.
That works really well for SNHU. That comes at a perfect time. But the econ on the side of Clark University is not in a moment of peril where they're like, oh crap, what are we gonna do? It's to the point where even with their current econ, they can lose another round and be able to buy. Oh yeah, be able to buy. They're not in an opportune position, but it could be much worse. And I believe that's how they have to continue to look at this round and not play scared that I can't lose this rifle. And if they are able to properly play to that and win their gunfights without the other opponents even being able to notice, then that is exactly what they will need. Altorp being collected by the Sova Okoye. Meanwhile, Zhang will be able to collect onto Drago, as Sight seems to have already fallen a Sight within the first minute. Now in the rightful hands of Clark Red, plant being attempted, and it will be left up to the Killjoy Reyna, as well as Jet of SNHU.
Certainly shall. 3 players remain. Well, they're pretty good at shooting him. Well, look at this. One of the Clark Red hit squads gets taken out as well. That's almost how they've been playing with their frags. Utility being used by the Sova. Doesn't even damage one person. The Lear coming out. And, well, that will help them move forward into sight to gain control of, well, what looks to be very barren sight right now. But no, it's very much a mistake.
Do they know?
Yes, they do. They do, as the Reyna comes off and all of them come down like sharks on their prey to pick up the last remaining player. 8 and 11 the score has become, and well, a gap of what I believe was almost 6 rounds is now all the way down to 3, halved entirely.
This is just absolutely unbelievable to me. On the side of SNHU, This is their final chance to make a stand. They need this round. They need the econ from this round as they are going for an absolute full buy. You can see how their pockets are empty. I'll say that. They got chump change, to say the least. They'd have to go for a pistol save round. And at this point, they're scratching at match point. At which point, that's another battle that will happen another day.
Yep, certainly. I mean, the thing is, though, they lose this round, then they go into pistols, and then I think it ends up being 11-10 by the next time they're on their next rifle round. With that being the case, that really allows Clark University to get onto match point for free if they lose that rifle round, and then, well, things get worrying. But right now, things are worrying indeed for SNHU. They need to make this work. They only do have the Cosmic Divide, whereas you look across the board, Clark University Red, they have the Lockdown, and well, the Omen Alt, which can easily rotate and maybe catch them off guard. But right now, seems as if there is going to be the lockdown committed, yes, all the way on towards B. That's where we're going to see the action happen. And no, we're waiting for the commitment to come through, the spike to get onto site. They're certainly taking our time. They're certainly now. No, there we are. The arena is gaining control. The ultimate ult coming through and the plan coming through as well. Seems as if they're both going to start to take gunfights, but no one being dropped just yet. Time is starting to tick away as it is now in favour of these attackers. Clark University Red. We are seeing Sky pop some flashes, and there we go. Looks like the Omen Ultimate is going elsewhere. Gain that information.
I've got your trail.
Yep, here we go. Seekers to help out. Plenty of frags going in either ways. We have seen one apiece happen. Are SNHU going to be able to win out this retake? Just waiting for the information to come through. No, they're not. They're going to get absolutely demolished again. The Clark University Red hit squad is, well, pretty much spot on. Is look at that economy. Look at the way everything's going here, Binks. It is all in favour of Clark University Red.
They are lasting. They're going the mile right now. We've seen an absolute explosive take, but Clark Red, if you're going to go for a site, I would advise you to take the spike. The spike has proven numerous properties that are rather important in my opinion, such as the fact that you get more credits when you put it on the ground. Also, you're able to end the round faster and put pressure on the defenders rather than having to go to them before the timer ends. But they will nevertheless prove me wrong. Zhang getting 4 huge picks, and now he is looking for the A's as he has heard me talking about the spike and he wants none of it. Looking for the ace, it will be forbidden to pick it up. Highly unfortunate, but man, oh man, Cairo, they just love to shut me up.
Well, listen, man, we are going to go and head into a timeout, which I think is the right decision. Oh my god, I would love to speak. Decision for SNHU Penman Yellow here as we think about exactly what has been going wrong. The retakes aren't executed properly. They're not gaining the quick kind of entry frags that they need in the round, Binks. And with that being the case, they are very much at probably a pretty bad crossroads, because as I said before, they lose this, they're almost giving away match point to Clark University Red, and well, at that point they're trying to claw back for overtime, whereas right now they want to win this out and move over to match point themselves.
This is crossroads. This is an absolute crossroads in my opinion, for the simple fact that we see all of these now with defenders. They're not, it's fracture. We saw the exact same split. They got to play together. They got to just situate themselves and make that choice. If they're wrong, then they rotate together, and their routes for rotating become 3 different routes rather than just the single one if they were trapped and being choked on a site. And of course, I believe it's important to split your resources at the start of a round, but it's also a matter of being able to simply rotate where you want to in the amount of time you have.
Yes, certainly is the case. Already we're seeing a stack on towards A. Spike is just left on the ground because, well, the thing is though, Clark University Red, they're going to keep it in a safe place. They've not even made their decision as where to go, so I think that's a fair enough decision. Just kind of slow things down. Look at this though, it looks as if we are seeing SNHU get aggressive, but at what cost? They've lost out the frags, they've gave away the man advantage to Clark University Red, and well, look at this, they're already starting to look up and eye up the sumptuous prey on towards the B site.
I don't know if you use it sumptuous or scrumptious, but you know what? It does look quite scrumptious, and it's making me pretty hungry. Hungry to see if this comeback will be possible, and if we could actually see a comeback of this scale from Clark University, because that would be absolutely devastating for the mental. Spray will come out, as well as the Nanoswarm Grenade. It's just going to be able to find one, evening out the man count. Dash will actually not even be successful. Quite weird. Not sure what they got caught on in that case. But with 30 seconds, the push has almost been committed from Clark Red. But look at this, guys, already, as well as Soba has rotated sites. And in just a second, we will start to see all the players of SNHU start to reallocate their resources towards this A site. Plant will be successful as Hagrid, playing this guy up on Heaven, has a bird ready to go and blind their opponents, and it's just a matter of using it effectively. Averly waiting for their teammates. This has just been an absolute climax. Everything is about to explode. It's just a matter of when it will reach its dominant point. Bird will come out, not able to blind anyone. Shots coming out as the spray will also not be successful. Koya rotating back, knowing they can play for the post plant. Goel finding one. This could be absolutely huge.
Hunter's
he has
Fury?
no shock points, but most importantly, like Cairo said, that Hunter's Fury is being attempted.
What?
He doesn't know it. He has the ability, but no, they'll win it out.
What? What is the decision making there, Clark University Red? That was a winnable round. You could have denied it just there, and you would have completely and utterly annihilated SNHU into a really bad position. What was the decision making? Why did the Sova not pop it? Did he know? Oh
How?
my goodness, what?
I don't know if they're... Technical problem? Oh,
Sorry, can I get... Was that producer... Was it a technical pause because of the Sova? Oh no. So we have confirmation coming through. Although we were surprised, the reason why the Hunter's Fury didn't come through was because he had actually lagged out. I don't know. Can we get confirmation on what the process would be if that is the case, or do we just continue on? Oh, so we're just going again. It is a lost round here, which is completely unfortunate, Banks. 12-10 is what the score is going to be after such an unfortunate timing for things to go all wrong.
That hurts. That's when you really feel right in your gut and you feel for them. We all have those connection problems. Believe me, more than anyone, I'm always stuck on my 19 frames trying to make a dream come true with my plays in Valorant. But regardless, they still have a chance to make this one work. And I that's a true story. I will send everyone a clip of me clutching on 19 frames or using one big brain with my 19 frames per second. Regardless, Clark University Red are not out of it just yet. They have 2 rounds they can make up, and we know that they're proficient. Judging by the fact they were able to set that round up to be able to win that 1v3, and that unfortunate scenario did come through. But look at this. This is quite an interesting stalemate. We've seen a lot of these, just both these teams getting ready to reach the point where they just have to explode. First kill will come out. Dickard shutting down the gunner of Zhang. Quickly refrag by Hagrid. Averly also coming up huge with that counter refrag against Hagrid. Now Forbidden has been able to make his way to site. Plant will be initiated. And there it is. Spike down for what could be our final round on Fracture. Draco waiting for his opponent. Paranoia will come out. Koya sending in the shock bolt quite early, not able to do any damage. Defender now ultimate of lockdown will be set up, and once again Hunter's Fury used, but he is all that's left, not even able to destroy it. He'll have to spray trying to find it, but no, that's a team ace to round things off. SNHU Yellow University are going to be able to find the win on this first map here on Fracture.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate. That was basically decided on one moment of lag. And I mean, fractures all over. We could have seen OT here, Binks. That map certainly had it all in it. From comebacks to complete domination to clutches. It was all there, and what an exciting map. That last round, so unfortunate. The Sova again left the clutch up. But I mean, had left it too late with the Killjoy ultimate. But that was such a good map and so enjoyable.
We saw a lot of good plays from
Yeah.
both sides. They really were able to maneuver around the map of Fracture. I want to highlight, we saw the Killjoy ults. Those lockdowns in every single scenario that they were used came up absolutely massive for those teams. That final round, the Hunter's Fury needing to be used to destroy the lockdown. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. I'm not sure exactly what happened. It could have been a misread on what level the lockdown was placed. We also saw Zhang. He came up absolutely huge on that Reyna.
Yeah.
There was no shutting him down if you got him started. That 4K round, I remember that one like against the back of my hand, where you don't even need to play the utility at certain points. It's just quite crazy. Now I'm interested to see how it's going to change up Ascent.
I certainly agree. And I mean, another thing I wanted to highlight is how good the utility usage is on both teams when it comes to ultimates. Like you said, responding with the Hunter's Fury to shut down that lockdown. On top of that, I think another key point was to be, I remember you highlighted the Viper's pits all the way out towards, I believe it was that B kind of corridor area. And then on top of that, they actually activated the lockdown, which kind of created a scenario where they were crammed in and either had to rotate out or decide to full send it, and which, well, they didn't. They just used a Hunter's Fury. But the point is, I like the fact that there's ideas behind what they're doing. They've got an intelligent style of play from both teams. And, well, unfortunately, it is one team to win it out. But, Binks, we're not done just yet. We still have one more map. And, well, if it's anything to go off of this one, it's going to be an absolute banger. We do head to Haven. And, well, I believe... No, sorry, it's not Haven. I'm talking nonsense. It's Ascent, and it's Clark Red to pick it out. And with that being the case, hopefully Clark Red can bring it back. We're going to take a 5-minute break because, well, apparently my brain has just gone to absolute goop. So while I get my brain back together, you guys go and get a snack, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Good afternoon and welcome back to the NECC it's NECC Valorant, and I am Cairo, one of your casters, joined by the wonderful Binks. And well, we've been watching some action-packed Valorant. Binks, walk us through that first map.
Well, Fracture was one to remember. We saw everything come down to the wire, and if we're being completely honest with ourselves, it was right down to the nail. It was never. It was always close. We saw our first map of Fracture. Now we're going to be going to Ascent, but on the side of Fracture, every single round, it was either a nail biter, it could have been a flawless, but the implications of every single round we did not know.
Yeah,
we never were able to predict what was going to happen. I think that was one of the biggest takeaways, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, straight away we could like look at both teams and they were on an equal standpoint, equal footing, and it's just so unfortunate to see it was actually a bug or a bit of lag that ended up being the fact that SNHU Yellow were the winners. But don't get me wrong, it was close margins, small margins, all in all here, Binks, and I guess you could say the fact that even though it did come down to that lag, I mean, we still don't know what the result could have been, because it still could have went in favour of SNHU. They were still worthy winners.
They were. It's a tough one. It's like we can't predict it. But now, Ascent. I want to focus on one main thing here. I don't believe we've had a single agent swap.
No, I don't think we have. I think you're correct in saying that.
Why?
That's interesting. Don't know if I like that. No, we have seen it. We have seen an agent swap. Yes, we have, because there is now a Jet on the side of Clark University Red rather than a KJ.
Oh, that's true. Oh, that's a good one. I don't know if I like it though.
See, I like it, and I'll tell you why. I like seeing double duelist. I like seeing that aggressive playstyle. They've also went double duelist, double initiator, and then the Omen kind of fills for smokes, which I like. All in all, I don't think this is a bad lineup. I think this is a nice aggressive playstyle, as well as having enough control to shut down sites. But whether that is true, it's another scenario on the defense. But right now, I'd say SNHU can set up quite nicely. You think a KJ can almost shut down a site by herself, depending on how things go about. But it looks as if she's actually going to be the mid player, which is something you don't usually see from a KJ. Usually she's your site player, and you have one of your duelists on mid.
Well, you know what? Sometimes it's all about not just your ability to use your util, but that duelist mentality. Alarm bot will be placed, and there's the cover coming out from the Omen, and possibly getting spotted out from that Sova dart. This will free up a lot of room for all of these players, and that might be why, because even with that single shot that was landed by the Killjoy, Reyna of Zhang, who we've seen come up very huge in the previous game, is now already lit up all the way down to 50 health. It is Reyna, however, 1 kill, and she'll be right back up. That does mean she's easier to shut down for the time being.
Yep. Well, sometimes you said it was about duelist mentality. Sometimes it's about drive. Sometimes it's about power. But are they hungry enough to devour? We'll need to see if that is going to be the case as well. Look at this. They swing, but Suka gets taken down in response. A nice little, well, I guess, kind of the dual play style there as well. It's all up to Averly to control this site. The flash comes out, gets shot out though, down to 5 HP, and look at this. They smell blood, but they know they can't get onto Kyoya all the way inside, but trapped. All up to Forbidden now, the solo player, the Omen player. He is going to look towards Heaven. If he smashes that glass, he gives away his position. Flash comes out from the sky. He's starting to move up towards this position, trying to see if he can find Drago. That's another operator or agent swap we have seen, actually. I just noticed that there is, well, it looks as if Forbidden is going to take out Drago. I don't believe was on the sky last time, but is this time, if I remember correctly?
Godel was on the Killjoy. once again on Killjoy. We'll have to get confirmation on that later, but I'm not sure who. Dickard was on the Reyna. Averly was on the Viper.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought
which
that.
means that Draco was on the Astra.
Yeah.
Meaning that there it is.
Yep, there we go. Finally, we've pieced it together. I'm sorry for doing that, Rock, but I just really like the song. I know I'm probably the only person in the world that likes it, but anyway, there we go. Forbidden and a really bad luck, and a flurry of kills come out in favour of SNHU, and my god, it could be flawless as Hagrid walks into mid, gives away a frag to go Dylan, just like that. SNHU have won another, well, I guess another pistol and another Spectre round. They may be the kings of the pistol round here, Banks, as they've not lost a single one. And there's the Tam Kench bench.
Man, oh man, I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of the way they're able to play it. And now on the side of Clark, they have that full buy. But look at their econ. It's always this pivotal third round. 3 rounds in a row, you're in trouble. If you lose 3 consecutive rounds and the third round was your full buy, then you are playing for every single pick you can. That's where it's a gamble. It truly is. You either try to match them the second round by spending everything you got, or you go down this road. And this road is going to explode because they have the firepower advantage. They just need this utility. Wolf will come out, and there it is, able to find one. Gravity well, everyone's slowed, and all these players vulnerable. Dashing right on in. It doesn't matter because look at this flawless round. Averly coming up huge, as well as Draco on the sky. When every single player is vulnerable like that, it does not take many shots. And there is that deathly 3-0. And that will relegate each and every player on Clark University down to pistols.
Yep, not only that, that was a must-win for Clark Red here. You have to consider this, Binks, the fact that, well, you look at the economy on SNHU, look how strong that looks. Just because they won that round and were able to pick up 4 rifles. Clark University Red, now on that eco, they need to make things work. They are looking in a pretty precarious situation. Looks like Forbidden's trying to do a little bit of a rat play, and he's not even going to get a single piece of damage. But Shan, oh my god, what a nice little flick onto Drago. Good crosshair placement, and manages to take out that player. So there we go, a trade on either side, and maybe even a rifle, because, well, that makes things a little bit easier for them. The Jean was on, I believe it was the Marshall, and now
he was on the Marshall. He has the Vandal. He does, and he'll be able to push up on the site, finding a second one, blinding out Dickard. If he finds that frag, it will be huge, but nope, Dickard will come out on top. That will leave the sky of Hagrid to be able to re-pick up this same Vandal. You mentioned the rifle and how they come up huge. He'll now find his pick as this round is shaping to be a lot closer than we once anticipated. Now the remaining 2 players on the side of SNHU will have to come up huge, as Hagrid even finding a third for the round. Oh my goodness, how do you allow them to win that? And as well as the Thrifty, and correct me if I'm wrong, does that not mean that they get a nice eco boost?
We certainly do. They now are all on rifles, and when we look at either side, it's still in that bit of a rough spot. It's Clark University Red. They still are in that situation where if they lose this round, then they kind of go into that bad spot of they have to go back to an eco. Whereas you look towards SNHU, I think they just have enough to buy 1 or 2 rifles in the next round. We'll need to see, because sometimes you want to just have all rifles on the team no matter what the eco, and already it seems as if focus is on towards mids right now. Suka is already trying to peek with this operator, and remember, has a dash away if needed, but can't even get to use it. His head is taken clean off.
Man, oh man, these rounds are just evaporating before SNHU. Pushing onto the site, Averly will fall. Reyna able to quickly heal right back up thanks to that devouring soul orb. Hagrid able to find one onto Draco, now left all up to the Reyna. Dickard will quickly fall though. Derek, flawless round for Clark University Red. And this has been such a change in mentality as they're already looking to tie things up.
Well, the Red Hit Squad is back. They do look as if they're back to themselves. The squad that we saw on towards Fracture. As I said before, I did believe that they were in a bit of a bad spot. Sorry, I did believe they were able to buy 1 or 2 rifles from SNHU, I should say. Sorry, but they've decided to actually kind of go for a little bit of a buy. Not a fuel buy, and I'm just going to use these to kind of push forward and just go for all rifles next round. Hagrid's so close though. He does hear the footsteps, picks up one, but gets taken out in return. That means there is 1 rifle in the hand of SNHU after picking that up. Kyoya has the eyes trained towards tiles, trying to see if anyone will get aggressive. Not to be the case, and it seems as if there is again a focus in towards mid, as we see that Omen and Zan actually just kind of playing it slow, playing it passive. I'm waiting to see if anyone makes a mistake.
You got to be careful here. This is absolutely crucial. You can't walk into those free headshots, especially when they have it. I need to highlight right there, Jean. As soon as they got their kill, they quickly started jiggling. They stayed still to make sure they had then that jiggle peek by swinging around. Tuska also with the Bucky. How did I not even notice that earlier? I'm a huge fan of the Bucky. Derek finding Averly. Econ has completely gone away for the most part. Godel finding Zhang. Oh my goodness, that name keeps on messing with me, but it won't change the outcome. Derek finding Godel.
See, I've been kind of pronounced it Shan, like
Jean?
the first half of Shannon, Shan.
Oh, Shan.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Just because it's well, basically we get like pronunciation sheets, and it's like the second half of Garage.
Yeah.
Or Garage, sorry, as you guys pronounce it. It would be shh. Does that make sense?
You know what? I have another 10 seconds. I can figure this out. I have it right here. Okay. Okay. Zhanger. Oh. ZH is... No! The pronunciation just hurts me. I'm just gonna go Jean. Jean. Regardless, you're doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah, man, straight away the Seekers are going to come out, and oh, look at the reaction from Suka. And, well, just like that, it's only going to be, well, I guess the damage is negligible. Because you think about this, the heal comes straight out from the sky. So all in all, I mean, all is lost in Love and War, but, well, I guess nothing's being lost by that Reyna.
This is an interesting predicament. They're playing quite well together, and I want to talk about how well Clark University have been able to monopolize mid almost every single round. Especially here on Ascent, if you don't have mid, look at how much longer your route is to go from A to B. It is your fastest route to go right through that little conjunction, and if you don't have control, if the defenders were to hold that with a bit more proficiency, then that is a difference maker in a round. Very clean headshot from Hagrid. They've really stepped it up this game, and we're starting to see more and more. Averly also on the come up. They are one of the 2 remaining defenders. Her as well as the Killjoy pushing up along CT towards A. All the attackers know where they are. They don't have the element of surprise, but perhaps they have an ult that could help them out as the world divide will separate, as it is in its name, as well as a Killjoy ult. Very interesting, but it won't matter if you don't spot out, and that's 2 ults down the drain. You feel it in your gut right there.
Oh man, you really do. That was an absolute sucker punch. 2 ultimates gone. That was the Sky and the Killjoy. Good thing is, they do have the 2 duelist ultimates, and the fact they've got the Empress and the Bladestorm, but all in all, I mean, Bladestorm's really only good for eco rounds. I mean, obviously it's a good ultimate, but you really want to use it on ecos. All in all, you look towards the side of Clark University Red, and their ultimates are looking a bit better. Hunter's Fury, and well, you've got that Omen ultimate to be able to teleport to the other site, or maybe even gain information, all sorts of the way it can be used, and already we see... I believe that is Clark University Red just backing off. They're getting scared of how quickly things can go wrong, and already Averly has refragged the trade that had came earlier, and no is taking the advantage. It seems as if the A main position has been worked miraculously, absolutely beautifully I like to see if Clark University Red can maybe make some miracles work of their own. As I see that Averley on a 3k, maybe on for the ace.
That's quite doubtful. They have 11 health, and the Sky actually will. These players, Kai, I'm telling you, they love to prove me wrong. I say one thing, they do the other, and they just love hitting me right where it hurts. Zhang will be able to retaliate for me. Very nice headshot. Suka also not noticing Hagrid coming up behind him. Kind of hard to believe considering Hagrid is an absolute giant.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, canonically, and I think it's in lore as well. All in all, he certainly has been a giant in this fixture so far. And here we go, the plant is coming down. We're waiting for these players to move forward as they take their time and not willing to make any mistakes. The retake to us can come through market. Already Averley placing utility down those stars. Here we go. See what Gravity Wheel has been used, and obviously that Nebula as well. Sorry, 2 Nebulas actually. I'm talking nonsense. It looks as if Stairs is going to be the form of ingression. They're going to pre-fire common spots. But when you work in unison, as you work as a duo and you swing off contact, you are more than likely to win. One spree wins it all for Clark University Red here on round 8. And as we move through onto round 9, that's 5 in a row from Clark University Red, and a timeout coming in favour of SNHU Pem and Yellow. That's their timeout used for this half. What is going wrong, Binks? What do you think will be getting said in the comms?
Well, hopefully repairing the mental, as this is now 5 consecutive rounds going the way of Clark University Red. Man, oh man, there's a lot of intricate areas inside of Ascent that I did not know about. Regardless, I digress. We need to focus on mid. SNHU are allowing so much versatility, so much power to come out of that position. I don't know if you remember the first round when we had the Killjoy play for mid. They were able to properly monopolize it. And in that regard, it's so important to be able to recognize that you shut down or you have a player constantly hold that position. Like Killjoy, you can place down their bot, which is extremely annoying and acts as a proximity device in most cases. That can be the difference maker. And you see the pings on mid. 2 players now go in there, and hopefully, for the first time, I might be right, and they're following upon something I said.
Maybe you're just in the comms. Maybe you're just in their heads.
Cairo, stop! They're not supposed to know.
Okay, sorry, I'm giving it away. Already a flash does come out to try and get those players into mid, and a location revealed, and quickly Kyoya is able to react. Risuka with the knives tries to get 2, can't even do so, and actually lets Forbidden get 2. The advantage in favour of Clark University Red. This tides have not shifted. Averley only on a ghost. It seems as if they've done God's work here with what they have in their hands. Well, there we go. Just like that, attackers win that 9th round, 6 in a row again. Maybe not the best time to go for a timeout here, Binks. Maybe they should have left it for when they went onto those rifles, because then they can reset. Then they can take that kind of mental, well, I guess that mental break. Right now, we are heading into a 10th round, and right now, Clark University Red do not look as if they can be stopped.
I'm astonished, to say the least. It's quite phenomenal what they've been able to accomplish here. They went down to 3 rounds, and even on that, I think that was that breaking point where we said, oh, pistols, they're not winning this round. They won their pistol round, which is already phenomenal, to say the least. But now, they went for the mid last round, but they dedicated too many resources. Now Smoke's coming out to monopolize mid. It needs to come with the retake. They have to have that momentary aggression. Godel finding 1, shutting down Market. Now the Reyna also stuck in position. This is a good stalemate. They have a good angle. If this Sova does get shut down, that could be a difference maker in the round, as all 4 remaining players on the side of Clark University Red are waiting for the other team to make the first move.
Yep, they certainly are. They're just waiting, biding their time, and Derek's the first one to make the move. Picks up evenly, and as Suka swings, gets shut down. Look at the Reyna's control in towards mid-tier, all the way down. The line of sight is beautiful, and Derek's swings are beautiful. His gun control, his spray control. Dickard now trying to regain control of Heaven, will give away his position, but no, the trigger discipline from Kyoya is absolutely beautiful. The layer to come out to deny lines of sight from Dickard. He is just being oppressed as he tries to move up. More flashes, more utility, just shutting him down as he moves through. No, Kyoya will kill him, and just like that, the attackers win another round. Clark University Red on a roll, and look at those ultimates.
They're staring at me menacingly. I hate to make this analogy, but it's like seeing your ex across the bar. You're going to make that awkward eye contact and you don't want to look at it. But the more you look at it, you realize how scary it really is.
That is potentially the greatest bit of casting I have ever heard in my entire life. Thank you for that, Banks. And I'm not even joking.
Problem.
That was the best analogy ever.
I'll take that as moral support. 2 huge kills coming out. Looks like they don't even need their ultimates to make things work. Swing coming out, even though it's a pistol round, they have been able to pick up, I don't even know if that's a rifle. Owl drone coming out. It just seems futile at this point, even to use the ultimates on a round like this, where it doesn't matter as much, because they already have the advantage in gunpowder, and what else can I say? They have sight.
They certainly do. The plans get initiated, and now 2 players have to retake on, well, I don't know if they have rifles. They certainly don't look as if they have, the way the gunfights have gone so far. They do have Spectres. They're trying to move through here, close into the round, and right now it looks as if this could be 8-3, potentially 9-3 before this half is over. It's all up to the last player. It's all up to Godel. He tries to push down in towards Garden. Taking his time, looking left, looking right, trying to make sure that, as Mike said before, there is no frights, but the fright is Jan's existence. The fact that he exists, the fact that there's 5 rifles facing him, the fact that in the next round they're going to have to come up against 5 ultimates, everything available to the side of Clark University Red. If they lose this round, it's an absolute tragedy. But right now, focus on this one. Get it over, get it done, make it 8-4 for the SNHU, make it work. But right now, I don't see it working.
I'm concerned, to say the least. And I feel like my ears are going to hurt from all of these ultimate quotes that we are now going to have to listen to. But regardless, all utility seems quite quiet. And if any early picks on the side of SNHU do come out, then they will be shutting down an ultimate besides the Reyna Empress, which has now been activated. With a minute 18 now gone, or sorry, now remaining, spray will come out. Dickard has the information from his teammate. They also have information of their own that they can use. They also have the Empress in their fingertips. Seeker's now coming out. Spray from long, and that's only 2 out of the 5 ultimates on the side of Clark University Red. There's still 3 more to go.
Still 3 left. The Cosmic Divide is available for these defenders if they want to go for the retake. Drago actually has picked up Derek though, so that's a good frag. At least that's 1 less to try and pick out. The Cosmic Divide can maybe isolate players, maybe make things that bit easier. Finally it comes out, and finally we'll see exactly where SNHU want to go for. But the thing is though, that Cosmic Divide might not be the best positioning, and no it's not, because it allows Hagrid to pop off with a 3k, Hunter's Fury to come out to celebrate. Right now it's 9-3 for Clark University Red, and if they can win their first pistol round of this entire matchup, bear in mind SNHU has won every single pistol round so far, then they will make it 11-3. Very shortly, we could see maybe match point.
Well, there is something we have been able to rely on. we've been able to rely on SNHU's ability to win out these pistol rounds. And if they are able to properly play off that momentum this time, that could be the difference maker in this round, Cairo. And I'm not fanboying or anything, but I got a small bit of hope still inside of me.
Oh, you got that copium? That hopium?
Hopium.
Yep.
Hopium. Dopaminium. I don't know, man.
All the eums?
Every single one of them.
I guess the good thing is there is such a thing as a 9-3 cuss. Derek, though, says no, there's not. Says that there's no point even trying. Says that the Reyna should just go back to spawn. But SNHU are still trying to make things work. And look at this. All the players from B all starting to rotate. And they're starting to close in on their prey. Starting to circle. It's like just watching some helpless prey in the middle of the ocean. But can they wait too long? Can they maybe give it up as the Reyna is starting? Shan starting to come in from behind. The flash does come out and they start to swing. The pistol fights are being taken. Remember, the Killjoy turret is there to help out, but he's not able to pick things up. Information is going to give away the rotate coming away, and look at this, the Reyna and the Jet are starting to take positions to maybe catch players off guard. Derek and Shan working in unison, working as a duo, the two duelists. But again, nobody coming near them. So it looks as if the Sky might rotate with the team. 3 players on towards tiles, and look at this. No, they might let things go. They might let their focus maybe, just maybe, go the wrong way. But no, that's not to be the case. They go straight onto site, trying to deathball their way through, trying to see if they can find frags. They will find one. There goes Derek, but the Peculiar still exists. He's going to start to fire bullets, but gets taken out. It's 3 versus 3. Sorry, 3 versus 4, I should say. And things are looking winnable. Killjoy turret to go out, to be oppressive, to maybe give away information. The retake has lost an extra player, Shan. That duelist has been popping off on the Reyna. Drago rotating through market on towards B main. Forbidden, and finally the Sky start to go through and towards site, but the turret gives away the position. Suka picks up high grade, and now Forbidden maybe trying to take his time. Maybe trying to see if he can pick off 1 or 2s. This is looking all but lost. Maybe I was speaking too soon. Maybe the fact that the prowess of Clark University, the prowess of SNHU on a pistol round is not to be understated, as they win out another. That's 4 pistol rounds in a row that they have won on 2 maps. The 9-3 cuss still looks alive.
Well, they've done it before. They've been able to win 3 consecutive rounds in a row. You got 2 players, both the duelists in this time, now choosing to really go big or go home on the side of their abilities and what they're buying. They're going for the light armor. I think this is quite hopeful, but they have to be able to translate this properly. We saw a phenomenal sweep early on the round, especially when they all clouded up. But now they are the ones. That's right. The attackers once again have control of mid. And are they creeping all up along Raptors towards A? This could be absolutely devastating. Lear will come out. They'll hear everything. Sky has no option. Oh my goodness. They'll only get 1. However, the damage has been done, though. Look at the health points remaining on the side of SNHU. But it is a 4 versus 3. Sky will be able to heal up his comrade of Jet. Not able to do anything for themselves, though. Spray coming out, not able to find the Reyna until later. There it is. And that will be Godel finding Zhang. Now leaving just the Sova and Jet. Derek going to be one of the first ones to swing out. Able to find one onto Godel. Swinging with that classic. They have the information. Vulnerable is Koya. They got to swing. Very blind. Not able to even push down. Jump comes. Will have the rifle in hand. Many of them will die. But this might be a good thing. Although there's 1 left, they died. They get the credits for dying. Look at this. They can now have the ability to get all of these rifles.
I think that's all right. You look at it from this perspective. Right now, SNHU, they can buy like Stingers, etc., Ghosts, even a Spectre from Suka, right? And they still have enough to buy in the next round. All in all, this was always going to be a kind of disadvantageous round. So at the end of the day, them losing those Spectres isn't the greatest. It's just a bonus round for them. This round for Clark University Red, they basically need to stop the tide of losing rifles, losing gunfights. That's exactly what they don't want to do here. But right now, if that's going to be the case, if they start to lose rifles in next round, it starts to look worrying. Then you get to the point where it's 10-5, 10-6, maybe even 10-7, depending on how things go. It looks as if the execute will be easy. That's where the spike is. That's where the sky's going towards. Maybe a little bit of a bait here to try and catch players off guard. And maybe already read into by the players on A. Look how they're stacked up. 3 versus 3 there. The jet in towards mid. That means 2 players could sneak in. And yes, that's going to be the case. As already they're able to pick up 1 rifle and maybe get the spike down. The jet's trying to react. The Reyna's trying to rotate, but no, they can't even do that. As Suka wins out that fight. The jet winning her opposing number. Reyna is trying to make it work though, trying to maybe make the retake happen early and pick up a freebie, but not to be the case. Only gaining information as players are to find out where players are not. Binks was talking about it in the last map. Places where you know not to look now, places where the rest of the players can react to. Shan has picked up Suka though, and Drago is in the back of sight, has been flashed out. The 2 players on B main are the huge players, and that's the huge kind of stop holders. Forbidden's taking out Drago, and maybe no. I was about to say it could work. The gravity well comes out to deny the defuse, and maybe it's gonna work. The swings with the ghost. Is it too late? We wait for the explosion as the defuse gets so close. Oh my god! Everly with the clutch gravity well to win that one out. 6-9 and a thrifty round there from SNHU. Things are starting to get close. Clark University Red, the hit squad as I was calling them, may be starting to sweat.
Man, they're coming up huge. Look at this econ. Full Vandal, full kit, and where? Tell me where do we see Clark University Red? They are unfortunately stuck with their Sheriffs and Classics. They've made it work before, so perhaps they can make it work again. They will all get spotted out. Quick headshot from the Reyna. Won't be able to collect anything onto that. Very clean though. I really have to admire that shots, especially when I see something that I wish I could do on my own.
You just have to appreciate nice gunplay, nice mechanical skill, and well, right now it's looking pretty good for Clark University Red. They've got the entry frag, but oh no, here comes the attacker Killjoy. Will any of these guns be able to deny it? It sees the spam through the wall. They're not able to do it. They're trying to spam this ultimate, and finally they do it. But here comes the Cosmic to divide to kind of deny the position of a few players. The trades come out, Forbidden in an off spot, and no Qia gets taken out. Finally, no, the trigger discipline doesn't work out for Forbidden as he gets taken out, and the attackers win out that round. And just like that, it's 7-9. The gap, which was 9-3, has been closed to 2 rounds here, Binks. I would be sweating.
Too close for comfort. And now, after all of this mismatch, we now see the timeout. But this upcoming round is going to be an interesting one because both these teams are finally on even playing ground. Not with what's in their pocket, but with what they'll be able to bring. They're all going to be able to bring the operator that they wanted. They'll be able to bring any sort of Odin, which I did believe I saw on the side of Clark University Red that could be utilized by the Sova. Because look at all the information, look at the way they stacked. Had they had the ability to spray their last round, that would have been a completely different round. Regardless, smart choice of the timeout.
Yeah, I totally agree. And another big thing there was the fact that Forbidden was in such a good spot and had the trigger discipline not to fire off straight away, which I had to commend the fact he had the patience to do so, but it just waited too long, man. If he had maybe even picked up 1, they could have made it work because there was only 2 players remaining at the end. It's just so unfortunate. Maybe 1 less player could have made it work, but at the end of the day, though, 9-7 is what we're going to go into in this next round. And Binks, I'm going to ask you right now, does SNHU come back and win this right now?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm in the same boat. I'm interested to see. Wait, hold on. Let me check the script. I might have an answer there.
Oh, sugar, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yep. Sorry, it's still being written. We're at,
oh, is it? Oh, yeah.
Right now we're at like 125 remaining on like it's 7-9. We're still trying to figure it out. The script doesn't have any answers. Sorry. Oh, it's a transcript. Never mind. It just tells us what's already happened. Forgot to read the first part.
Derek certainly has answers of his own as well. One player is already in the dirt, and it is the duelist, it is the Reyna. And well, here we go. We might see an Eldrone come out. Maybe, no, that's not going to be the case. Looks like it's just going to be the Odin. The Odin's such a good spot here on B because it can spam through the wall and really make players sweat as well. There we go. And here comes the Odin trying to spam through, trying to pick up frags. Doesn't get anything. And as we see, he jumps over the spray as if it's hopscotch, as if it's jump ropes. And finally, we see the players back off as they know the danger. Seekers have been swapped for the information, and already it's all up to the Jet to hold it down on A's. That's where the push is going to come from. Missing the first shot. And well, there's a Seeker coming from behind. Will they gain the information? Will they gain the positioning on sites? Bullets traded either way. 15 seconds remain. Binks. Flashes coming out. All sorts of utility. Forbidden to strike first. Drago to refrag. And now it's all down to 8 seconds. The spike's been denied. And now it's all down to one player. Drago as he gets shut down. 10 and 7. Finally, we see Clark University Red get on the board for this half. And what a round it was to do so. Almost flawless, and well, a great use of utility and great patience from that side.
Oh man, dude. What won that round was the Seekers. Not on the side of SNHU. It was 125% from the pocket of Hagrid, who's been going 17 and 7 on. Regardless, it's huge. There's no other way to put it. And
yeah,
if I'm being honest with you, had he not used those Seekers, the information for rotating would have been there. The information now that they're all on site. Hagrid getting 3 before he gets shut down. Plant now going down as well. 2v3 though. Hagrid has come up huge once again, bringing him to a total of 20 kills. You know at least 2 players are going to be coming up. Swinging with the up. Koya going to be able to spot out with that owl drone. Now supporting Derek, who is pushing up. Dickard being able to find Derek. Spraying through Koya. Suka able to find one. Now down to the 1v1. Spike down. He has the cloud burst. Here comes the shock. It's a direct hit. Now all he has to do is spray and get some lucky shots. Jumping down. It's going to come down to who can hit it first. And it will be Suka with the 4K. Fighting back, bringing it back down to a 2-round differential.
2-round differential. Finally, as Clark University take a step forward, SNHU take a step with them and say, where do you think you guys are going? You're not going far. It's like that little annoying brother just tucking at the shirt, just saying you are not going anywhere. You got any games on your phone? You got any games on your phone? Well, there certainly is a game to be had here, Binks, as well. Both teams almost all on rifles, but look at Derek. He's on a Spectre. We are seeing the cracks from Clark University Red here. We are seeing their eco starting to falter a little bit. And after this round, we potentially could see it falter even more. The charge onto A site begins as here comes the doggo once again to gain information, gain where players are. The flash coming out, the Lear's coming out, and no, it's Suka to strike first. They know where Hagrid is this time. They won't let him pop off. The spike is going down. The retake needs to come soon. Imagine they might actually opt to save these rifles because after this round, things are looking worse for wear.
Does have the Hunter's Fury. Koya pushing up. Recon Bolt to be initiated. This could make or break the round, especially for the Reyna. Being spotted right away. Will be able to support to get one. Ping coming out. Spray. Zhang be able to find a second one. Now down to a 2v3. Zhang with a third one for the round. Spike may be down. It may be Sky left. They may be able to blind. But with this is the denial. This is what we're looking for. He's sticking it. Can he find the last one? He will! The clutch from Draco. He's coming up huge as the round differential now down to 1. SNHU not giving it up.
They are certainly not giving up this match. They are giving it their all. And just like that, we are now put into a position where Clark University Red are all on pistols. But the question is Well, can they make it work? They've made it work before. They're not completely out this round. Eco doesn't seem to matter between these two teams. And well, as I say that, SNHU, if they lose this round, they could be on an Eco next. I'm not too sure. It doesn't look as if that's completely the story. But right now, the story is B-site. The B-site execute. The Jet is there to kind of increase the fold, increase the numbers, and the utility there is to help out. Lots of damage being done by electric darts. The second one missing, and the attacker Killjoy coming through.
This is actually huge, using that Hunter's Fury to destroy it. Unfortunately, the Odin clearly wasn't in play because it is a save round, but look at this. They now have another ult coming out. That's so very smart and strategic to be able to use that Nanoswarm to force the players up. But now Hagrid, he's been able to position himself so clearly. Wow! Caught up with my words. He'll find the headshot, quickly refrag though. That's probably one of the best scenarios for the attackers. They now have to go and get that plant. Sprays coming out. This is a round they cannot lose. They did leave a rifle in mid for one of the defenders to have the opportunity to come and pick up. Waiting, wall will now be closed, shutting the door just like they want to. They want to close out this game. They don't want to go to this third match. But now, ultimate's coming out. Jet finding one on her counterpart. Meanwhile, the swing comes out, but Zhang, who else would get that Vandal that was dropped in mid? They're going to begin their push in through courtyard. Omen ult also coming out, spotting them out. There was no intention there. Averly also being taken out. This is absolute disaster. The guns are there. They have to play. They're going to find one. Not able to find the second one. Odell does have the swarm grenade. Are they able to deny for enough time? That's the real question. Tapping at it. They do not, as he'll find both the kills before he dies. Very huge for the Econ. Nicely done.
Absolutely huge. 9-3 we were at the start of this half. We are now at 10-10. We have seen an absolute comeback here from SNHU on the attack. And look at this. They are both on full buys, apart from maybe Dickard and Derek. Obviously Derek with a lot more expensive loadout than Dickard, but he isn't even, they're both not on full shields. This round has it all to hang in the balance. Balanced as all things should be here, Binks. But who's going to take the advantage as we do see a mid push coming through? And look at this, the entry from Suka is absolutely huge on this matchup.
I've got your trail.
They want this round and they want this series over. Seekers doing their due diligence. Derek even going to be able to find one with that up. Blinded for a second, he'll dash right on out of there, but oh, that's the Killjoy turret. Nowhere safe to go. Plant will once again now be successful, and the doggo will actually not be come out. Zhang doing his part, getting rid of his counterpart. On Heaven, looking to swing, trying to find Godel. Swinging, Godel gonna find one before he's traded off. That's the best scenario there. Derek also trapped on site. This is a pinch. Not too often with Draco getting taken out. Averly lasts alive. Nothing he can do. More than enough time. Clark University Red will maintain the lead going up to 11.
Yes, they certainly will. They again take that one step forward, but is it going to be 2 steps back on the next two? Well, I'll tell you something for nothing. Is SNHU's economy will be interesting to look at after this round, whether they have buys, whether they force into it, or whether they save for the eluding match point, which could be coming very soon. No, it is going to be the save, it is going to be the Sheriffs, Stingers and Classic combo, but they're facing Ops, they're facing Rifles, they're facing Vandals and Phantoms here, Binks. With that being the case, if Clark University Red do end up winning this out, they do have that extra eco, they can buy in the next round even if they lose all their rifles. And with that being the case, that's looking like match point to me. Match over to me.
And Vandals and Sheriffs and Phantoms, oh my. I don't know, man. It's a daunting task to go up against. But we've seen on multiple occasions from both these teams that it is more than doable. They've shown that they get that pick and they find that hole and they're going to keep on pushing it. But you have to spot your opponent. Zhang will be able to quickly shut down Chuka, but Drago able to find Derek. Now up on Heaven. Drago is completely behind enemy lines. Just pick the right spot. He will not be able to win out his gunfight, lighting up the Reyna, but quickly overhealed, one of the most potent and powerful parts about that kit. Swing now coming out. They made their way onto site. Forbidden just waiting. He's come to collect on all three of them. Huge shots coming out from Forbidden as we see match point on the side of Clark University.
Yeah, certainly is match point, and as I said before, this is now where it all matters. This is where it comes down to biting point, to crunch time. We need to see SNHU win this one out. The difference is that, well, if we do see all the rifles lost, we can see Clark University buy back in, but Derek will be on an eco. If he gets one frag, then he could be on a Bladestorm and things look fine, things are normal. Flash coming out here aggressive already. Looks as if the A push is going to come in. It's Forbidden to help out. The smoke comes in, and well, here we go. The attacker Giljoy does come out to shut things down. Remember, you can still stay on Heaven and be safe, but will they react? Will they find these players? No, it looks as if actually Haggard has found his way in towards Hell, and he's found a frag as well. He's going to get traded out though as well. The plant is coming down. It's crunch time. It's retake time. It's time to see where it all matters. But look at this. We are seeing players falter. Derek does confirm the Bladestorm is actually going to use it this round and swapped out towards a rifle. Maybe not the best idea. Well, time is ticking away. The Cosmic Divide to actually trap players in Hell is absolutely huge. No, Godel's actually managed to escape. He's actually managed to creep his way out. Derek coming in through Garden. Will he get found out? No, the flick is quicker on the Jet. The smoke on towards the plant to deny anybody, stop anyone reacting. It's all up to Averly. Can he do it? Can he stop the defuse? He swings, he finds one. One more to find. Kyoyo with the clutch. And just like that, Clark University Red look towards the next map as they win out on Ascent their pick.
What a phenomenal game coming out from Clark University Red. We knew this one was going the mile. It does not matter that these teams have already made it. Oh, I'm sorry, my lights weren't supposed to be red. I thought, I'm sorry, caster's supposed to be biased, unbiased. My bad. I'm trying real hard.
Banks, you're just
I can make
showing
it
your
yellow.
true colours. Banks, you're just showing your true colours, man. Because, well, that was such a good game. That was such a good ascent. The comeback, again, more drama happening. And do you know what the funny thing about this is? Both teams already have a spot in playoffs. This game only matters in seeding. But both of them just look as if everything is on the line. As if this is a world championship.
Yeah, there's no... The strat book must be pretty deep. They must go all the way down in order for them to already be going at it this hard, which is really telling of the talent of both these two teams and what they're really bringing towards this league. So just off of that, maybe it was red, maybe it was yellow that was on my room. It's just my camera's inability to see it. Both these teams are doing a phenomenal job, and they have done an absolute... They've proven that they deserve to be here.
Yeah, without a doubt. And with that being the case here, Binks, we now need to take another 5-minute break because I need to get some strepsils, man. I've been shouting too much. I don't know about you, but we are going to take that quick 5-minute break. Get set up for the next map. Don't go far because we need to find out who is the winner between these two teams in this best of 3. One more map to go. Do not go far. Hello, welcome back to NECC Valorant, where we have just watched two banging maps, one on Fracture, one on Ascent. SNHU, Yellow and Clark University Red have been at each other's throats, and well, because Banks showed his true colours, put on those red lights, we had to cut him off from the broadcast, and now we have Tristan Cast. How's it going, man?
It's going fantastic. I get to swap in for game 3 of a back and forth close series like this. This is what I live for, baby. I am more than happy to be here.
Yeah, man, it's been an absolute banger. Like, I can't tell you how good both teams are. Literally, slither of margins. That's basically what it's come down to. And now is Bind, a map that's probably more defender-sided than all the other maps. So I'm going to ask you, how do you think this one's going to go?
I mean, I really want to see the picks more than anything. I think composition is so important on maps like this. The Raze is ever important. The Viper, if you know the lineups, you can make a huge impact. And really, I think a lot of it is going to come down to how they map their teams out and the cohesion they can bring to the table.
Yep, certainly is. And I mean, the thing is, though, the good... No,
looks like we just got a word from the producers. We're about to hop right into this one. And that being said, yeah, it is huge. Bind is one of those maps where it's really momentum based as well. It's kind of like a split, whereas the first half can really decide how the tone of the overall game is going to be shifted. But yeah, what I want to see a lot is, especially from the attacking side, abuse those teleporters. You can really pick apart the defenses by hopping around the map. You can really fake a hit really easily when you have such easy rotations available to you. Now, as I say that, we're going to be hopping right into the agent select here. Already, you see the Rays popped in. You see a Reyna pick as well. Don't see Reyna too often on this map as compared to some of the other agents, so that's really going to be a big carry potential. And as I say that, just more standard Sky, Astra. It really looks like we have more of the standard comp on the attacker side.
Cool, awesome. Well, just like that, it really is an interesting kind of way these both teams are. Everly did play, I believe it was Everly, played the Viper on the first map of Fracture, which is really interesting to see them back on that agent. Dickard bringing out a new operator. We're not seeing this whole entire matchup between the two teams, which is the Rays. All in all, I'm seeing pretty much standard stuff, agents that we've seen all matchup, and then we look across to the defenders, look towards Clark University Red. Zhang, I should say, I've been pronouncing it wrong, all matchup, apologies to him, but they have been on the arena and have been popping off. Kyoya himself, he's been really good. Hagrid, we've seen him pop off. All these players are more than capable. Derek has moved from the Jet onto the Rays as well, which is another interesting fact on Bind that we're seeing from these two teams. So no Jets, but lots of Rays. As we're seeing here, as we're already hinted at, there has been a little bit of defender bias here, but it all comes down to execution and how things go here, Tristan. And right now, when you see both comps, you said you were waiting to see it. Are you looking towards anybody to take the first initial advantage? Bearing in mind, sorry, I should say, the attacking team, that is SNHU, they are yet to lose a pistol round.
They are yet to lose a pistol round. Well, that's big. I didn't know that piece of information. With that in mind, I'm definitely going to be banking on them a bit more, just because Valorant is just one of those games that's so momentum based, and especially on a map that's so up close and personal, the momentum can mean that much more. And so winning a pistol round really sets you up for success, especially if you're able to do it on both sides. And so we'll see if they can continue the trend here. Already, as the early round transpires, the pre-round phase, we see heavy presence towards the B side. Most teams will leave maybe a lurker A, someone to maybe stick around bathrooms to try and draw some pressure or even catch anyone going for an aggressive push. But they are committing everyone on the team towards this B side. They want to overwhelm it, slam it through quickly. And there's only two members here that are willing to take the early fights. If they can get a pick right here, that could be devastating for this early round.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Zhang's already seen what's coming towards him and absolutely dipped. He went, aye, I'm out. And well, just like that, we're seeing the Viper wall come through just to deny that line of sight from Elbow. Kyoyo, the man to hold it all down. But the thing is though, there are still lots of rotations coming through. Godel has already seen that grenade from the Rays come through, and healing coming out. Suka's picked up Kyoyo, that's Silva, and right now the spike is going down. Lots of bullets traded, but well, we need to see when the retake is going to come.
They have a lot of ground to make up, and eating this Trailblazer, that's going to be big. One player goes down. Forbidden, though, springs out in the back of the site, is able to pick up two for himself, help his team even the odds. He's got a third. Are you kidding me? It's going to be on the site, on the bomb, two headshots, one left to find. It's all up to Hagrid, who's backing out, backpedaling. Needs to reload. He needs to get on the bomb in this 1v1. Time is not on his side. He'll tap it once. Not biting on the fake just yet, but he's sticking it. Halfway, he's got to find the headshot. He's got to do it now, but no, the shots to the belly. He gets gutted, and that's round one for SNHU.
And just like that, they continue their dominance on the pistol rounds, yet to drop a single round when it comes to that. And just look at this, they're all buying out the Spectres, a similar sight. Forbidden actually decided to go with a judge here. That's interesting. That's something we need to keep our eyes on, whether he takes up maybe a little bit of an off position, something that people may call a rat position. But right now, what we need to consider is what's going to happen in this next round, where the push is coming from, and all the players are stacked towards A.
Oh man, and Yeah, Clark is fighting for first or second place here. They have to win this, but their pistol rounds just not helping them in the slightest. The fact they've even been able to take a round home despite losing every single... they've been able to take a map home, excuse me, despite losing every single pistol is nothing short of a miracle, in my opinion, as Drago will open up the site. Nice little hit with the Spectre. Everyone's stacking up. They have 2 players waiting in U-Haul. Dicard tries to get a little bit too aggressive for his own good. So they do have access to the bomb. How much do they extend themselves? Forbidden actually picks one off, trying to make it into the U-Haul. They even retrieve the gun. That could be big.
Could be huge. Could be. And as though things have slowed down now. No, as I say that, they start to swing. Dickard wins that one out, so does Everly. And now he's down to the Sova. And as I say that, he gets put in towards the dirt. But we have just had big news here, Tristan, coming through our ears. We have the good thing is about being casters, stream doesn't get to see what the information we get in our live chat and in our ears. They don't get to know stuff, so we get to announce it, we get to get hype. So right now, SNHU has been confirmed at number 4 in the playoffs if ESU loses. Clark is fighting for first or second place in the full division heading into playoffs. That's an absolutely huge position, and I'm probably what they're going to be looking for in this matchup.
Absolutely, there's a lot on the line for Clark right now, but SNHU is not making it easy for them one bit. Already 2 quick rounds. They did lose a single Spectre, and so at least Clark can walk away with a tiny little victory under their belt, a little bit of economic damage, but this is where the real test comes in, the bonus round. How many guns can they pry out of the hands of Clark University? Or can they just straight up win the round? That's always great to have. Forbidden, just a little jump peeking there, not going to see anyone playing short, and this is a very slow-paced round. And as I say that, Zhang was able to push all the way forward, a free pick, the dismiss out, and just like that, it's a 4v5.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, I was just about to say, SNHU, they have made it work before. They have won all 3 rounds, including the bonus. So with that being said, only to see if they can claw this back as well. They're actually heading to the more stacked site of A. The Viper will give away the push, and well, just like that, they're going to push all the way through. They're going to try and get this plant down, and Kyoya already going for this rotate. There we go, the information and sound, the plant coming through, but no, look at that denial. High grade with the bullet spray through the smoke, able to pick up this planter, and just like that, Derek picks up one of his own. Suka picking up Derek. Oh no, a bit of a misplacement of the dart, but it doesn't matter when you can't misplace your crosshair. Almost perfect from the side of Clark University. Red, can't put a foot wrong in this round. Exit frags are only available for Drago, and he won't even get one.
And that's the importance of having that bathroom control, especially when you try and shallow plant like that. There's no solid wall in the way. It's just a toxic screen. Very easy to get sprayed down there if you're not careful, and that's just what happens in the round. And so maybe they make the adjustment next time to try and establish more control of the bathroom side so that they don't end up suffering the same fate. But, I mean, it was a bonus round. They were able to drop 2 guns off of Clark University, and so this is where they get to strike back. This is where they can really punch through, and this is where they need to do it before they end up going themselves on the economic disadvantage and having to save a few rounds.
Yeah, that's it. And I mean, already we have seen 2 rifles being dropped. Information is going to get picked up from that Trailblazer, or the doggo as I like to call it, because I mean, we like to be cute as casters, we like to try and be funny, and oh my god, the gold dabbing penguin. The thing is though, is right now the utility has been committed towards A, but the information, or the one that we should be looking at, is B, because look where the spike is, and look where that frag has just been picked up on. Sova lurking very close. Look at this. Looks like the execute is actually going to be A, and I'm talking nonsense.
Oh, they kind of expect this Sova alert. They're checking, but the timing isn't in their favor. He's going to go back. This is a game of inches, and it looks like that inch will be 1 too shallow. While the first push doesn't work, the second one pans out. Review able to fire back on the other side of the map as well. The numbers now starting to dwindle for SNHU. My apologies. And really, they haven't made much ground. Still 40 seconds on the round, but they're getting pinched in from all different sides here, and they haven't even been able to walk up short.
They certainly haven't, and this is where time starts to slowly tick away and things start to get a bit chaotic. Things maybe potentially could go all wrong. The Trailblazer, oh no, Dicker doesn't even get caught out. A spray from Derek doesn't even pick up a single point of damage, and like that, Dicker explodes but doesn't get the right kill, doesn't pick up high grade. The Seekers come out for the information. Godel has actually, look at this, he's teleported. Are they going to have enough time? They've picked up Kyoya and time is ticking down. They might not have enough. The spike needs to be planted and needs to be planted now. Do they have enough time? Yes, with 2 seconds left, the Viper's Pit gets activated.
Both of them just revealing their positions, getting through the teleporter, and man, that is huge that they were able to pick off Kyoya. He had a great position as well, an off angle, but wasn't able to make it happen. Does tag one a few times, but this blind is going to be crucial. How far can they get onto the site before they are picked apart? Forbidden as well. Let's the shot off to disguise the drop. He's actually going to get backline access. He's got the first for himself. The Viper's Pit drop. They see where the second is. He can't get out of the way in time. Forbidden cleans it up, and it's just like that, tied up 2 rounds apiece.
Huge round there for Forbidden to clutch that one out, and just like that, he's able to defuse and make it 2 each. Remember, the advantage was in favour of SNHU when it came to economy, but well, that doesn't matter when you can just click heads at the end of the day, boys and girls. It is just a point and click adventure, this game of Valorant, and right now it looks as if Clark University Red are going to win this one out, as they do have 2 in a row. And look at this, SNHU down to Rico.
Yeah, they are able to scrape together just a little bit of firepower to try and make this one as interesting as possible, but shouldn't be too difficult for Clark University, as they are looking stacked economy-wise, and this round's just going to be a more, how much money can you save up early on here, as we see another pick trying to go the way of Zhang. You saw Zhang get the first pick 2 rounds ago with the previous one. They saw it coming, and now the blind, he just eats it. He's going to try and line some up, but he only trades 1 for 1. That's huge to the attacking side, as they didn't have the kind of weaponry you would hope to see when you want to make a hit on these sites happen. They're even able to retrieve the gun. Now the world is their oyster. They don't have to stay here. They can all easily teleport out with only 1 member sticking around on the A side.
That's it. I mean, this is only... Well, this is the thing. If they do go for the teleport like they have done, they're raising a great position to actually try and contest. Already Forbidden using an ultimate to rotate. And, well, look at this. All the bodies quickly in favour of
TP
this
again.
A push. Yep. This is looking like it's going to be, as they're moving straight onto this teleporter, and there comes the sound call. We're going to have to see another rotate, and that's a wasted Ominal. Well, they find out Kyoyo this time, as they look like the Raise Grenade won't pick up any points of damage. No one's found Kyoyo yet, and just like that, he's able to deny, pick up 2, make that 3, and just like that, they shut down the push from SNHU. They were on an eco, but that's a huge round there from Kyoyo.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Clear out the site, people. You gotta check all around. Kyoya goes nuclear right there on a round that looked like it could have been swung back in the favor of SNHU. It's all Kyoya. He hides himself, as a lot of people would like to call it a rat position. No, it's a hero play, baby. He takes down everyone on the site, and all it took was 1 teammate to chime in to clean that one on up. Clark University has the ball rolling, and their foot is stuck on the gas.
Yes, it certainly seems to be the case, and look at this. Things are happening fast. Derek moving out with his ultimate, but will he find one? It looks like it's to be the case as he picks up that kill, but quickly refragged, and just like that, we're down to a 4 versus 4.
I don't think Kyoya made that. I think they heard the jump. He's going to walk right onto the open, but Digger can't make it happen. 30 HP. He was able to tag him up, but with that drone around the corner, Kyoya should be able to get himself to safety. He has a teammate there to back him up as well.
Certainly does. Woodle does have a rifle. Maybe one spray could pick up the 2. But look at this. Look at the patience. Look at the maturity to back off and not peek, not push the angle, not push the issue. And just like that, it just slows down. And look, SNHU are kind of left scrambling, scratching their heads. How do we get this pick? Woodle's checking his left. Will he check his right? The flash comes out. That's beautiful. But that shot is even better. The dismiss coming out as well. And just like that, it's 4 versus 2.
Look at those Twitch reactions. To look away from that flash, just split second, readjust the crosshair, and that was picture perfect. Dismisses on out. It is a clean 1 for 0. with safety measures added. Now the quick rotation back to the A site. They should be able to hear this stomping about. Forbidden, he's got a blind lined up. He's got both of them dazed, and they only have 20 seconds. So although they are able to avoid the deaths off the blind, they have to run onto the site. Drago's got himself out in the open. He's blinded. He's 1 for 1. 13 seconds. The bomb's going down. He has to get off of it to try and take the fight, but he is not going to make it happen. Hagrid puts him to rest and puts the 4th round on the board. Clark University is making it happen.
Tristan, you came into our prod call, and you said to me, how's the games been going? How's the maps been? First thing I said to you, this has been like the craziest set of maps that I've seen in Valorant. The fact that these teams have been at each other's throats, the fact that the thin margins have been literally inches, centimetres, even millimetres. And right now you are seeing exactly what we were talking about. This matchup has everything, and well, we'll need to see if SNHU can maybe bring back their old form and win out on a thrifty round.
Yeah, I mean, SNHU, it's not like they're just rolling over any of these rounds. They're doing a good job of using those rotations. Like I was talking about, on the attacking side, you have to be able to rotate around, try and pick apart the defenses, but it just looks like Clark University is so consistent. They've got all their defenses shored up. They're not giving an inch, and they're not making the mistake that you would need to really pick them apart.
Yeah, and this is it. I mean, the thing is, though, both teams are kind of taking this, as I said before, a maturity approach, and the fact that oh my god, as I say, that's huge. 2 great kills. Finally, a shutdown. Drago has rotated to pick up a rifle of his own, and like this, Zhang able to pick up Averley, spikes down on B long. How do you retrieve that, especially when you've got a man like Zhang who can pop off at any moment?
Yeah, I mean, this round has fallen apart so quickly for SNHU, and now that they're retaking onto the site, they're going to hear these footsteps. He's going to walk right on out, and not a quick swing. He's going to get taken down, and so they have the spike as well. They have the option to teleport out. The rotations are in. The raise is still here, and this is the last line of defense before this A site is cracked wide open. The only issue is this last line of defense is a difficult one to get through because Derek's position is absolutely massive. He's got a nade in hand. If they try and plant this bomb, they're going to be softened up. Out come the paint shells. Out come the blast packs. It's one man left. He's off the plant.
Well, there we go. Just as simple as that, Tristan. Just as simple as that, mate. They make it look so easy. Clark University Red have even forced SNHU on round 7 to go to a timeout. Well, we have to... It begs the question. SNHU, they win the pistol round. It's almost expected right now. You could probably bet your full house on the fact that that was going to happen. And then after that, Clark University Red just completely bulldozed them, put them into the meat grinder, went out 5 consecutive rounds. And SNHU, while they have lots of ultimates, while they maybe have rifles on this round, how do you reset? How do you kind of bring your team together and try and reset, considering how much in favour it is of Clark University Red right now?
A lot of it's going to have to be mental. They need a strong leader to really reset their minds, make sure they still have the confidence to take a lot of these fights, because when you're getting pulled apart like this, when you are losing when it comes to the most clutch moments, and you had a lot of rounds that looked to be, in your favor until some of it got thrown, like the Kyoya 3K outside of the tube that wasn't checked when they were on that B side. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. But that being said, I first came on to this production call and you told me that SNHU has won every pistol, and yet all the maps have been close. I was a little bit confounded. I was like, how is Clark University making these close when they're getting dominated so heavily in such important pistol rounds? Well, this makes a lot more sense now. Clark University is airtight with a lot of their strategies. Every player looks like they know their role, what they should be doing, and how to play these rounds out. And so as I say that, we have a bit of a reversal of the first round of the game. More heavy pressure towards the B site. It's a 2-man stack here so far. The A site left all alone. Out comes the arrow. They're going to establish a lot of information here. Zhang now, just peeking around the corner. Gonna try and take the front lines, but the Seekers will spot him out. He's got to stand and fight, but he can't do it. He is dropped. He falls into the back of the site. These Seekers are providing so much value. Another player dropped. Forbidden's gone.
Yeah, just like that, and the spike is planted. An extra man gate on the side of SNHU. That man is time, but you don't even need it when you can pop off like that. Drago picking up Hagrid with a beautiful shot onto the head. Just like that, things start to slow down. Thing is, Clark University Red can actually fling things into this round. They can actually attempt it because they have so much eco that... Oh, I don't know if that dart was right. Might not pick up anybody, and look how well SNHU are kind of lined up, the way that all the guns are trained, they're waiting for the players to walk in, and just like that, the lane to clean up. Kyoya has made his way up. He's just looking to deny rifles, and at this moment in time, he isn't able to do any. Drago might get picked up, and there we go. 5-3 on this matchup. The timeout comes in clutch.
Yeah, that does kind of hurt though. Draco dying to the bomb there, because I mean the money is the best situation for SNHU, despite them losing that round and saving the previous. You still don't want to be dropping guns like that, and so with that, I mean, it's because of how close some of these rounds have been. Clark University doesn't actually have that much in the bank, despite stringing together four or so rounds in a row. It's still relatively close, and it can fall apart at any time.
That's it. I mean, it's the thing is, though, Valorant is weirdly. I was about to put on a bit of analysis. Yeah, we're not even able to do analysis because things just happen left, right, and centre. Zhang getting aggressive with his dual partner of the Omen. Just like that, get picked up, a freebie given away to SNHU, and well, they're going to press the issue. They're going to make sure that advantage is going to count as they move in towards hookah. They're going to spray in towards the walls, but it's below the hookah window they need to watch. Spike has been rotated to A. It looks as if this is where the execute's going to come if we look towards this utility.
It's so impressive from Clark University to not over-rotate there, despite how much pressure was in hookah. Kyoya was forced to fall back, they had a player go down and long, and yet they still have two standing strong in the A site to meet this. But unfortunately, Suka, imposter down. He's got the better of Hagrid this time around. With that, the A site could be falling shortly. Derek misses the shot. He's now pinned to the back of the site. He's got no space to work with. He's blinded, he's dazed, he's confused, and he is down. 2v5 now is slowly Clark University. Their defense is crumbling.
It is crumbling, but well, remember there is still two players alive. Forbidden and Kyoya, two good players. Nice little info dart there. Kyoya getting that first kill on the retake. Shot dart does come out, and that's a lovely placement. Look at this, look at the utility game. And there's still a Hunter's Fury available. I don't imagine it will get used this round. We're confirming this round for SNHU, and they are one round away from equaling out. Equaling, I'll say it right properly. From equaling out this round count for these two teams.
And that's just trying to retake U-Haul versus a Killjoy. It's a pain. It's definitely a pain, because if you shoot the alarm bot, then you just get peeked by the Killjoy. If you get peeked by the Killjoy and allow the alarm bot to tag you up, it just takes a shot or two to put you down. So really, no real win-win situation there, as they all get dropped. All the guns are starting to fall by the wayside, and it doesn't look like they have much money left in the bank. So if SNHU can keep stringing these rounds together, it can go better and better.
Certainly could. And look at the ultimates as well. They have so much in their favour right now. I mean, they lose this round, it really starts to stack up against them. Then potentially we ask the question, Tristan, is this going to be a 7-5 half? Oh, Shang's got got answers of his own as he picks up Dickard, and well, look at this, the rotate away from hookah's already begun. They don't want to even try and attempt to take on this man, but when they do, they're going to lose out.
Dang, if you don't want to take the fight to him, he will take the fight to you. How many times have we seen him going aggressive for a pickoff in this half? He is so consistent about it, and now Derek, he's just slowly crept out undetected. This could be big, especially with that jump spot going in. Forbidden's just keeping their attention right now. He's keeping them distracted for this raise to sink the knife between the shoulders blades. Look at the timing for this raise. He's going to take a fight with the back line. The bomb is down. Derek's on top of it. He is traded. 4v2 now, but I mean, at this point, here comes a teleporter. Here comes Kyoya, and he cleans up the round 6-4. Clark University, when they fire back heavy.
Yes, they certainly do. 6-4 now, and I believe there is almost a half buy here that can come through from the side of SNHU, and I think, oh no, maybe it's only Drago that can't buy. Yep, there is a Stinger Flash, but we're going back to the classic. No, the Spectre. Finally, we have decided on what gun. Nope, we've not decided. What's happening here, Drago? But anyway, point is the fact that it is almost a half buy here from SNHU. They can't go full committal, and as I say that, they're probably like only one gun off a full committal, so I'm talking nonsense. They're really trying to keep up with their opponents. At least make it 7-5, not make it 8-4. They don't want to kind of give that advantage. And already things are going quick. They're going fast. They're moving straight towards U-Haul. And already Forbidden taken off guard. They're trying to get a spike down soon. As well, the two players in towards showers, in towards bathrooms, are very close and waiting to swing.
The pace switch up has been so important. Already 2 going down. Getting this bomb should be a breeze, but as I say that, they don't have the wall, the solid wall to try and block it off. Instead, they make the wise decision. They just get themselves out of dodge and in towards the B side. They could get caught with the Hunter's Fury. Have to be a little bit careful there. But I don't think it really had the range. And so now this is much safer to get this bomb down. Look how far back they are stuck here.
I don't know if they picked up Godell on the luck, but he's wasting so much time on this retake. Only the Sova there by himself on his Todd. Finally they pick up Godell, but at what cost? That's the question I have to ask. It's Kyoya. He's actually going forward in towards this elbow area. Finally picks up, sorry, gets picked up I should say. And here comes an ultimate as the race. Gonna get nothing from that. Maybe wasted even. If I see it, time is ticking down. Utility is committed, but is it going to be too long? Have they figured out where these two players are? Dickard just waiting to swing patiently. He gets picked out, but no, here comes Drago getting ready to swing. Bullets get traded, but the round is over. Attackers win, and Drago gets picked up from the bomb. 7-5 is the minimum score for this half, and is well deserved because these two teams have been playing so well.
When you guys told me how close these games were, I was expecting some bangers. But this is absolutely fantastic. It shows why these two teams are some of the best in the league. Their strategies look to be deep. Their playbooks inexhaustible. And you always have those audibles being called last moment with the teleporters. And that's what makes a map like Bind so beautiful to watch. There's so many split decisions that you can make. And it really sets apart the good in-game shot callers from the average ones. And so we're seeing it here. All these quick rotations coming out as Derek. He's got a little bit of a bumper cart there. I don't know if he meant to do that on purpose just to sweep out the edges, but looks like he gets a fair bit of information on that. Well, there is one player just hoping, Suka, hoping that someone gets a little bit too big for their britches. Instead, out comes the Trailblazer. He's going to try and catch a player out, but there are two here. He's able to see the first. What happens to the second? Does he actually try and make any action happen?
Just gonna say, I was gonna make a comment. The fact I like how these two players are playing together, Derek and I believe I can't remember who this guy is. Sorry, but the fact that they're playing off one another, the fact that they're playing off contact, I love that from these two players.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's proven effective for so many of these hits. The only issue is they do leave Forbidden alone in U-Haul, and we saw that be taken advantage of with some of these quick paced plays. He's not able to get the blind out just in time, and because he's not really peeking out from that position too much, there's always that risk of them just walking up as a team. Instead, they shift around Forbidden. They don't want him to get too predictable as to where he's playing every round, and so with that, it's a hit. Not a lot of information being given over on each side. Drago's going to be the first man onto the site alone. Suka gets the better of the bathroom player. Now he's going to try and push even further. He's got a second. The third one going down would be absolute destruction. Instead, 2-for-1 is huge. The bomb is down. The retake is being set up. They have so much utility now they can place upon the bomb, and they have so much space before Clark University can really get themselves back onto the site.
Certainly, that Viper's pit is absolutely huge. Blind has come out. Look at this. Zhang's actually able to pick up Dickard. That's the U-Haul player down, and just like that they can start to move forward. Everly has picked up a huge position, and he picks up Zhang, and now look at this, they're trying to get down. The Molotov coming out to deny the area, but will it be enough? The gravity well comes out, and the attackers, they make it 6-6. Everly with that clutch utility, being able to win that out, and that's why, folks, you have to use your utility well, and that is probably the best example of it. 6-6 on the half, even. And remember the statistic, folks, SNHU have not lost a pistol round this best of 3.
That was a masterclass from Aviarly right there on how to use Viper in a retake scenario. He gets so many kills that he didn't have to work too hard. If I'm being completely honest, he did not have to work too hard for some of those kills because they were all set down to 1 HP. The Molotov really just took a single tick to kill off Forbidden just because of how potent the Toxic Wall and the Viper's Pit can be when you're trying to get back onto the bomb. And that's just how you use it in a nutshell there. Derek now, he's going to be putting down the Boombot. Nice little lineup there to try and get it into Hookah, spot out a few players. Drago has a shorty here. I hope you guys are hungry because he is packing some cheese.
Oh man, do you know what? This is why I love working in NA, because you have such you just have some really interesting scenes. Eric taking up a really aggressive position in towards Hookah, trying to see if anyone will swing. It will be Go Bell to swing.
Oh.
I know the information gained by Drago. He knows that he can't contest that. The nade just a little bit short, but probably will gain a little bit of damage on towards Drago. Yes, it's all for nothing. Able to actually run across before Bidden. Where? Oh, he's just further back. Picks up Drago on the cross, and just like that, Godell has to drop off.
Dale does have a frenzy. This is a fantastic spot for this gun. I love when the first cheese doesn't work. Set up a different one. The Gouda's coming out, but this time the blind hits him. Forbidden finishes them. The Beast Knight cracked wide open, and all three are stuck on the outskirts. They have plenty of time to try and get their defensive. Oh, and with that, I mean, it's all just gone, isn't it? Clark University actually winning their first pistol round. Look at that.
Yep. Right, everybody, can we get some PogChamps, some cat jams in chat? Let's give a clap. Give a clap to the side of Clark University Red to finally win their first pistol round. But is it the most important pistol round? Is this where they take an advantage from SNHU and now they go forward and look towards winning out this match?
And when you think about it, I mean, every map has been close or a win for Clark University when they get 0 pistols. They have 50% of pistols on this map. So if that's not a good omen, then I don't know what is. Maybe aside from Forbidden. But with that, I love that they're using these Sova darts to clear out bathrooms. This is big. A very easy way to get control of it. It's very simple. The dart isn't a hard lineup, but it'll get you full control of bathrooms.
Yep, it will. And on top of that, look at the utility again from this Viper. Just kind of denying time. Just making sure that, well, you don't really need to commit everything. But when you say committing everything, look at the A site. Look how many players are stacked on there. That's 5 players all together. And no one on B? I don't know if this is the right decision here.
Well, I mean, tough times, desperate times call for desperate measures, right? You don't have that much weaponry. You don't feel like you're going to be winning these, spaced out fights. So you're going to try and take them all as a team. Hopefully overwhelm a player or two and retrieve some guns. But as I say that, Derek gets himself one with just the nade. It's thrown at just the right angle. And now everyone else starting to flood through. They realize what's going on. This is a 5-man retake scenario. But they will meet fire with fire as Haggard is able to take down one. Here comes the Bulldog for a second. Derek is blinded up. Can't help his team just yet, but he will have a backstab momentarily, and no one has fallen yet for Clark University. They're enjoying quite the easy round. Derek cleans it up, and just like that, it's a flawless. Clark University already looking very comfortable going into the second half.
Yep, this is absolutely huge now. Clark University Red have really found their groove in this second half. Winning the pistol round, they've won the round after, and now we look towards the bonus. We now look to where it is all in favour of SNHU. This is where all the pressure is coming through. Will they make it count? They need to make it count. They need to do something here, as I don't believe there's been a single frag in the past 2 rounds for SNHU.
Yeah, it's been a rough second half start. I can't lie. SNHU going to be looking to rebound here as they get their own buyout. And I mean, Clark University, they have pretty much all the money to play with. If they want to buy up this round, they can. I'm assuming they don't, and they're just going to try and do as much damage economically. Oh, but Forbidden using the drone. He's going to get that one through the smoke. Not a lot of opportunity to trade that one out, and with that, he'll just be able to get himself far forward, retrieve the bomb for his team, and just play with a man advantage.
Yeah, exactly. On top of that, this is it. They now look towards the other site. They've already gave a bit of a bait towards the A site, so now you're in your head starting to doubt, is this the right decision? And look at this. The Astros actually kind of went into it, kind of read into it too much. Finally comes back Drago, but look at this. Look at the utility. They're making it work and all. It is all in favour of the defenders. It has gone 3-3. They're moving, starting to move in.
Yeah, the blind fire through the smoke. That was big.
Huge.
Slow retake.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Hagrid does pick up Odell. Averly trying to get the refrag here. Will pick it up. Sorry, I was about to say won't. It was so close, and well, the toxins I have heard has gone up. But look at this. It looks like Clark University Red are looking to win this round out. And especially when they were at an equal disadvantage, 2 players remain. All in favour of Clark University Red here. They just need to deny. That dart is absolutely huge. Will give away Averly's position. Tries to go into the cubby. won't even pick up one. Look at that. Kyoyo, I keep calling him Kyoyo. Kyoya is able to pick up that last frag. And right now, Clark University Red, they demolish SNHU's economy.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the bonus, right? Like, what more can you say? That was supposed to be SNHU's chance to really put their foot down and stop the momentum, but instead, they're starting to get steamrolled a bit here. I don't know if they have any more timeout opportunities available, but if they do, we might see one coming out fairly soon here, because this is going from bad to worse. Clark University is knocking on the door of double digits.
They certainly are. And I mean, this A-site committal, well, it kind of looks like an A-site committal. Most of the bodies are there. Spike is still down in that kind of split area. The fact it shows that Clark University Red don't actually have a solid plan just yet. They're getting a feel for their opponents and how they've set up for this round, which I think is a great decision, because right now you don't want to just full send it blind. Right now they're taking their time, and we'll see very shortly when that spike gets picked up where these teams are wanting to go.
Oh yeah, the A site is looking tantalizing right now as we see most of the team stuck there, but right around the corner, oh, he is so lucky that Godel didn't just walk around the Trailblazer, because that would have been a free kill. Instead, just gets a little bit trigger happy, a little bit nervous to try and overexert himself. Out comes the teleporter instead, and everyone's just going to regroup around the A site. There's 3 men here to defend it, but their weaponry, it's lacking. They're outgunned. The question is, are they outmanned here? Jang will be the first one to take the fight. The head is found, decapitated off the shoulders. The bomb is dropping as well. They still have 2 in hookah. There's a line of defense here that hasn't been uncovered just yet. With only pistols, how much can they make happen? The answer is not much, unfortunately. Zhang's having a field day right now, picking up kills, devouring the souls afterwards, and sticking up full HP with only 1 man left. Godel hoping that someone just waltzes right into his crosshair around the corner, but it looks like the discipline of SNHU, or the discipline of Clark University, my apologies, will prove to be just a little bit too tight.
This is it. I mean, this is what we're talking about. It looks as if Godel is almost a foregone conclusion, as he does get picked up. 10-6 for Clark University Red. The problem is with this matchup, right, is at no point can we actually count out SNHU. They're 4 rounds down, all in favour of Clark University Red when we look at Eco. SNHU can actually buy into this, but they still have a chance. We've seen them bring it back before. We've seen them do crazy things, and especially on Bind when we consider it to be more defender-sided. This just shows how good Clark University Red actually are playing on their attacker side here. We need to see if they can win it out.
Absolutely, and double digits is a bit of pressure applied, but at the same time, I mean, when it's 6-10, 4 rounds is not anything even close to insurmountable, especially when you consider, you know, things like the 9-3 curse. The teams left and right in professional, the highest tiers of play, can come back from a large deficit like that. 4 rounds suddenly does not seem like the most undoable thing in the world. As I say that, 2 very aggressive swings out long will get punished by Clark University as they go up a man. Now Drago kind of stuck in the corner here. He's been found out doing this before. This time around, though, he will be able to get to safety, and now right into his own smoke he goes under hookah. This has been found out before, though, and it looks like Derek is already kind of wiser to the situation.
Oh, the spray comes through, but he actually thinks there's no one near because he didn't pick up a kill. And look at this position's huge, but Derek finds him out. The need to come through actually goes too far and won't pick up anyone. Avery just waiting to go through with his partner Sky. This is it. We're just taking our time. Everything's slowed down. The flash didn't come up, but they will pick up that frag. But Forbidden on a 3k on the round comes through. And again, we go back to Eco. We reset SNHU. And that almost confirms map point here for Clark University Red. I imagine we might see a force here, which is looking likely as we already see 2 rifles being bought out.
And, you know, all those great clips where you see the trigger discipline pay off with like a 4k, 3k, you know, something like that. There's also clips like Draco just got there, where you have the trigger discipline, you're waiting for everyone to pass by, and then someone happens to check behind them like like Derek just did, and shoot you to pieces, and suddenly your highlight play has been ruined. And as I say that, 11-6, now suddenly sweat droplets just getting a little bit thicker on the brows of SNHU, and this is their time. They still have a buy up here. And this is where they can really start to shift this thing around. With that early pick, too, that's going to instill a lot of confidence. Finally, Clark University finds himself on the man disadvantage.
Oh, no. Thinking this Stinger can maybe pick up a frag here. Zhang's so low after the Viper smoke, remember, it drops the HP to just 1.
Oh.
Zhang's able to regain. They don't even know how close they are. It's so tantalizingly... just everything about it makes me sweat. Could probably cut the tension with a knife here. That's how close it is. Already they push through and they look the wrong way, but will Averly be able to pick up the rifle? No, it doesn't seem to be the case. Averly with 2 though, it's huge, and just like that the push has been almost stopped. Godell with a rifle in towards U-Haul, but finally Kuya makes his way forward from the bathrooms, and just like that, as the Omen tries to teleport away, it's not to be the case, but look towards this. There it is. I was about to say the Hunter's Fury can come out, and the denial just like that, but the swing from Dickard is huge, and we go 11-7. As I said before, we can never count SNHU out, and they proved to us why.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like the Hunter's Fury there, for, honestly, just because when you're using the Hunter's Fury, you're kind of a sitting duck for anyone rushing you, and with 4 men strong, they can easily rush you, for sure, and especially, I mean, even if you get that kill there's so much time on the bomb. I think even if you kill the diffuser, they still have plenty of time to get a second member on it. But that being said, I mean, they definitely do have a bit to play with here because of how ahead they are. Just perhaps not the most efficient usage. Now, there was a bit of a breakdown in communication there on Clark University after Averly got the kill outside of bathrooms that should have been called out, and the players short should have been able to check to their sides and not get picked off so easily. But that just goes to show you any bit of faltering in communication, despite how well Clark has played as a unit so far this game, you can never let it slip up. Otherwise, you might just be dropping rounds that you never really should be losing.
Tristan, I think another big thing that we never really commented on there was the fact that 2 ultimates were actually used there, not just 1. Remember the Omen tried to teleport away and it never worked out? So that's another big ultimate off the board, and right now you only have the Raze ultimate available, 2 ultimates available on SNHU, so 2 to 1 could work out, and already 1 expended Defender Killjoy, which will mean Clark University Red will probably look towards the A site, where a little bit of a utility and a lot of manpower is lying in wait.
Yeah, and they are also able to claw back some space there, some free real estate off the back of an ultimate. A site stacked with 3 strong. Do they realize what kind of meat grinder they could be walking into here? Everybody playing kind of a funny angle. I wonder how many people would actually pre-aim that. Out comes the Trailblazer to try and lead the charge. Not going to spot out anyone just yet, but Averly, he's spotted by the dart. He's spotted by the Trailblazer, and he is a sitting duck. Dickard, though, he's going to make his presence known. He's almost got a second. He is laid to rest, but Drago, he's got the chance to put this round in the bag. 1v2 now. SNHU still has the man advantage. They have flankers coming in. It's got to be the teleport. He's going to get seen. 13 seconds left on the round. The bomb should be going down right here, right now, just around the corner. By the skin of his teeth, he is making it onto the site. He's going to have to get inside the tube if he wants to make this happen. He's got 3 seconds. He's got Godell, and Godell has the shots to make it happen. 8-11 SNHU. They're starting to make things a little bit scary.
This is getting spicy, and look at this, look what's coming through. The timeout from Forbidden. The IGL has said, right guys, we need to take a reset. We need to take a mental reset, which, as casters, good position. We now get to analyse what's happened, and well, I'm going to throw it to you, Tristan. What exactly is happening here? How can Clark University Red reset?
I'll tell you what's happening. A banger of a match is what's happening right now. This is so great to see. And really, for some of these rounds, it just looked like players are coming alive right there. It looks like they're able to just find the shots they haven't been so far this game. I can't say that it was too, crazy of a strategy that won them that round. The Killjoy timed the lockdown well. They were able to force the rotations back into the 3-man stack. And despite that dart being huge and getting them a freebie through the smoke, it was just Draco that sprung into action when his team needed him the most. He answers the call, and he keeps SNHU in the driver's seat. And despite them being down a few rounds, I feel like when you force the other team to call a timeout, you definitely are in the driver's seat. The momentum is on your side. And so let's see what Clark University has been able to cook up. Usually when you have a timeout like that, it's not only to kind of talk to your teammates about their the strats, but to get their mentals fixed up and to come out with a game plan, a set piece for that very next round. And as I say that, looks like the call is very heavy A presence.
It looks as if Clark University Red does have a buy next round as well. So does SNHU. So no matter what, it's going to be rifles next round for both teams. And right now, look how much utilities committed here. SNHU don't even know what's happening. Nobody has read into this, and no rotates coming through, which could be absolutely huge. And as I say that, Derek comes straight through, but this Godel able to shut the ultimate down. Godel with 3, and it's all up to Sova. It's all up to Kiyoya. But can he somehow claw something back? It looks like it's all but lost, especially when so many ultimates are available. He's only exit frags for him. He's making the economy work here for SNHU. The swing comes through, he picks up 2, make it 3. This is maybe workable here. Deckard and Suka left. Picks up another Vandal. Still so much HP. Not even used. An Intel Dart, the first one will go out. Trailblazer to give away the information on the positioning. Time is ticking down. 45 seconds remain. Plenty of time to make this work. And the spike all out on its lonesome, all out in the middle of sight. Can he pick it up and maybe rotate through in towards this teleporter? Get away. Dickard does swing, puts him down to 18 HP. And well, the heal comes out just to kind of top off the health cap there, and finally the rotate comes through. Maybe tries to get the repositioning of these defenders. Well, he needs to get the plant down first, so he doesn't need to worry about that. It will be initiated. But can the 2 retake work?
Even committing the Seekers, they want to win this round. Kiyoya on for the ace. He has to backpack his team if he wants to bring them to this the Holy Land, the 12th round. Already they've spotted out his location. They're not taking any chances. The rocket is here. Run! You can run, but you can't hide. In the end, Dickard finds him, lays him out with the rocket, and that's going to be the 9th round. Clark's University's timeout has proven unfruitful.
That is such a huge round from SNHU. When I saw the push coming through, 2 players on site. That's all it took. 2 players to shut down that push. A triple coming out from Godel. He is the man of that round. And obviously we need to talk about Airly, able to shut down the Raze with the ultimate. Just shoot the rocket, just shoot it out no matter what. And now we move into, well, probably the most important round of this match. Because you look at this, right? It all hangs by a thread. Clark University Red will be able to almost force into the next round. They are looking really weak. They are looking like they could give away the level playing field. But SNHU, they're also looking weak. They're not looking too great on the economy. And right now, again, we're seeing this slow play style coming out from Clark University Red. They're getting a feel for their opponents as they don't want to make the same mistakes as last time.
Yeah, and I mean, if there is one silver lining here for Clark University, it's how many rounds they've lost in a row. They're going to get a ton of bonus money, and so they will be able to buy up a lot of rounds that normally would not be able to if it was just a single one-off loss of a round or it just didn't have that built up. And so they have a lot of different tries when it comes to their weaponry to bring themselves into the draw territory at the 12-round mark. But SNHU, they are feeling fantastic right now. Forbidden trying to make it through the wall. Derek actually getting the better of Suka there. That's huge. Dickard is able to trade him out, but they're onto the site. They're slowly overwhelming the opposition, and Dickard isn't long for the world. Draco now, he has the opportunity to spring into action again. We've seen this before. When he is left alone on the site, he delivers. Now, as he peeks back out, he's got another player in his sights. It's dangerous. It's a game of inches here, and Zhang, an alternate angle is what wins him the fight. The man advantage now back in the favor of Clark University. This could be just what the doctor ordered, and it's going to be a difficult place to get through because this single angle is being watched by just about everyone.
Oh no, Waverly makes it work with Zhang! A triple on the round, and finally we see Clark University Red push forward. They make it count when it matters, and now we move on to match point. Finally, that step forward that they've been wanting to take for so long, and this is a huge round again. As we do see that buy. Look at this, Suka even has an op. They're committing everything into this. They're throwing all the dices, all the chips are in. But Clark University Red have all the rifles. They have enough economy again to keep pushing, keep pressing the issue. SNHU might not necessarily have that in their locker. Look at this, the Viper's Pit has been committed again. We look towards Clark University Red. They still have an Empress and a Hunter's Fury. All in all, still very viable, the E site.
Absolutely, and the early committal of the Viper's Pit. Now, there's 2 ways to play around a Viper's Pit. You can commit everyone to overwhelm it, or you can just avoid it entirely. And it looks like Clark University is going for the latter here. They're just sitting someone outside of it just to make sure that no one gets too aggressive. They are not willing to actually expend their team into it. Instead, Suka, he'll get the pick off from Derek, the operator, coming into play early on here in 4v5 now. That's going to be a weight off the shoulders of SNHU. As we see Godel spots out a few players with the bot, the turret being set up as well. They're pretty much using everything to deny this ease of access towards the bathrooms.
Yeah, it is. They're just really trying to slow them down, delay time, and make things all in favour of these defenders. Looks as if they are actually going to push through the Viper's pit. Look at that, the Trailblazer coming out. They have managed to identify where that Viper was placed, and already the layers and the Empress being used. 30 seconds, time is ticking slower, and sorry, not slower, lower and lower. Plenty of utility again has been committed, trying to teleport away the Omen, and look at this. That is the spike down. Plenty of flashes, and wow, just like that, a flurry of kills from SNHU. They are really not giving this one up. One ultimate committed, plenty of rifles, and not a single one lost.
And look at the buy for Clark University. Because they won the previous round, they no longer have that loss bonus to keep getting free money to buy up over and over again. Now it's such an awkward spot because two players can buy up here. The rest of them just rocking pistols. If they lose this round, it's going to be another weird buy. They may be able to scrape together enough. It looks like they're buying just to make sure they can still pick up rifles the next round. But if it goes off the numbers, on paper here, SNHU should be getting themselves an 11th round fairly easily.
Yep, certainly does seem to be the case. Killjoy, we did see the ultimate in hand just in case that was where the push was going to come from. A single man on site, and already, look at this, all the kills are coming out. It's like an absolute bloodbath, but somehow, and some weird reason, it seems that Clark University Red was able to make it work, and as I said that, it was all up to Drago. 1v1. All on the balance, all here. This is where it's all to play for. Kyoya getting the spike down. Odell on the retake. Remember, does have a lockdown, could push the player out, but the Hunter's Fury is available. This is maybe what they're going to play for. Maybe playing for lineups.
Oh, the timing!
No, they saw the rifle, and just like that, Godel wins it! When it just looked as if Clark University clawed back into it. SNHU went out once again!
And a little bit suspect there to peek back out unnecessarily, despite having the 100 Fury. Like you said, you can play for the bomb taps, you can play around your utility, even shock dart lineups would be preferential there, but instead he'll put his body out on the line. He pays for it with his life, and with the 11th round he had the opportunity to close it. So close, yet so far, and SNHU, a lifeline being given to them right there.
Without a doubt, and we come down to a one-round shootout. This is my favourite cliche of all time. Well, what hangs in the balance is the full match. This is it. This is where all the marbles can be won. But SNHU, they're vying for that lifeline. They're vying for OT. They're vying for a chance at Clark University Red's jugular. And to make this, well, I guess the floor all red. Looks as if already we're seeing teams kind of feeling out each other. Defender Killjoy has been committed just to deny time and allow for rotations, but maybe committed a bit too early, as it was only a couple of bullets tapped in towards Hookah, tapped in towards that Killjoy turret, but nothing being fully committed just yet.
Oh yeah, and with that, the B site is under heavy stress here. It looks like there's only a single player. So many stacked towards the A site. The mind game has been won by Clark University right now, and that's going to award them a relatively free plant if they can get around most of this utility that's attacking them right now.
It's almost like a minefield, the way that all this utility is set up. The elbow is where all the gunfights are taking place. SNHU go big, and they are making it count. Look at that. 3 kills just like this. Forbidden. Oh no, he's all on his own. Can he make it count? He's got 1. But look at this. Look at all the rifles facing him. Godel once again clutching out, and the defuse will come through. 12-12. We head to overtime.
Is there anything more fitting than how this series should end than with overtime? This has been poetry in motion here. You couldn't write a better script than this. SNHU fighting back tooth and nail. It looked to be lost for them for a while. They were down 4 or 5 rounds at one point, with Clark University encroaching on 11 rounds. And despite that, they never gave up. Their timeouts were well-timed. Their mental wasn't broken. They bring themselves back into this game, and we got ourselves a 12-12 overtime, baby.
This is it. Game is on. Oh, this is where the drama happens in his casters. We just get so excited, start salivating in the mouth at the drama that could unfold in front of our eyes. And 5 seconds remain before we get into it. And remember, SNHU are now on the attack this time round, and they're looking towards the A site. They don't like to pretend. They don't like to try and get a feel for their opponents. They just like to full send it. And already we're seeing the push come through the Viper wall to try and deny lines of sight. They're pushing all the way through into U-Haul, trying to see if they can find anybody, but nobody to be found just yet.
Yeah, power in numbers right now. They're just making sure everything is cleared out, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, and with that, the bomb goes down without suffering too much casualties, no damage. But that's a 1-2 punch right there. Forbidden operating off the back of a great Trailblazer. Now Suka, he's stuck in the corner. They have access to U-Haul, though. The knife is being sunk between the shoulder blades right now as SNHU need to fire back sometime soon. It's just the entire armies in a row. The Ducks are lining up, and Aviarly is knocking them down. It's 3v1.
My God, it's all up to Kyoya. He's picked up 1, not 2. Godell with a triple. The attackers win round 13 on the defender-sided map. As you heard, the sides are going to switch once more. Both ecos get set to 5,000 for overtime every single time. With that being the case, hopefully Clark University Red can make it work. Their attacks were good, but they weren't able to close it all the way out. And with that being said, remember, this could be hanging by a thread. SNHU, they have all the momentum in this round here. Tristan, will they win this one out?
SNHU is a single round from pulling off a spectacular comeback to deny the first place spot from Clark University. This is exactly the momentum that you want going into playoffs, knocking down one of the top teams, filling yourself with just that much more confidence. And that paint shell, gonna do a decent amount of damage, not too much, but hey, you'll take a little softening up on the sky, can't heal himself. And so Hagrid now, playing up close and personal, he can get himself onto the site pretty early here to spot out any player hanging out under Hookah, which there is his opposite Sky.
This is it. I mean, now we're kind of going, we're seeing the kind of duality of both styles of teams, where we just saw SNHU just full send it, not even think twice about how things were going. And then we look towards how Clark University Red are playing it, how they're playing it slow, getting a feel. And look at this, look at the Reyna, so close to the Killjoy. Might make a mistake here, might look towards the long position. The Lear comes out, the Killjoy turret gives away the position, but no, it's Zhang to strike first on the trigger, and the plant is going down. All in favour of Clark University Red on this round.
Oh baby, we could bring ourselves into a second overtime. There's a lot of ground and a lot of players still to be found if they want to close out this second half. Dickard now, he's able to buy himself a lot of space out towards heaven, but no one's really giving him a fight. That is until Aviarly takes it to them. He's got a second, the third one falling. It's all going the way of SNHU. This is their opportunity.
No.
One last left, and it's just like that. SNHU with red HP bars all around. It came down to just a few hit points, but they make it happen. They complete the comeback, and they are the winners of this intense, this amazing best of three.
Just like that, we looked at the halftime mark, we said, oh, this pistol cam is going to decide it all. The pistol cam, the pistol round will decide it all. And Tristan, it wasn't to be the case. We thought Clark University Red were going to win it out because they had so much momentum. And like this, poetry in motion you called it. SNHU complete the full comeback. After winning out Fracture, losing out on Ascent by a margin of millimetres. They win out Bind in the full comeback on OT. I think both teams deserve a round of applause because they played absolutely brilliantly in this matchup.
Absolutely. That was a treat to watch. That was a treat to cast, and I hope you, all of you watching at home, that was a treat for you guys too, because holy moly, I'm going to watch the replay after that just because of how insane that last map was. And this win was so well deserved by SNHU, and all credit to Clark University. They showed why they were one of the top teams, if not number one, number two in the tournament, because they, despite losing so many pistol rounds, were able to put such a close round score up on the board here. And really, both of these teams are looking vicious come playoffs. But man, oh man, we don't go anywhere because when we are back, I do believe are we interviewing any of the players today?
I'm not. Oh.
Okay, no interviews today. We're gonna save that for playoffs, guys. So you're gonna have that much
Yeah.
more anticipation. We don't want to spoil the strats, spoil the mindset of the players for you just yet. You're gonna have to stay tuned for that one. But is there anything you want to say before we're off the air for the night?
No, one thing I want to say, Godell, you're my MVP, man. You absolutely popped off in that overtime. You made it count. And do you know what? Thank you to all the viewers and everyone that tuned in, because this was a banger.
Absolutely, and thank you guys for having me because I just got to witness one of my favorite matches of all time there, and it came right here at the NJAACE or NECC. My apologies. Got that mixed up, guys. It's a lot of letters. Okay, it's late at night. I'm out here swapping between Discords and everything, guys. Please don't clip that. Everyone, delete it. Editors, get that out of here. Anyways, that being said, thank you so much, all of you at home. I really appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much, Cairo, for being my co-caster for the day. And I hope to see you guys all next time. Until then, this is Tristan Cass. This is Cairo signing out. Peace. Welcome one, welcome all. We are live with the NECC. It's week 8. It's the final week before playoffs. Teams are fighting tooth and nail for their spots here, and I am joined by Vincent. Vincent, how you feeling going into this?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling ready, and I am absolutely cracking to see what Marymount can do against Finlandia. This is going to be an uphill battle. I don't want to take anything away from Marymount, but they're on the struggle bus right now. The 2-5 on the season. We're taking a look at the standings right here. This is their fight for playoffs. A victory here pushes them up into that playoff berth. A loss here, of course, is going to be, unfortunately, goodbye for the season. Whereas Finlandia, you see them all the way up at the top, number 2 on the leaderboard here in the Navigator Cyan division. It's going to be tough for Marymount to come up with the dub, but they have to. Otherwise, it's all over.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the last chance for Marymount, but hey, what is more anime than Marymount? When they are backs up against the wall, when they have everything to lose, they make it happen, and they swing back against one of the most dominant forces in this entire league, Finlandians. So I'm going to be looking at Marymount. I think it's the tail of the tape could be important, but hey, sometimes there are just those X factors that you have to factor in there. And maybe knowing that they are so close to elimination, the team is putting the extra hours, the extra practice runs. Finlandia, they are already locked in for playoffs. So I mean, there's that possible kind of rust there where they're not taking it as seriously. They're not really practicing as much, knowing that they have time to prepare for playoffs. And so, you never know what could happen here. It could all be breaking loose as Finlandia. You see their pick there. It's Ascent map 1. Marymount decided to go for the bind, and the decider will take place on Split. Always a very fun decider map. And yeah, I do like the picks here. Finlandia going for the Ascent. That one's a bit more utility based, a lot more set piece focused, while bind is quick calls, audibles, and in-game shot calling is ever important. So with that being said, we are ready to hop into this first map. Let's get it underway here. And Vincent, do you have any predictions for the picks we're going to see coming out?
On Ascent, I think that it's kind of up in the air, especially this division. I think we're just going to see, comfort picks along with a couple of normal, familiar faces. Jet, always a good idea here. Always good to have a Killjoy. We see one of those already locked in. And beyond that, I think that things could be up in the air. Of course, Shova's always strong. That's always a good pick. And I'm actually really excited to see Pingo going with the early Skylock, because I think Sky is one of the best agents currently in the game on this map, and to see that picked early on is phenomenal.
Yeah, and Sky just all around it. It feels like almost every map you can find a reason to pick Sky just because of how strong the blinds are, just getting that extra information from the blind, the AoE heal that's extremely potent. I mean, it's just a kind of do-it-all agent at this point, and even the Seekers just being able to establish locations on the site if you want to hit it fast. It's just ever useful, and as I say that, we see the rest of the picks. The Rain is locked in, the Omen as well, which Omen on Ascent, there's so many different sneaky little blinds you can throw in to set up some of your teammates. But I will say, without a Jet, that does quite limit them on how much early aggression they can really take advantage of off the back of some of these blinds, just because Jet is one of those agents dashing forward. If there is a blinded player, more than likely you're going to be able to take advantage of that with the amount of mobility you have. On the other side of the board, we do have a Jet for Big E, and so we just see the different priorities of these two teams. Interesting to note, though, how do you feel, Vincent, about this Raze lock-in?
Yeah, Yusin going to be pulling out that Raze. And listen, the reality is Raze is not very strong here in a general sense, especially compared to a Jet or even a Phoenix, if we're being real. But it's all about what you're comfortable on. And I think that in a game where you're going to have to pull out a big upset, Paramount, California, listen, play what you're comfy with. Don't go for anything crazy. Don't try to get fancy. Just pull out what you are comfy on and try to make the most of this tough situation.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have said it any better myself, and we'll see exactly how comfortable this Raze can be on a map that's a bit more difficult to play out on. And you can already see Finlandia just a little bit more airtight when it comes to their compositions. Very standard here. The Jet, the Omen, Killjoy, Killjoy, Sova, Reyna. I mean, you've seen this hundreds and hundreds of times. It looks like they're just willing to play whatever proves to be most effective on the highest levels.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing missing is that Astra, but we're underway as the bot comes out, doing a bit of damage there. Damage done to the KJ, and it goes out. So you've seen on the entry, he goes down. Hero Hermit, the one to find that frag, and it's sort of stalled out this push as Sheriff in hand. Atomic tries to, but fails to connect the shots. It's Finlandia connecting just about everything. As Big E does the same. Now one player left alive. That's Swaggy. He's trying to find something, but coming in from all sides is death for that player as Finlandia taking an easy pistol round.
Yeah, very dominant first round, and hopefully it doesn't spell the name of the game for Marymount and so far, because that was just about night and day, and not only the coordination, but the shots being landed, the confidence being swung with, and Finlandia just put on a clinic there, essentially, on how to take a site effectively. And now, on the back foot, let's see if Marymount has any strats they have lined up their sleeves here, as we see a heavy presence towards this A site. Perhaps they just try and ram it straight through the front door.
Well, it's only classics here for Marymount, so very limited in what they can do. It's going to be the dark covers out. You cover both the entryways, still Big E on that site. You gotta close the distance, that's the difficulty. Taking some pot shots here from long range, it's gonna be tough. Goes the blind, paranoia out for both sides. Neither player, or rather neither team, really comfortable stepping forward. The Zero Hermit to find that opening frag, the pre-fire from Big E, not gonna find anything. Is to me like Marymount running back for just a little bit. That's a fantastic right.
Almost a second, so close, but Neuro Hermit just having the difference in armor. He's able to win that one out, find the headshot, and collect another kill for his team to keep them in the driver's seat here. Needs to be careful, though. There's a very long rotation coming out from B side, and it will be avoided by the dart. But how exactly do they respond to the movement throughout the map? It looks like both the players just sitting market. They should be able to hear this fairly soon. And the first one to take contact will be that one guy. He's going to get a few pot shots in. The turret as well doing some work. They don't exactly have any real way to stop them from getting this bomb down.
So many bullets. Needed to dispatch that turret. So frustrating when you have classics. And you can see the rotations. They're here. No one left today, and that's the difficulty. Spike does get planted here. Fearsome put that down, but immediately taken out. Nick, got the frag, and it's gonna be a quick one. You seen the only one alive, and she's gone as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're just happy to get the bomb down there. I don't think they were expecting to win that round at that point, but hey, money in the back pocket, you know, extra bit of credits here and there for that bomb, and so see what they're able to put together. Now that they actually have the buys coming through, it looks like everyone can get all the rifles they want. Swaggy PP Slayer is just 100 short of his own rifle, so he'll just be going with the Armor and Spectre for this round. So bonus round. This is where Marymount can start to get the ball rolling. And we'll see if they're able to do this without losing too many rifles.
Well, I mean, I think the question is, can they do it, right? That's the first thing come to fruition. Then we'll worry about the rifles. You know, victory better than anything at this point. But it's a it's a relatively poor buy from Finlandia. They have this Marshall. Big E has it. There's that shot. Oh. He's going to miss the shot. So Easy does it. Here's the push in towards A. The rest of the squad from Finlandia, they've only got those SMGs. There's going to be a difficult retake incoming.
Yeah, I mean, an early pick like that on the lone defender of the A site is really just going to be massive. You pretty much have established where most of the players are. Pango, though, he's feeling very aggressive himself. He wants to try his luck, but he's taken down. Mr. Guy is not to be taken advantage of so easily. Fears some money himself. Will trade back, takes down the imposter, and trying to avoid the Leer rather than spray through. He's going to get caught reloading out in the open. Tries to pull the knife, but he can't skip and jump around. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball, but you can't dodge Atomic the Gamer, who does bring it back in his team's favor. The Shock Dart very nearly takes him out. This is a cluttered retake to say the least. And finally, the Shock Darts go according to plan. No time on the bomb, though. They're going to have to skedaddle their way on out of the site. And can they even make it out with these rifles from Marymount? They've got to run as fast as their little legs will take them. And I'm sorry to say, they will not be surviving this blast.
Yeah, Yusi and Swaggy both down. Unfortunate for them is, well, on the back side of that, not only Finlandia getting out with some weapons of their own, which they're going to upgrade promptly to rifles and operators, but it's also going to be very, very light on the money for Marymount. You can see that there are rifles online, but based on the cash flow that they had at the beginning of this round, that means that they're very light on abilities. They aren't going to have quite everything in their pockets, and you can see what's been done off the back of that. See the Spectres bought up for Marymount, and this is going to be a tough one. A big round if Marymount can pull it back.
It's really interesting to see how Marymount chooses to go around this. Oh, Big E, though, he's posted up with the operator now. I don't know if you want to try and contest that cross because he looks to be vicious and he wants to rack up the body count. Neuro Hermit as well, willing to expose his location just to make sure he can get rid of the turret. Now Big E gives himself a little bit more room to work with. He is moving up past the smoke. He's got a second player out, but Atomic the Gamer, he has been a lifeline for his team. A second one as well. The third headshot. He is putting everyone on Marymount on his back right now.
Finlandia on notice, courtesy of Atomic the Gamer. 2 versus 4. Empress possibility should it be necessary, but honestly, going to be an interesting decision should it come. Comes the recon. NECC. Oh, she's got that first frag. That's fantastic, but unfortunately, that one guy is cut wide out in the open. Now it's going to be all on to the KJ and an ace for Atomic. As that is certainly one way to pull your team back from the brink.
And this is why we're seeing the Reynas picked up, both of them topping the scoreboard with 7 kills apiece. Atomic Gamer gets 5 of his 7 from that last round alone, and it's not like that was just a random round. That was a buy round. That was rifles he was dropping left, right, and center, and really, if Marymount wants to win this game, I do believe they're going to be leaning on Atomic the Gamer quite a bit here to open up space for them like he just did there.
No doubt about it. Is that Empress still online? Going to be met as well by Seekers. They be necessary. The offense. The Marshal in the hands of Neuro Hermit. Shot through the smoke. Those Seekers I was just speaking on going to go out. Along with the guiding light. Make a Neuro Hermit fall back. Dislodge 1 or 2. But the push still coming in. It's Yusin who has that opening frag.
Oh yeah, now he's got control of tree. A-site being split on here. Mid-control established as well. They're slowly getting the life suffocated out of them. And now Finlandia, they don't have a lot of options to work with. NECC is able to get one for herself, but as I say that the bomb is down on the site, the turret will drop. Big E, he is the one-man army that can throw a monkey wrench in the plan. as he peeks back out. He's got a second. He evens up the numbers. This should never be this close. Pingo should be able to lay him to rest finally and get on the bomb, or get on the bomb, I should say, defend the bomb. But Nikto, only with the pistol, not really many chances for her to shore up the round. But that was much closer than you would have expected. Big E nearly making the hero play.
Certainly, indeed, a close one, but yeah, not happening. Operator now out here for Big E, who has had some limited success in the early stages of this game. That last round was really the only time he's gotten involved. Well, that being said, this is a big gun round coming up. Money is actually fantastic for Marymount. We've got a lot of cash. 7K you see for Atomic, and 4K for Fearsome. Really, really strong. And with the lead now in their hands, Marymount in control.
And Big E now, just hoping to replicate some of the success he's had in the previous round before he was taken down by Atomic. But I like that he's still willing to take these fights despite having gotten blasted one of the last times he did it. Now onto the site, he's just trying to make himself a hard target to hit. He draws out the shot from the operator, and that's a lot of space being bought, but Mr. Guy springs into action. He's got 2, he's got 3, knocking him down, headshot after headshot. Suddenly, this site take has been brought to a screeching halt.
That was huge triple kill here from Mr. Guy. Coming up at the right time, shutting down everything. Iggy, unfortunately, gonna go down to Bengo. Has one frag, but now everybody's coming in. It's Yusine who's able to connect. Neuro Hermit, though, from the flank, and Yusine's still alive. She's got to pull this off. Now 1 versus 3, 2 left alive. There's that Empress online for the opponents, and 1 away from a showstopper is Yusine. The spike in hand, she's gonna evacuate that A site and head towards B.
They hear that? That's the question. They even get a glimpse of the Rays just passing by the cross. It will be a free plant either way. How quick are they going to be on the retake? 13 seconds. They do now have the awareness that this bomb is going down. What can Yusine do? Now that she's gotten a little bit of alone time with the bomb, trying to avoid the dart, will pull out the rocket just to stave them off for a little bit longer. Through the wall, needs to be careful though. Could get tagged up. Half HP, drop up the arena. Still doable. Posted up. It's going to be the headshot angle. The first one is found. The second one right around the corner. She's not sure where to look just yet. Just hoping that she gets the second repeat. Instead, from behind, that one guy creeps out onto the site, and he's going to sink the knife between the shoulder blades to end this round out. 3-3 now as the score gets tied up.
What an incredibly dangerous round for Finlandia. Big mistakes from them as they nearly gave away a 2 versus 4. You can't allow for 1v1s to happen like that. That was nearly tragic and honestly pretty well played from Yusine, all things considered. She nearly pulled off a miracle.
Yeah, very nearly. And 10-4, Atomic the Gamer. He's been consistent with bringing his team success. Neuro Hermit slowing down a little bit. It's the Reina v Reina show right now, but Yusine very nearly able to pull a rabbit out of the hat there as we see more of the same. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go back to what got you to the dance. It's the A site hit coming in yet again, but Yusine alone on the front lines doesn't exactly have the firepower to make it happen alone.
And they've got a Blade Storm to contend with. No operator this time, but still equally as deadly. Frag goes out for Neuro Hermit, dismissed to get away. I was talking about that Blade Storm. Sure, it's hiding in the backside of this site for now. Both of the Leers come through. Push forward. Mr. Guy getting so much information here. The back of those footsteps. And they're not aware of Big E here with the shorty. As soon as someone tries to come in close, gonna get dispatched. As I say that, there it is, the shorty coming to fruition, but it's not gonna connect. There's a little bit of damage with the overheal now engaged. Atomic, very healthy.
Lockdown will be planted here, and so they're gonna have to make a decision. Do they actually try and get this bomb down, or do they just switch it up, go to the B site? They haven't actually committed to a plant here, so they have time and they have room to work with. Instead, they're gonna counter with their own Killjoy ultimate, one of them actually has been detained. Swaggy couldn't get himself out of the way in time. Do they hunt him down? They don't have the distance to do it just yet. One detained for each side here. And still, no bomb plant going down, but 15 seconds left on the round. They no longer have the option to rotate. They have to just try and plant here and deal with the defenders as they come. The bolt will reveal both of them. The locations have been established. It's up to the shots to connect.
Great timing here by NECC. He doesn't hit the shot, but now the threat is made aware, but it's a good timing. Swaggy has that frag, but no. Mr. Guy, quad kill, pulling out all the stops there on the Omen. Gonna be able to allow that one guy to get the defuse. What a duo. Mr. Guy and that one guy.
You know what? I didn't notice the names at first, and then I started wondering why I kept saying the same name over and over again. Well, it's because there's two very similar ones, two twins, if you will. But NECC, despite not getting any of the kills there, she draws so much attention and so much pressure that was one of the easiest spray downs Mr. Guy could have asked for in that situation. And so 3-4. Finlandia starting to pull away just a little bit here, but I mean, defender-sided map, I'm sure you would expect as much. So really, every round that Marymount can tack on here is going to be that much more beneficial heading into the second half.
That it is well, one round advantage for Finlandia currently. Maxine's gonna take a whole slew of damage, and in fact, going down. NECC, she's got it with the nano swarm. Able to connect even more. Gonna swing. Right time, right place. Hits the frag. Dismiss away for Nero Hermit is trying to play ring around the Rosie. And indeed, that is a victory. Big E involved on the back end with the op.
Oh man, standing tall on the site. Neuro Hermit playing around the dismiss beautifully there. And a little bit of miscoordination there on the hits from Marymount. It felt like Yushin was kind of just stuck on her own, trying to get onto the site solo, and not a lot of backup. And so I know she's playing an entry and all, but I don't think entry means to just go it alone and go for the solo mission. And so maybe a little bit, maybe the Trailblazer coming out to try and snuff out some of that Killjoy utility, maybe just playing around it a little bit better. But either way, it is not going to go too well if the trend continues. And so back to the A site they go. I feel like their B isn't as strong when they try and hit that, and so they'll go with what's worked for them in the past. Hunter's Fury coming out, but he's just firing it blind, and so not really a lot of damage being done here.
Yeah, that's what I like to call a fishing Hunter's Fury, where you just kind of throw it out there and hope you catch something. Nothing caught this time out. Waters are clear, despite going down on A. And indeed, Finlandia, you've been pretty keen to leave this wide open here and there, and this time, once again, is a wide open site.
Now, here comes the retake. This one could be coordinated well. Pay attention to the Reyna on the backside that could be flanking fairly soon here. The Omen not looking the right direction, just in the nick of time, is paying attention. They're all getting put into the meat grinder, though. Timing works out for Neuro Hermit. Now, suddenly, he can pinch in from all different angles. We see Atomic the Gamer. He's got headshots lined up for him, but he can't hit him. Big E gets the better of him this time around, and Neuro Hermit is about to have a field day. It's a firing range for him. He's going to get 3. That one guy's going to chime in as well, but where's the time? The bomb's going to go off. They're all going to go down. They don't have the space to run. 1, 2, and 3. Everyone goes falling over like dominoes.
Great usage of the nano swarms there on the back end from the Killjoy. Swaggy doing the work. Might be sitting 1-7, but that is a victory courtesy of her, no doubt. As Marymount, they are keeping this thing really reasonable. And, you know, we walked into this, it's 6-1 Finlandia versus 2-5 Marymount. And, you know, on paper, that says that this thing should be pretty one-sided, but honestly, Marymount really doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah, and really, I mean, going into this, everyone was expecting a fairly one-sided affair here, but it looks like it's just a little bit more polished than most were expecting on the Marymount position here. As Neuro Hermit, he is going to get tagged by the Trailblazer. He's trying to get the leader out, but not in time. You've seen so quick on the entry to the sites, even swaps at the gun. The gun hops through the boom bot. Everyone is being pushed further and further back, and plenty of space to work with. It does get shortened to a 4v4, but it's been consistent for Marymount to be able to get these bomb plants down, which is a lot more than most would expect.
Indeed, it has been. this 4-on-4 now turned into a 4-on-3. Atomic did such a phenomenal job, always finding success, but it's Mr. Guy to come in. That's the lockdown for the attackers. Gonna have to make some moves and make them fast for Finlandia. Atomic, he's got even more big plays, and the lockdown not even really in fruition just yet. That one guy gonna get out of there, but now the spike's so far gone, there's really not even time to attempt.
Yeah, instead, he's just going to go for some exits here. We'll be able to take down Atomic Gamer, but, I mean, Marymount is doing a good job of stacking their cash up here. Swaggy, unfortunately, just trying to hightail it on out. We have seen so many players die to this bomb so far this game. It's actually, I feel like the bomb probably would be in the middle of the scoreboard right now if it was a player.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it might be up there at the top or somewhere close. It's been somewhere close to like 10 or 11, I think, total, now that I'm thinking back. You're right. An odd number of deaths to that spike, but nonetheless, 5 all. Anybody's half thus far. Finlandia, by the way, the pickers of Ascent, he's starting to get a little worried if this is gonna be this close. And with that, I mean, I would be a little bit jarred considering the, expectations coming into this.
I'm surprised they haven't committed more to the A site, considering how often it's getting hit here. As Marymount just trying to spring the trap again. Out comes the rocket. A double kill this time for Houston. Will get Blade to rest. A double coming back the other way of Big E. He's only got 22 HP, but he catches another player. 3K somehow, someway, with only a Spectre and a Prayer. Now a 1v2. Low HP on 1. Does have the teleport as well. Will be able to get himself plenty of space with this B site. So as this bomb goes down, the most important thing is the first step. Where does he decide to go? Does he go aggressive? Instead, back of the boathouse. Just wants to play it safe, take the fights as they come.
Saw one from the shadows come through already. There's another from the shadows on the cards. Be used to get some information. That would be information gained if he goes back both house. But there's the paranoia. He's gonna catch out the Omen, but the leader in return. It does buy some time, but Mr. Guy is far too far forward. Can't quite connect, but Neuro Hermit on the run does make it work. It's 6-5.
Man, that was close as ever, but Neuro Hermit, when he's the last one left alive, you know your team is in good hands there. He has been fragging out this entire game so far, and he is going to be the one to finish that one up. Last round before the switch, 6-5. Would you ever think it'd be this close heading into our final round of the half? I know I wasn't, but I am pleasantly surprised with the performance, especially Atomic the Gamer. He is here to game.
No doubt about it. This performance has been phenomenal in the opening half of this series, but there is lots more to play, and now with that victory, Finlandia poised to try and win out this half. You see Marymount sort of struggling for the weaponry, and it's Finlandia who have pretty much everything, operator, Odin, and rifles all in their hand.
That was a interesting dart. Not really sure what the strategy was behind it, but Big E back with the operator. You know what it is. He's here for some more action, and now that one guy just going to use the drone to establish a little bit of information. Top mid he's thinking about springing with the Odin, but that headshot angle is one that many players know well, and so you don't want to give him too many opportunities.
Certainly do not. With a man disadvantage, Marymount march their way in towards B. Seems like the rotations are starting to come in. See the Omen already starting to move that direction, and not going to be long for the rest. Odin potentially on the defense here of the B site. And here's the Lear to come out and deny for the initial touch, and that's a nice shot by Atomic. Go going to be pushing forward, denies the Odin. That very expensive weapon going down, but it's the end of the half, so it doesn't matter. 3 versus 4. Bladestorm out from the shadows involved, and there's the lockdown. Big E has the frag there with the operator, but unfortunately Pingo is on the flank. Double there from Pingo. Now the lockdown still a factor as the Bladestorm is out, but it's a 1 versus 2.
Tango may have just finished up this round for his team. The first player drops, the second one, it's a labored spray, but Fearsome Money denies the ace. That was oh so close from Big E, and it's going to be 6-6 heading into this halftime. It's an even ball game.
So very close indeed. Man, Atomic 17-10. What a fantastic half for the opener. Really showing they have something to say, and it is a well described, I will say, for Marymount as they go forward to the defense. This is going to be a tough series overall for them, but they have really stepped up to the plate when it's been most necessary in the first.
Yeah, absolutely. And all credit goes to Houston as well, just willing to entry every single site for the team. It is not an easy job, not at all. Not really knowing any of the angles. It's not like she's been given a lot of information to play off of either. It's definitely a difficult position to be in, and one that I would hate being in myself. As we see a quick dash off the site, Big E will be able to create that second angle. So I get PP Slayer now stuck in the back of the site. The head will be popped off the shoulders. Mr. Guy chimes in as well, and this site has fallen as quickly as it came. Ooh, that's going to soften up.
Well, doesn't quite do as much damage as I had anticipated. I thought it was right on Mr. Guy's head, but it really doesn't do it too much. Here's that push, the paranoia. Arrow. Get one. It's flanked around, but still one more. Overheal still involved. No more orbs, but plenty of health. The 1 versus 4, and Atomic hit with the sonar dart. It's all really over now. It is indeed. Nero with a triple off the back of that ghost.
That was the most Chad thing I've ever witnessed. Sigma male Atomic the Gamer just standing in the dart and instead just standing in the dart in a smoke and trying to spam through to kill someone else that he can't see while they can see him. That had to be the most Chad thing I've ever witnessed in a game, but unfortunately for him, doesn't work out. Interesting to note that I believe they did buy a ghost for Neuro Hermit and drop it for him so he could buy both of the Devour Orbs. I believe you don't have enough credits first round to be able to get all of those yourself as Arena, and it looks like it paid off because both of those Devour help him hold the site for just a little bit longer, get a little bit more kills, and just stay the par of the course. And so, well played there. It looks like Finlandia is completely aware of where their strengths are, and they're willing to sacrifice for a teammate. So, always good to see that kind of humility coming out from the players, and finally taking back that lead. They're looking to make it send it a little bit further with the second round of the board. Houston hoping to stall at the hit. All these rotations arriving. Look how many players are here. A lot of firepower and a lot of manpower on both ends, but wisely enough, Finlandia recognizes the situation. They call the audible. They're rotating off, and this B site is left exposed, wide open.
Shadows traveling.
Indeed it is, and been found out, in all fairness, by Marymount. They do have the information, but, I mean, information, at least in the round like this, only going to do you so much good. Guy. There he is. Pingu. Down to it. Push now coming in from multiple angles potentially on Nikto, and yeah, he's going to be pressured. In that first, but get traded out immediately. Help for Mr. Guy, only for 1. This doesn't really matter though. Only a ghost loss. That's not big a deal, and everyone else going down without a hitch.
Absolutely. You'll definitely not mind losing that ghost, especially one that was most likely brought in from the first round. And so, really, nothing of value lost there for Finlandia. And this may be where we see Finlandia's experience as a team and their standings come into effect here. When they get that lead, it looks like they know exactly how to play with it. Nikto now, with all the money in the world, if she wants to buy up here, should be able to still bring another buy into the next round. Instead, very interesting, this bonus round strategy. It looks like they're just buying enough so that they can still buy the next round. Nikto kind of shuffling the weapons around and going for a very, very bare minimum when it comes to buy. And I guess it's all about stacking paper in this strategy.
Yeah, it's pretty bog standard. Exactly what you would expect to see on the bonus. You want to keep everything that you have essentially, and make sure you have enough money to get a full buy. That's why winning a bonus is so effective. Speaking of effective, Atomic continuing to find their effectiveness. 2 frags already, 2 for more. 4 kills on the round, looking for the ace. That one guy left to find, and it's Atomic, who has already had a quad in this game, looking to confirm the ace just in case, and there it is! Easy does it. Second ace for Atomic.
And that is just what the doctor ordered for Marymount. They're able to bring momentum back into their favor. They're able to build their economy with a very clean bonus round. And Atomic the Gamer, he is having a fantastic showing. How is this team towards the elimination bracket when they have this guy popping off like this?
I mean, I gotta be honest. The reality probably is that Atomic is having a one in a lifetime type of game at the moment. But man, is it beautiful to watch. It is absolutely thrilling. And Atomic once more, but this time Big E has an op. And that big gun says boom. Goodbye to the big fragger from Marymount.
Oh, nearly the second one coming in there, but let's get better there by Pengu, who responds with the Trailblazer. It's a blind for blind, but Mr. Guy can't get out of the way in time. Instead, Pengu just rushes him. Despite knowing that there was an op around the corner, despite knowing the Omen could have his gun out, and I've seen plenty of Trailblazer kills come out before, but man, all the confidence in the world. And as I say that, Neuro Hermit feeling himself as well. Pat Swaggy will take advantage of it. A little bit too greedy for your own good, my friend, as that one guy will also make his approach onto the site. Will open it up, 2v3, but there is low HP on Big E here. He could very easily be put down. Luckily, he's rocking the Operator. All you need is a single shot to win a duel there, and so low HP is a lot more forgiving when you have a single shot kill like that. Tango now, he'll be responsible for taking Speedway, and just like I said, Big E, 1 shot, 1 kill. Eugen has everything left to do in this round, and should see the barrel sticking out. A quick adjustment for Big E, though, will clean this one up. 9-7 now as Finlandia swings back.
What a dominant answer to Atomic Gamer's heroics. Ace in 1 round into a dominant B hit in the next, and Atomic shut down at the very beginning of that last round, courtesy of Big E's Operator. 9-7, like you mentioned, and you can see what the economy looks like for the defense of Marymount. It's not great. I mean, you got some rifles, by some, I mean 3. Got a Ares and Spectre. Here's that line, and go. Wow! Triple kill. Quick and easy. The Seekers are committed as well.
Oh, come on. How many aces are we going to see already here?
How many heroes?
We have our second. Let him have it. Don't steal it, Atomic. Let Pengu do his thing. Out he swings, but he will be taken down. Nikto not allowing the ace to not get the pleasure. Instead, it's UC to clean up the round, and that was, a moral victory in itself from Finlandia there.
I mean, I think that in and of itself is just Marymount making statements saying, listen, we have Atomic, but that ain't all we got. Plenty more to come where that was found. And well, the maybe only positive to take away here for Finlandia in this round is that they have 4 ultimates. Not sure they want to use them all. Then I get a Guardian, a Marshal, and assorted pistols and SMGs.
Okay. Pengu, little bit confident there, huh?
Yeah, bit ahead of themselves, you could say.
I love that. And but you can see just the fear that Pengu's instilled in this Finlandia roster. Look, they smoked it off because they're afraid of a second player being stacked up there. And so that's how unwilling they are to take some of these early fights. And you already see a lot of Marymount rotating over towards that A side because they're fearful of the hit. But instead, Finlandia just playing this one slow as possible, getting minimal real estate as the round goes on.
Say minimal real estate, but in all honesty, they're very spread. They've got lots of map control. Now, granted, they're not super far forward anywhere but A, and their mid control could use some work, but this is going to be a bruise, I think. As I say that, actually, the lockdown not going to go down. It might just be a standardized B hit. Everyone kind of lurks their way in towards B. This is going to be a fake, but sort of half-hearted one.
Oh.
Nick, she's committed that lockdown, and everyone rotates away. You can see it's so effective up the mini-map top left. It's going to be a wide-open B site. And that is what Marymount have to contend with.
I love that call, actually, and I mean, with only 30 seconds left in the round, it's very easy to say, oh, 30 seconds, they let themselves be known that they're A, it's going to be A for sure, everyone rotates over, but it's just the last second run out with the behind the Sova Dart, and now Swaggy PP Slayer is trying to sprint out onto the site, but already getting tagged up. A very wild spray, hoping to find the head, not going to happen. You've seen 2 kills, can actually bring this back into her team's favor. Marymount had the chance, which in a round had no business of even being in. Unfortunately for them, NeuroHermit was able to get the Devour off the kill. It's a single shot for another kill, and the last player standing. Not really enough time to get onto the site. Not only that, but not enough life to deal with NeuroHermit, who has just been on fire with his shots today.
Indeed, and with that, yeah, it's double digits for Finlandia. And the other thing to kind of mention, I talked about a round like that, right? Where it was 4 ultimates. You use one of them as a fake, and you win a round that you really had no business winning. Finlandia loving life off the back of that. They've just yoinked the round straight from the hands of Marymount. They are looking to continue that same storyline. It's Marshall, a Spectre, with rifles across the board. Thank you. Looking for that opening duel. I did take a shot, but it's whiffed. I think light goes out. Not going to hit its mark either. It's Pingo, though, who does.
Man, with the Marshall, he not only avoids the op shot, but he gets one back with a beautiful headshot himself. That was just really pretty to watch. Pingo, he's definitely the dual threat right now. If this is the Cavaliers, that's LeBron and Kyrie right there between him and Atomic the Gamer. We'll see if they can carry themselves into the playoffs here as NeuroHermit. He's letting his presence be known. Not to be outdone, though. Atomic the Gamer getting a pick himself. It is back and forth, tit for tat, but it looks like Marymount just slightly edging out so far as we see the B hit starting to come in. Everyone lined up. Let's see what kind of defense Swaggy can put up. Instead, look in the wrong direction, trying to find the dart. Going to get laid to rest. Big E contributes as well. Numbers advantage. Bomb plant down. And this round, all of a sudden looking the complete opposite of what it just was.
There's that Hunter's Fury. Emperor's also popped. Both sides. Hunter's Fury really not committing a lot. Rather not finding a lot. Now is Usain.
Oh!
Showstoppers in, and it's a double from Usain. NeuroHermit, though, able to pull the dismiss. Now the overheal. There goes the Lear. It's dangerous, and it's pulled out. Oh, so close. Atomic. He's pulled it back. And that is fantastic. And you gave the comparison earlier, but man, Atomic and Pingo, they got their own duo going over here. Maybe not maybe not basketball, but maybe some football. Brady Belichick.
Okay, I see. You got the every sport covered here. That's what I like to see. And man, that Reign of Urena, it came down to the wire. I thought Atomic Gamer was done for the moment he missed that spray on the box maneuvering. I mean, the Lear came out. He was blinded for some of those last few shots. But hey, sometimes the cookie just crumbles in your favor, and Atomic Gamer pulls it out when his team needs him to. That would have been 11 rounds on the board. That would have been very dangerously close to at least the draw territory, to the point where you can't lose the map anymore. But Marymount now starting to feel like they can really pull off this first map upset. Reminder, they did not choose this map, by the way. Pingo, needs to be careful, though. He's out in the open. He's dancing around, a hop, skip, and jump, and he's getting hit by one knife. But with that, I mean, Jet no longer has the ultimate available. Usain going to try and soften a few up, slow down the hit using those nades, and no one's actually out onto the site just yet. And so with that, a small victory. They prevent the quick rush. But instead, now they have to contest with the quick switch of pace and the B site potential. Oh, here's some money. He's got 1, he's got 2, he's got 3. Are you kidding me? They line up. And he gets some piercing shots there. That is gorgeous. Nikto might be able to bring this one back, but Atomic the Gamer with 2 out mid. It's a full house. 3 for 1, 2 for the second. And Marymount, California just stomps all over Finlandia that round.
So quick and easy. So dominant. And it's all tied back up. And you can see tied for not so long unless something magical happens because, look, it's a Bulldog. A couple Spectres, classic for Mr. Guy. Not a whole lot to work with, really, when you get down to it. And Stinger, I guess, in for Neuro Hermit. So, not a lot to work with here for Finlandia. Better than nothing, sure, but definitely not ideal.
It's like when you have to say better than nothing, you already know. Something isn't right there. As we see it, just the B site, heavy stacking, and it looks like Big E is the only one really willing to put his body on the line. Instead, everyone else just kind of meandering their way back towards mid. It's a little bit half-hearted, though, and Panko's already been able to work out all the way towards CT, so he's going to have easy access to the backs if he so chooses. Instead, he's going all the way to CT. He has his knife out, though. Instead, long range does not favor that's not even the Spectre. That's the Stinger. And so, good luck trying to win that duel. Instead, Big E now gets himself a freebie as Swaggy PP just desperately trying to make it back towards the bomb. Mr. Guy does find himself a little bit of a backstab of his own. Not before he has to contest with a very awkward fight there around the pillar. Eventually, Fearsome Money is able to put him in the dirt. Atomic the Gamer now swinging out wide, drops that one guy down to 20 HP before he's finished off. Big E now able to isolate a few fights. He will have 2 1v1s if he plays it correctly. Instead, Yushin going to hold for the swing and going to punish Big E as he tries to claw his team back into that round. Suddenly, who would have expected this? It's Marymount in the lead.
Yeah, and you talked about how Finlandia, they got really nothing to lose. They now have definitely nothing to lose. I've just gotten word that they are locked in the number two spot as Blue Gold B has won their match tonight, and that does solidify that number 2 no longer an option to go up towards number 1 or down towards number 3 for Finlandia, meaning it's all for Marymount, and they have the lead 11-10.
Again, I want to emphasize how unlikely this was. We were not expecting this to be this close. This should, by all means, have been a very one-sided affair, but hey, when your back's against the wall, sometimes you got to tap into that X factor. Marymount, though, their job's not done. They're down a man already, and 10-11, this could very easily be Finland's map, or Finlandia's map. And so, out comes the blind, just trying to stall this one out a little bit longer. Big E as well, getting a pick off with the off. This operator has been big so far this round, and they put a lot of credits into it, especially being so close to potentially losing their map pick. It had to prove useful, and it has done just that. Now A-Site, got a single defender on it. It is looking like a wasteland out there. There should be just a tumbleweed going by right now.
I love where Mr. Guy has set up shop, ready to defend.
Did they hear him?
Could have. It certainly would have been somewhat audible. Gonna be close. A dark cover.
Oh, how do you get through this?
You're gonna have to take a double swing. There's Swaggy. He's taking the first duel. She does fall, but here's some. Let's trade back. 2 versus 4, but we've seen the 2 versus 4 go the way of Marymount before. Believe it or not, in so many clutch plays this game. This is a huge, a monumental task. The push looking to come in, and as that spike ticks away, gonna confirm it with the nano swarms. This is Finlandia. Save the weapons. Everyone's staying alive. 6 players still in the server. Despite the fact that spike has exploded.
Yeah. The spike always has to make you nervous when it comes to this matchup because, I mean, first few rounds it was quite the menace. It's taking down people left, right, and center. But I like that both the teams have found their groove a little bit more. They're not making as many mistakes, not giving up unnecessary credits, and so all credit to Marymount and Finlandia as well. They're starting to really make these competitive close rounds, and that time around really well done from Finlandia, slowly picking apart the defense, showing what makes them such a cerebral team. And now at 11-11, I mean, this round is just massive.
It's really off the back of this Big E operator, and that come to fruition once again. This time nobody dares peek their head out at mid. They know what's coming. And on the other side of things, here, I mean, it's a pretty hard commitment here for 3 players over towards the B side, even using one of those shrouded steps to get over the on the other side of the B area.
Right here.
Ultimately, really going to be a B hit, at least not yet. Swag is over here at the A area, and oh no, that could have been bad. Didn't initially swat out Pingo, but the second attempt does just that. 40 seconds and ticking. Still nobody but one committed to this position. A site seems relatively weak as the push comes in.
Oh, Yushin, the timing, nearly taking her off the map right there. They're able to get onto the site, but Pango, he's making himself such a hard target to hit. He's got 2, he's got a 3rd, the headshot is there, almost the 4th. Nikto will have to do it all herself, and she just can't make it happen. Atomic the Gamer is back with the vengeance. 12 rounds for Marymount, and they are knocking on the door of closing this map 1.
Marymount in position for a huge upset. But this could be overtime. The money, there's plenty of it. Finlandia, they've got guns, they've got rifles. Are a little bit low in that Mr. Guy does have a Spectre, but considering what we've seen today, I don't think that matters. Operator for Pingo, for I think the first time, or I don't know, have we seen Pingo pick up that up before? I don't think so. Look at what's happening here, Tristan. It's straight in towards B, but it's a slow, methodical push in towards that direction.
Absolutely, and everyone is lined up, ready to explode onto this B site. No real information being given over, and so it's just going to come down to who wins the fights. And just like that, the sliver of head being given up by Big E there is taking advantage of fearsome money. Going to strike some fear into the hearts of Finlandia early on this round as they have the pressure applied.
Tough luck.
Look how loose Pango is playing, by the way. He just bunny hopped across mid like that.
You know, gotta keep it loose. Understandable. Nonetheless, now would be the time to pull out some of those ultimates. Lock down Hunter's Fury from the shadows. Anything at all. Neural Hermit looking to sneak their way in. Good find. The Usain going down, and that's an equalizer. Empress now converted. Push.
You heard that. Oh my god, the timing. Are you kidding?
Perfect. Neuro Hermit has it. Looking for another one, but that's not going to happen. The lockdown is out. Finlandia in towards B.
Bomb grenade out.
I mean, look at all the pressure he was able to draw on that aggressive play. That was beautiful. Now his team has free access to the B site. He got 2, took him down with him. The Hunter's Fury is there. He's tagged 1, has the second one lined up. He's got the first. The second one goes down. That one guy, are you kidding me?
I'm smelling overtime. What about you, Tristan?
Oh, I'm sniffing. Y'all smell that in the chat? Oh, that is what Finlandia is cooking.
It's definitely OT. 100%. Be the odor from last game, who knows?
Okay.
1 versus 3. Bingo. Pull it off, but not to be. Dead to the bot. We're headed to overtime.
What a map 1. Are you kidding me? Right after that wild best of 3 series we just had, this is unbelievable. My blood pressure is through the roof right now. Are they trying to kill me here?
All right, listen, let's hope not. I need you to stick with me because I don't know if I can handle this. Marymount doing a phenomenal job, just absolutely coming up with everything that they needed. What a clutch there from Finlandia. What a great move from Neuro Hermit. Finds 2 opening kills, pulls all the rotations, and then it's that one guy to find those 2 frags with the Hunter's Fury.
Oh, now we get to break into this overtime. 3 strong on the A site. Atomic Gamer gonna try and walk himself out. And oh, look at the timing. Big E has to be smashing his keyboard after something like that happens to him. Just wanted to get the smoke bomb down. Neuro Hermit, the lineup, he's got 2. Anything you can do, I can do better. Says the Reyna duel. They cannot be topped by each other. Nikto, though, wasn't expected under heaven. Is able to clean up Atomic the Gamer, and with that, the top fragger has been removed from the equation. 2v4 as well. Marymount definitely on the back foot for this first round of overtime.
Here we go again, though. 2v4s, they are winnable. Difficult though they may be.
Revealing area.
And on top of that, these two players got to stay grouped up. Look at how spread out Finlandia are for the time being. It's dangerous. Is that paranoia? Not going to really hit anything. It's what a shot from that one guy. He's recovered the operator. That let me have a hand at that one.
Nikto just creeping out. The headshot is there. 4 is still alive, and that's going to be momentum heading into this second half of overtime. Finlandia, they have the opportunity to make this miracle, make this dream for Marymount, California, and snuff it out.
Indeed, they do.
Match point.
The rare opportunity to play Dream Killer. Finlandia would love nothing better. Bolster their position. But add another W into that win column. And, well, not submit a loss. I would definitely think that they would like to do that. And the other big part about that is, we haven't mentioned it for a moment, so I'll mention it again. Finlandia picked Descent.
So important to win on your map pick, not only for just it being your map pick and it being, you know, what you had control over, but just mentally losing your own map pick to a team that was supposed to not have a chance against you. That's got to sting. That's got to really shake your confidence a bit. And so Yusin just holding for Cat. Meanwhile, on the other side of the board, Big E hoping that Yusin overextends herself right into his waiting midst, but no one really willing to give an inch. And I like that from Marymount, California, knowing that Big E has been so effective with the operator so far this game. Not going to risk it. Play it very restrained.
Just under 1 minute. Nobody's down. That could change very shortly. Big E goes for the frag, and it's fearsome to go down. Big opening there. Marymount down by 1. The rotations are immediate. They are fast. And they are over towards A, where there's one player hanging out at Generator.
30 seconds.
No one on Cat, though. Could provide a little bit of room for a crossfire to be set up here. And so this round definitely not over for Marymount just yet. But this is crucial. They're going to have to make something happen here. And Swaggy PP, not long for the world. Tagged by the dart, then tagged up and taken down through the smoke. They're trying to creep through. Yushin needs to be careful. At risk of just being rushed by that guy. Mr. Guy. It's the head being presented, and it's the head being taken off the shoulders. Atomic the Gamer also looking to make his own presence established. He's got 1, but he's got so much more to find. It's LeBron and Kyrie, the 2 men to do it. He can't fall all the way down. Neuro Hermit puts him to rest. It's 1v4, and I don't think this one's happening anytime soon, unless Atomic the Gamer, he's done crazier before with the bomb. He just simply doesn't have the time that he needs to make it happen. One player, he's almost got Nikto, but no! Nikto will not be denied. She is the one to end this first map, and the miracle run for Marymount, I'm sorry to say, has been stomped out for now. It looks like Finlandia has woken up, and they're going to try and bring that same momentum into this map too.
Gonna have to try and do precisely that. Man, it was so close, wasn't it? Oh, it's just one of those brutal heartbreak moments, isn't it, Tristan, where you get there, you're in overtime even, you hit the match point, you had an opportunity to close regulation, you couldn't quite make it, and then overtime just doesn't take your way. Really, really tragic there for Marymount and Finlandia. What a great job on the comeback. I will say they kept mentally in that thing. They didn't ever give up. They didn't ever, lose themselves. It can be so easy to get mentally bombarded in a situation like that, but they didn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, MC, if I'm Marymount, then if I'm the coach, if I'm the IGL, and I need to give them a talking to, just remind them that was not only not their map pick, but they were in control for a lot of it. and they were not expected to even be close to winning that map. And so the fact that they were able to bring it down to the wire right now, they should have their heads held high no matter what happens in this map 2, but they should really feel like they can ride that surge into map 2. They're already catching Finlandia off guard. Finlandia was not expecting this kind of fight and this kind of fire from the Marymount team. And so when we come back, we will have map 2, and we will see exactly how the adjustments can be made and if this miracle run can still be held firm. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we will be back shortly.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Welcome back, welcome back. After a barn burner of a map 1 where it came down to overtime, we're back with map 2, this time picked by Marymount. It's going to be Bind. We may see a very different look this time around. I'm joined once again by Vincent. And Vincent, what kind of adjustments do you think Marymount need to make heading into this map 2?
Well, I'll be honest, it's hard for me to say that they need to make adjustments because they were there or thereabouts. I actually think that it's Finlandia that need to make adjustments. If anything, they need to remember who they are. They need to remember that they've been here, that they are, consummate winners in this league, and that they could pull this off. Because honestly, that would shake my confidence if I was a 6-1 team and I made it that close on your own map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like the way you put that. If I was given a pep talk, I would like to hear that as well. So I think that's definitely what Finlandia needs to hear. And just to being able to take some of those early fights, I think neutralizing the Reyna would be all important as well. And maybe this map will work out a lot better, especially considering you have a potential raise to come out this map. Fearsome Money will have the Omen as well. The blinds work fantastically on Bind. Swaggy PP Slayer will have just a little bit more room to work with on the Killjoy. Now, Killjoy on this map is a little bit less effective than you would see like on an Ascent, things like that. A lot of teams opt to go with the Cypher or just a different type of a different type of Sentinel controller. But let's see how the Killjoy can come into effect here. A potential Sage being brought out as well. That's not something we were expecting.
Tristan, they've done the dirty deeds. They're both running the Killjoy unbind. You never run the Killjoy unbind. Never.
Well, sometimes, I mean, hey, like you said last map, play what you're comfortable with over what happens to be the meta, right? And as I say that, Yusin is able to bring out the Raze. Now, if Yusin was able to be one of the top fraggers on her team on Ascent playing Raze, it's only imaginable what she can do on Bind with a much better map suited towards the strength of Raze.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I did say, Yusin, listen, play the Raze if you want to on Ascent, but it's pretty poor compared to the upper echelons of what Jet can do. That being said, it is flip-flopped here. Big E now has to contend with the fact that Jet simply is not nearly as effective on this map, and it is Yusin with that Raze that is the dominant queen when it comes to the duelist. And that main duelist position. Reyna, of course, also very strong, and we see Neuro Hermit gonna connect with that once again. One thing that I do want to mention, I think, Swaggy having a bit of a slow game in map 1. If Atomic isn't able to find the same heights as in map number 1, Swaggy gonna need to be one of those players to step up into that into what will be a difficult position.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll see how the anchor on the B site goes. I mean, there are definitely some niches that Killjoy can fill on this map. Having that nanoswarm grenades is able to hit in and outside of the tube, and the fact that not as many people play the Killjoy on this map may give that little element of not being as used to having to play around some of the utility. And so, as I say that, a quick hit round 1 onto the A site. It's going to go 1-for-1 for now, but Reyna crucially getting that overheal. Going to make him very hard to kill. A second player entries back into Hookah, and so a 3v4 ensues. Bomb plant is down. They have space to work with, but they are slowly being chipped away at, and there is still a lot of time for this retake to come in.
When do you throw that paranoia if you're Fearsome? It's all about the timing. Nice shot by Fearsome and Atomic as well. Getting caught out, but even better with the connection. It's going to let Nick go all alone. Reload that classic, trying for the shots, but it's Atomic who does the triple. And oh my goodness, what a way to start here. Marymount with the easy triple up the back of Atomic. I said, Atomic really played incredibly in that map number 1, but, can you expect that in every map? At least here at the beginning, I guess you can.
Atomic is a freak of nature right now, lining up headshots over and over again. And this time, he doesn't even need the Reyna to do it. He's playing a more supportive agent, and still fragging out of his mind. It's Marymount to pick up that first round, and already in this second map, they're looking a bit more comfortable.
Only round number 1 gone, though. Still plenty of map to play, and Finlandia on the eco should be relatively simple for Marymount. A couple kills would be ideal if Finlandia can pick them up, but that is more easier said than done. Push comes in. It's a B hit. Tango out alone for now, but here's the rest of them. That one guy going down on the site. Shots fired. Nick, though, somehow comes away scratchless. Not sure how all those shots missed, but 2 kills already, and Marymount making a third. This is devastating.
Wow. This is unbelievable, and now they've retrieved some weapons to work with. Spectres in hand. Atomic the Gamer does actually have the full rifle, and if there's anyone you want to clutch out around, it's going to be Atomic. This guy has been very consistent. There's one, the second one coming from behind. He tries to get the flick. He can't make it happen. Nikto in the 410 shield going absolutely ridiculous. 5-1, and that is a round they should never win. But instead, all it took was that single kill, the single gun being retrieved, and Nikto goes berserk with it.
I mean, what a great couple of kills found. Nikto, obviously, with the first of those, and then the one on the flank as well to apply pressure through Hookah. And she gets 4 kills. Wow, what a hero play from Nikto. And with that, Finlandia, in a much-needed fashion, it seemed like Marymount were the team, right? Who had the hero plays last game. There's so many clutches, right? The Marymount were able to pull off. Atomic the Gamer had 2 aces. Pingo, nearly an ace as well. I mean, I think we had a quad from Fearsome, so there was just so much to be positive about for Marymount. Now maybe Finlandia having some of those options, as I say that to Mr. Guy, going to go down, but Big E on the trade.
Someone's going to have to stop this operator up top. Instead, Yusin just goes for the teleporter, quickly rotating out to the B site. They still have the Killjoy there. Neuro Hermit may just try and follow through here. Instead, going for the flank. Fearsome Money, though, waiting and ready for this to happen. Read like a book. Neuro Hermit now no longer available for the retake, and Neuro Hermit being one of the best fraggers in the team. That's going to be painful. Finlandia now needs to bring some other stars into the mix if they want to take this site back. That one guy will start things off, just wants to sprint out. He's going to rely on his teammate. The knife will come out, just able to dance out of the way, but 11 HP left. It is looking worse for wear, and only 2 members left. They may just want to save their guns and book it on out of dodge.
Be a good decision, especially considering one of those weapons is an operator, and yeah. What's going to happen? Finlandia going to be able to get away with this one. Marymount answering back immediately after the eco round victory, and well, off the back of these saves, there might be some cash, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Finlandia save coming into the next round. Eco, but you see, just confirming she can get out of there. Doesn't want to take any chance.
And why would you, right? Just make sure you get as much money into your pockets as you can. And with that, this is a pretty awkward buy coming out for Finlandia here. I mean, they have 2 saved weapons from the previous round, but the rest of the team will have to break the bank if they want to be able to at least scrape together a half buy here just to get behind it. But it looks like that's what they're opting in for. Everyone just willing to spend up, make sure they can kind of support this operator, and a lot falls onto the shoulders of Big E this round if they want to bring it out, because this operator is one of the only full weapons they really have to defend with.
Yep, certainly is going to be big. There is a guard cover going out for both sides. Neuro Hermit already down. A big one to lose for the defense. Damage done to that Omen. You've seen over the top. Gonna catch out Mr. Kai as well. Operator still deadly. One guy only good for 1, and here comes the lockdown, but it's an odd angle, and everyone swings before it can even come to effect.
And everyone in the group project understanding their role there. Yusin getting in early like she does so well. The entry master behind the U-Haul player, able to break open the site. Then here comes Pango, the Kyrie Irving hitting back-to-back shots when needed. That's gonna, and just makes it very easy for their top fragger. Atomic Gamer only had to get the single kill that round, which, I mean, when you that's a cakewalk for him. And so really just everyone falling into line there, operating like a well-oiled machine, and Marymount is looking terrifying right now.
Indeed, they are. Empress is available as 2 for Marymount, should they want it. I didn't quite see, but I can't be perfect from Finlandia. Yeah, there's Marshall here for Neuro.
I've got your trail.
Those Seekers. And Big E with the opening there with a Frenzy. There's quite a few options with Paranoia. All I can send Fearsome has that shot on lock. No more Frenzy. Fearsome pushing forward, but a little bit a forward position now. Wants to hold on to things. Saying that. What a great find. Necto, only one to survive.
And I don't see her picking up too many kills here. But as I say that, I could very well be proven wrong. The first one falling right into her clutches. Question is, does she try and go for this with the really not a lot of time left? And the economy not looking too great for Finlandia as well. And so giving over this gun would be disastrous. Although taking all the guns down would be even better. The operator, the last one standing, Atomic the Gamer, a little bit of acrobatics, but he closes out the round just like you'd expect him to do.
Still, really good economic damage, and that was a save from Finlandia. 4 kills? I don't think that's too shabby.
Yeah.
Not in the slightest. Operator for Biggie. And Atomic is holding up out as well. Interesting. I don't often see Sage up at all, but seems that Usain is perfectly capable and wants to hang around with the rifle. And I don't blame her. She's been phenomenal with it, so don't want to make adjustments when it's unnecessary. The Trailblazer met with a 50 caliber bullet between the eyes.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be worrisome to try and get into Hook, and instead Atomic Gamer bringing out the operator, trying to frontline with it, but instead Big E right through the smoke, pulls the trigger, takes Atomic out of the round, and he's playing the Sage. The Sage. No room for a res when the Reser is the first one to get dropped in the round. Neuro Hermit now a fantastic angle. If they drop through the window, no way they check this. Using the entry master, not going to be enough to break this side open. Neuro Hermit's got a second, and they get put into the meat grinder there. Fierce Somebody, the last man standing, was hoping for to replicate the success that he had picking off the flankers as some of the previous hits. But this time around, Finlandia, this is what they do so well. They make these adjustments to bring themselves back into it.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a good start for Marymount. 4-1. Yeah, that's nothing to shake your nose at. Definitely quality, but finally Finlandia
30 seconds left.
able to answer back is going to be the save. Obviously, here in spawn. 20 seconds left. I'm surprised that we actually don't see more hunting from Finlandia here, but I guess the thought process more than likely is that they really don't have the additional cash to buy in extra guns, and that's true. They really don't. So I want to keep everyone alive. It's going to be a flawless round as these seconds tick away, and gotta say, the defense of Finlandia, if it continues like that, Marymount gonna have to make some additional adjustments as they move forward.
Yeah, I mean, this is just how the series has been going. You think one team has gained the momentum, you think Marymount's about to run away with the game, and then Finlandia suddenly finds that second win to bring themselves back from the brink. And so, Nikto now, just another setup. She is having a fantastic game so far, and making the killjoy on this map not really look too bad. But that's just, sometimes when you're expert enough with the agent, you can pull off what shouldn't be happening. As Big E will be the first man to take down the Trailblazer, and I like that Big E has been positioning consistently aggressive, because even if you aren't able to get a kill, that's utility taken off the board there.
Hate to be that guy, but Nick, though, he's done a phenomenal job despite that pick.
The hatred.
I mean, it's just a reality, unfortunately. Really not gotten as much value as you would like, but those are the shots I'm talking about. I mean, wow. What a way to clothesline a guy and just shut down any sort of push in towards B. That was exactly what was necessary. You stall out this push for just a moment. You can see what it's done. Rotation coming in, and this is a great owl drone, a great timing. That one guy doesn't actually find much information. He does know one's here, obviously, but doesn't spot the spike.
He might have seen the second. That one guy, just playing a very narrow angle, but Neuro Hermit helping him out. Oh, what a flick for the second. Wild as he's jumping around. Pango wanted to make himself elusive, but not going to work out for him as that op shot rings true. Atomic the Gamer now has a lot to do, but that one tap is going to start things off right. A nice pre-aim. He's looking for the second. Tags him through the wall. You have to be terrified to peek this man. He's even got a res. 13 seconds left in the round. They have to get this bomb plant down. They have to do it now. They can't even TP. They don't have room for it. The wall goes up. 5 seconds. They'll have just enough to put the bomb down, but it's a lineup. Almost takes everyone with him. Instead, it's just a 1-for-1, but red HP bars on the Omen. Atomic the Gamer, he's going to have to do something miraculous here, and he has found Neuro Hermit, the 3K. Big E cleans it up. And man, what an intense round. So back and forth. It looked to be fought back from the ranks of Marymount, but in the end, the operator proves to be a little bit too strong. Neuro Hermit making sure no one forgets about him.
Nice way to make a comeback here for Finlandia. 4-1. You thought things might be slipping away out of their grasp, out of their fingers, and no. Still here. Pebble up. Not something you see every day on Bind, is it? I mean, sometimes the defense doesn't even get an op. And now Finlandia have two. Interesting to say the least. Atomic, one of his own. This is a bit of a poor man's bite. Not a lot on the cards, and here's Big E.
Oh, wow. Wow. That was inches before disaster there for both players, really. I mean, it looked like Atomic bought the operator, I feel like, specifically for that engagement, because he knows how often Big E has been swinging wide to try and take advantage of these early plays that Jet can make. Instead, the counter, it won't net them a kill, but it will buy them a fair bit of space, and now this operator becomes a much more clunky to use, much more difficult to find space, but instead, Big E, he's making it happen. He's got the first, the second one very narrowly avoided, but Atomic the Gamer, Pango, the duo we've been talking about, they're the ones to bust this site wide open. He'll receive a heal as well. The Killjoy comes out, a quick op flip, not gonna work out this time. He tries to go for more, but Big E, he is not to be bested. The bomb still hasn't gone down, and so there's so much time, so much space to work with as Big E. He's out in the open. Oh, that was dangerous. Tango walking into all three. He's gonna get dropped. Swaggy out in the open, also destroyed. Here's some money. Did get the teleport off. He is behind everyone. First kill should be a freebie. Oh, the spray is labored. The bomb is ticking, and he really doesn't have much of an opportunity at this point.
No. A nice attempt, all things considered, but it's all tied up. That's about as quick as you like on the answer back, isn't it? Three rounds in a row? Easy does it. Another by Marymount. And, well, in fairness, they do have cash. They're only lacking on one, and that's Swaggy, who unfortunately is currently a secret agent, 07. James Bond for not much longer, I hope.
Yeah, James Bond, Owen, whatever you want to call it. It's definitely not what you hope for. That one guy, that's a bit of a cheeky strat, just dropping the dart right outside of the smoke, hoping that someone gets revealed. Or an artificial one-way, if you will. Mr. Guy now, walks right into the wolf. He wants to make it out alive, but Pango says, thank you very much for the freebie. I will be entering onto this site with easiness. Now the Seeker's coming out just to disrupt the operator. Neuro Hermit gonna have to back way off for that one. That should be given pretty free access to the site. Still, that one guy sitting in U-Haul has an opportunity. They're going to sprint around the corner and find each other in a very messy spray. Pango does win it out in the end, though. With that, a 3v4, the number swaying back into the favor of Marymount. The bomb going down. The smoke's being lined up. Big E can't make it happen. It looked difficult. Though, ever present. It always feels like she's there to contribute a frag or two when it comes to these retakes, but you have to be able to do a lot more than that. And Atomic the Gamer just holding. No operator needed. Heads being clean.
If anyone can do it, she can. Lockdown is through, but there's no one on that. Gonna swing into two players. Go down to those two.
It's a big round for Marymount. They bring it back into their favor after Finlandia tied up, winning 3 in a row.
Oh yeah. 4-5 now as Marymount are finally able to get their footing back. Still with a lot of money too. Their economy has been managed very well because it feels like we've seen them only have to save one at most rounds this entire map so far, and so all credit to them. As we get into this next round, heavy B presence being shown early on. There is a single player here. It's the Reyna, looking to get some positional advantages, but Atomic Gamer hasn't pinned in the corner. He'll take that one split second for the operator to cock back for him to make his move across the cross.
I like that. Mr. Guy getting a forward position in towards the site. Whew, dangerous.
Oh my God. The knife's edge.
There's this. Biggie. Shots.
Holy.
He fired. It's a firing range here. Atomic gonna win that duel versus the operator, but it's still a man disadvantage.
He almost has the res.
It's true. Is he in position to res? Not really.
Oh, and the bomb is stuck in hookah.
Last player standing.
Margo down.
God.
That one guy. Now it's Atomic. Good res, yeah, but do you res? I don't know.
One down. 30 seconds left.
Ooh. And swapping guns. A second headshot. A third headshot. He has the res as well. Instead takes the swing. Neuro Hermit, though. Too consistent and too quick on the trigger. Atomic Gamer is trying to be the one-man army, but sometimes you just need that second player to back you up, and his hubris will be his downfall.
And Neuro Hermit narrowly saving Finlandia from what would have been tragedy. Would have been a horrific way to lose a round just off the back of what was a good B-sided hold. It's tied again. And we're looking very similar to that first game, aren't we? Very little really supporting the fact that these two teams are supposed to be, you know, very far apart.
This is just a classic Odin strat. This is why people get so frustrated when they die to the Odin like that. Sometimes it's just you throw caution to the wind. You just say, hey, hopefully I get lucky and someone happens to be on the other side of this wall. I say that though. They're having great success with it so far. The operator has been ringing out, and Big E on a 3K already on for the ace. They rotate back. They want no part in that.
Keep on giving him chances. That's what Big E wants, but he's not going to get it. There's only one player here, and that's going to be Mr. Guy. Just getting info, falling back. That's what he's done. Now is the plant going to go down? Here's where he makes his move. Push coming in, trying to spam. Spam's good. Plant's down. 1v5. Here's some money. Good for one. Trying to come back forward. Need 2 to fight. They're in hookah. Use the shrouded step to get in a bit of a safer spot. Unfortunately, it's right into the waiting loving arms of that one guy. And by loving, of course, I mean bullets.
Yeah, it sounds about loving to me, but I mean that's just the issue with having 1v5s or like that. You have no room to work with. He tries to teleport out, but there's a player waiting for him around every corner. There's really nowhere he can step that isn't completely covered there. You kind of just have to hope that you hit every single shot, and in that case, a few shots to the behind will put him away. 6-5 now is Finlandia. Back in the driver's seat, despite going down so many rounds early, they have found themselves establishing a lead for, I do believe, what might be the first time this map so far, but could be heading into the second half 7-5. And yeah, Bind is one of those maps, you could say it's defender-sided, but with all the teleports and all the rotations you can really utilize, it's definitely not a map that you could say is a guaranteed defender-sided every time.
Well, I mean, statistically it is, but it's a very slight, 7-5 at most. And, that means 6-6 ain't that far away. So, see which one it is. Marymount gonna have to pull out a round, but they've been pulling out rounds to your left, right, and center, so really that's not a big problem. I would like to see these ultimates being used. 3 for both sides, and here's the first. Seekers gonna be committed. Guiding light up the back of it, and his shot, Neuro Hermit, though, has it.
And that's Usain going down.
Message sent.
Oh, wow. Atomic the Gamer, just one shot, one kill, piercing between the eyes. As we see the Killjoy ultimate going down, they want to buy as much space as they possibly can, but they need to make a move. They've committed so many ultimate abilities to try and get this bomb down, and so far, they haven't really moved too far forward on the site. 2 players still stuck in bathrooms, despite being split off by the wall. They're going to make that long trek back around. They always have the option to go through that teleporter and hit the B side, though. Big E now in the air. Atomic the Gamer trying to fire him out of it. A quick flick back, but Nikto has found the backstab. And brought this plant to a screeching halt. Has been blinded, though. Pango to try and round the corner. 14 seconds. They have to get the bomb down. They have to do it now. Big E can't land the knives. But where is the bomb? Why isn't it going down? They have just enough time in a 2v3 scenario. They still have one on B, actually.
Big E finding some info over the top of the wall. That's a big amount of info from the shadows. But the nanostorm's gonna go down, but those are irrelevant now because Swaggy's dead. And there's that push. Bingo with the double, has 3 on the round, and the rotations are coming through. But so many places to look with the information now gained. Big blind, and Bingo has the quad. Huge plays for Marymount.
Wow, that was looking impossible for a moment there, but the lineup, massive. And the fact that Mr. Guy actually used his teleport just to get information on the site rather than joining his teammates meant he was going to be so desynced. And so it was essentially, after that 2v2, plenty of time to set up for the 1v1. The teleporter was also sounded off, so they knew where he was coming from. And at that point, it was just hook, line, and sinker for Pango. Eats the blind. Perfect timing on it, and has the easiest clutch of his life.
Freaking fast that half, despite the fact that it was 6-6. It felt like so many retakes, so many rounds going down to the edge, but man, anyone's game. Finlandia, though, up by 1 in this series. We know it was close, though. All the way back in that number 1. Seems so long ago now, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, seems like it's been ages as Pango. Man, he's on a solo mission. 2 kills and a 3rd one contributed by Atomic the Gamer. Pushing through the teleporter as well. A fake one, actually, from the Omen, just to establish that extra bit of pressure. Keep them guessing. Big E now walking out into the open. It's the 2nd peek from Atomic the Gamer, but he's losing so much HP doing it. Doesn't want to give back the man advantage. Doesn't want to make it closer than it needs to be. And the last 2 kind of funneled in towards bathrooms. They're kind of stuck here. Atomic the Gamer will at least drop him to 27 HP before getting taken down himself.
Rotations. Coming in from Finlandia. But where did they go? 45 seconds on the clock, and, well, this seems to be the decided choice, but
double back?
That, yeah. Quick double back. Unfortunately, it's not.
It's red.
Yeah, I mean, red maybe is a strong word. I think really just not wanting to over-rotate. Nikto. A nice kill there, but has to 1v2 now with 48 HP. Not looking the right direction.
Swaggy finally getting on the board there. No longer named Owen. The name change comes in. 1 in 10 now. And just getting that extra little bit of confidence to shore up the round. Marymount now back in the lead. After winning a pistol round, that's going to give you an extra bit of credits boost, extra bit of motivation heading into the second half, and we could be looking at the start of something special here.
Well, this has already been special. Marymount.
Absolutely.
Really, no matter how this ends, can I think say that they played a really good series.
Definitely. One that many were not expecting. Pango! Wow. I mean, I know it's a save round. I know it's a bonus, really, but man, oh man. This is impressive to say the least. The sheriff is in town, baby.
I don't know about that.
The Seekers.
I don't know. Really not necessary, I don't think.
He's feeling himself, you know?
Could have used that on a buy round. Use that, without a 4v2 advantage. Yeah. Nonetheless, not gonna be the worst.
Okay, this is that one guy. Here's the footsteps. Oh, they're not heading his direction, though. Instead, his teammate will have the opportunity. The vulnerability will help Nikto pick up a kill. A second one. The backstab is here. That one guy. It's a 2v2 now. This happened out of seemingly nowhere. Two members left on the A side.
Yeah. One fight win from both these players. And suddenly Finlandia are in a winnable scenario and they're going the right direction. B has nobody home.
Standing ahead.
Oh, what timing.
He's always taking so much damage, though.
Phenomenal timing on that. Nano Swarm.
Yeah, that was blind, right?
I mean, had a bit of an idea, considering the timing, but yeah, no way to know for sure. And both of those Nano Swarms from the offense, though, have made its way on towards the spike, which means that any diffuser is going to be met with some deadly weaponry.
Now Nikto, right around the corner. This is complete silence right now from Yujin. This could pay off huge. Instead, the timing not working out. The gunfight, though, winning. Not a lot of time left on the bomb. There is still 2 micro swarm grenades. No one's shooting it out. This round is over.
Wow. And that's why it's so important for you to touch that spike early and often. You have to make those plays. You have to force out the utility. Because those Nano Swarms, 5.5 seconds apiece, they ain't short.
Wow. And the fact that they lose that is just so disastrous. Their money is going to be brutalized by that round, and they had every advantage. And I can't help but think if Pengo didn't pop the Seekers and go aggressive like you were talking about, that they should have been able to bring that round home fairly easily. But again, that's another mistake made was, I mean, you got to just anticipate that second Nano Swarm on there. You have to be able to shoot that out before you're on the bomb. And as I say that, here's some money. Willing to use the blind early on. He's going to see the dart being brought out as well. A little bit of utility traded back and forth, but nothing to come of it.
Did we see the quick answer for Marymount once again? Who knows? Remember last time Finlandia were able to win a big second round, they got answered back basically the round after. Anything's possible. But nonetheless, slow and steady. Finlandia don't really want to give anything away. You can see how patient they're being. Well, I guess Nero, a bit tired of patience. He's looking for the opening. Got it. Lyra comes out. I'm in position. Trying with the Guardian, but that just not going to be great if you're not hitting with that first shot.
Yeah, it's so difficult on some of those close swing angles, especially with the Guardian. A lot of people will have to rely on the spray in that scenario, but Atomic the Gamer, I mean, with how he's been playing so far, I can't blame him for wanting to take the riskier angle. Usually when he takes risks, they prove successful. This time around, not going to work out and leaves his team in a 3v5 scenario. I don't know if he still wants this fight, though. Dango, he's going to start the party off right. He's able to drop one. He's got the gun picked up. Neuro Hermit, though, on a 3K, looking to ace this round. Make a statement for himself here. Swaggy TP Slayer is the next one up to the plate. We'll get a few tags. It's one more left. Right around the corner is his ace waiting for him. Instead, look how disciplined that is. Just books it. Doesn't even bother.
Yeah, I gotta say, you know, overall, Finlandia, one of the things, and in fairness, so Marymount as well, both of these teams have really impressed me with how well they're able to kind of play the objective correctly. You know, whenever it's given up, they're giving it up. Whenever they're needing to save, they're playing the saves correctly. You know, it's something that I often see, especially in this division. You know, just not happening. So, really, really good stuff from both Finlandia and Marymount over the course of this series thus far.
Yeah, just a great showing all around. Now fears some money. Back up to the plate. We saw him go aggressive here last round, and it looks like they're anticipating another peek here. Not going to give it to him just yet. Instead, most of the players will be taking long. There is a Bucky around the corner. Fears some money! 2K! 2 heads! Taken off the shoulders, and that's a beautiful display right there from the dart. Gonna force Pango off the angle, and now a little bit of ground being taken away from this shotgun. Yujin as well, able to swap out the weapons.
Finlandia, off the back of that double, down by a lot. And, well, can't really afford any more casualties. I'm going to look to maybe rotate out of here, but only one player on towards the A site. That's Atomic the Gamer, and you know how deadly he can be. Difficult decision now awaiting Finlandia.
Clear Atomic here, though. That could be big for taking this side out of the hands. Pango, oh so close. Felt those bullets whiz by his shoulder. And Atomic, do they check him here? They do, but they can't land the shot. The second player as well will be dropped. Rotations coming in. This round may just be put to a close before it can even start. 3K for Atomic the Gamer, and it's just the back and forth continuing.
Craziness. Indeed, yeah, back and forth always is entertaining, but Paramount just find the craziest ways to pick up these rounds, it feels like. And, you know, I said it would have to be, you know, another lifetime performance from Atomic the Gamer. It has and it hasn't been. It's been Pango who has stepped up to the plate and really been that secondary star that he was sort of jumping into towards the end of map number 1, but was struggling to fill, and now is just oh so perfect.
There's some money. It's going to be the lineup. Takes him down. That one guy will be bested again. Fearsome Money's having so much success on these early fights. That's been a big contributor to Marymount's success so far in the second half.
And advantage for Marymount. The defense is so hard, and Big E tagged heavily. Can't tell what's going on as they're rotating out. It's a wide open A site, but they don't know that. And have to get a move on if they want to find it out in due time. And there we go. Timing works perfectly. No hard to Fury to deny the plant. And oh, what a find by UC.
He hoping to make the best of his little bit of HP that he had left. Hero Hermit now shortening the numbers. 4v5 or 4v3, I should say. The Fusion will be tested here. Around the corner, it's only the pistol, and the pistol will not be enough to best the rifle. Mr. Guy was able to take that one down with him, but he's on such low HP. A single shot puts him to rest. It'll be just that as he gives himself over, almost free of charge there, as we see the last player expecting to be towards bathroom. Instead, he's wrapped all the way around towards short. He's stomping his feet around. He's being as loud as possible about it. They got it to halfway. This will be close. Swaggy PP will just play distraction right now. Oh, so close, but he can't do it before the spike is defused. Neuro Herbert with the 4K, but it won't be the round with it.
Not at all. Finlandia finding another big moment to come with the loss, and oh, it's just so many times you have to say over the course of the series thus far that Marymount has just had those clutch moments, right? Those are the keys to success, and well, here we go again. Guns for both sides, and a little bit dicey for Marymount. They don't have perfect weaponry, excuse me, but good enough. And there's a lot of ultimates. Speaking of ultimates, Big E, he has a Blade Storm, but I guess if you're opping like that, you really need one.
Yeah, might as well save that for a more desperate scenario, because right now Big E is looking right at home with the operator. This is where he's at his best, and finally he's able to afford it. Even gets a second before drop, but it's crucially the top fragger, Atomic Gamer, the boon, the thorn in the side of Finlandia, has been taken off the map fairly early on in the round. And now with that teleport, the A site, is there anyone here that can stop them? No.
Nice find by Finlandia. Seems like this has happened pretty often, hasn't it? These late rotations in towards A, and nobody actually there to defend. Either way, this is such a split defense. There's still a player in hookah. Nick, though, I don't know why. Probably waiting on, you know, the rotations, but those have already happened. Probably should already know that, and probably should be rotating, but nonetheless, 3v3 on towards the site.
The Sky HP is single digit. That one guy going to get himself a fairly quick kill. I have no idea how Pango gets that kill on next to 0 HP. That one guy now down to 15 red HP bars all around, but there just simply isn't enough time for Pango to work his magic. And a 3 HP, I'm not sure what his odds were either way. He's going to hop out into the open. Even best Neuro Hermit. Are you kidding me, Pango? He has 3 HP.
Another one bites the dust. Finlandia just really making moves here to answer the call, and feels like this is the same thing as last map, Tristan. I mean, 9-9. I don't know if we were at 9. We were at 10-10 last map. I know that for sure, but it's certainly close. 4 ults here for Finlandia. Only 1 for Atomic. Haven't really seen too many high-value reses. Be a perfect time to pull one out.
Absolutely, and Mr. Guy doing what he does best. Getting some early info. Omen v Omen. Both of these Omens feeling aggressive so far this half. 3-man stack onto the B site if they so choose to try and break through the defenses. It'll be that much more difficult. Not like you were talking about, we do see a lot of early rotations towards this B site. Perhaps giving a lot of room for some good fakes to be pulled off here. So far, nothing too committal.
Here we go. You see? Primed and ready. Here's the first inkling of a push. The Owl Drone, operator. Need to play. There it is. Comic. So, find some openings here inside of lamps, but the Hunter's Fury comes out. It tries to deny that area. It is denied. But here's the lockdown. Courtesy of the attackers, but it's so difficult. Comic trying to deny it, but Nikto has the frag. Barrel stuffing. There's some on the flank, but one's going to get detained. 2 versus 3.
That's the bomb, though. Crucially, that is the bomb. Swaggy now also getting clotheslined by Nikto as he tries to move past. 10 seconds, though. They have to get this bomb. They simply don't have the access. Fearsome Money closes it for business, and with 4 seconds left, it's just up to the Killjoy to try and save the gun for as long as possible. Pango follows her into the teleporter, and an accidental, not an accidental, but Pango thrown in the blind beforehand just to make sure he's not going to get shot to bits. That is clever, and that will be closing out the round. 10 on the board for Marymount as they are starting to look dominant.
Well, I don't know about dominant.
That last round certainly looked it.
I don't know. I mean, that was awful close there towards the end. If that bomb doesn't get caught out like that, I think we're talking about a very different round. And on top of that, right, Finlandia still very much in this thing, but this time it's pistols. It's not perfect. The economy is struggling, but, Finlandia have been able to pick up some, pretty solid eco round victories as well. Look at the early stacking towards the site. Big E so far forward on the push. That's a nice paranoia. Too. Big E with the frag. The push here on towards B is successful. That's everyone going down. No one to fall for Finlandia. And I said they've been doing it. Here they are again, Tristan, on the ecos.
These ecos and Big E, what a move to get into elbow. He gambled a little bit, just hoping that there would be no one in that elbow position, but his gamble pays off, and he's able to really buy so much space for his team. And you saw towards the end of the site there, it was just Marymount all funneled into a choke point and just getting overwhelmed from every side. That one guy even showing off a little bit of fancy footwork there with some nice shots to go with it. And I mean, Marymount now, they heard that teleport. No cheeky business here, Fearsome Money. They know you're around the corner, and so they'll take the fight. Neuro Hermit will win it. 4 players still alive in Finlandia. They're looking scary.
One goes one way, goes back the other, and that was on the eco round too. Look at what it's done to the economy of Marymount.
Oof.
What do you do? It's such a weird position because a couple people can buy a rifle or two, but you're really not. 3 people struggling. You have to really save, and save they will. Here, a rifle in the hands of Here's some. I don't know about that. Really not. I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna buy a hero rifle, Atomic should be the one to have it. And on top of that, look at 950 in the bank. That's not really enough to buy into the next round.
Yeah, and I know a lot of the times when you have these hero rifles come out, it's hard as a player to say, hey, you're not as good as me, give me that rifle. It's you don't want to just go out and say something like that, but at the same time, you definitely want the rifle on the person who's been fragging out the hardest, which so far this series has been Atomic.
It's about, stepping away from the ego and just saying, hey, Atomic, you're having a great game. Take my rifle. That's what it is. And Neuro?
What?
Neuro? Okay.
Oh,
I'm sweating bullets out here. This is so close. 4 versus 3, Finlandia up, but it's an eco. This shouldn't really be a problem.
that was very awkward. Yeah, that was just awkward. Not really a lot of other ways I can phrase that. Sage, though, is still tucked towards the bathroom. They did get a glimpse of Atomic earlier, and so this shouldn't be anything they don't expect. As we see 2 more players starting around the corner. Eugen will be up close and personal. Your Neuro Hermit, though, just a better angle. As Swaggy will try and retrieve the scraps and bits to work with, and it's not going to be easy. Does catch a 1 player reloading. The second one around the corner. Nikto, Imposter down. Gets the better of the counterpart in Swaggy. Now with that, 11 rounds to 10. It's the buy-up for Marymount. They are on the ropes right now. This series could be lost within a few rounds, and so this is where they really have to go into the playbook. Try and find something that is unexpected. Do something that you feel will give you your top tier chances of winning these rounds.
And here's where Marymount, I gotta be critical a little bit. There's just economic mismanagement right here. There's just no reason you should have 3 Spectres in this round. This is so crucial. This is the make or break round for you in this series. Win it, and you could position yourself to go to map 3. Lose here, and Finlandia are on match point. That is unacceptable. You have to be better about utilizing your money. And Fearsome, like you see, Spectre only because of that hero rifle.
I understand trying to force up if maybe the side of Finlandia had fragile economy. Maybe you try and get a few guns off of them, and if you win the next round, then suddenly they're in the hole and they have to save up. But it looks like Finlandia's economy was completely fine, even if they were to lose the round. Maybe it wouldn't be a pretty buy, but they would still be able to pick up some rifles. And so, not really a lot of reasonings behind getting the hero rifle there. And as I say that, Swaggy, much too ambitious, expecting the flank to be nothing but free kills. Instead, gets cleaned up herself. Mr. Guy stuck in the corner. He's going to get softened up by the paint shells. The rest of the team trying to spring into action. Here's some money. Eugen both contributing here. The teleport comes out. Look in the wrong direction. Nikto, are you kidding me? How did she find that kill? Doing 180s on him. Here's some money, though. He's able to finally trade out the kill. And as the 2 teleports come in, when the dust settles, it's an even score.
Low HP here for Fearsome. From the Shadows is online. Does he dare try and do anything with it? As I say that, same could be said. From the Shadows is there, and this is nicely utilized. The Overgrowth going to be allowed to come through, and now both of these Marymount players healthy, though not so much on the armor. 2v2. There's the guiding light is coming, and this could be a good crossfire if they come towards that one guy. Looks like Pingo is going to do just that. Paranoia misses everything. That one guy with the frag. And now Fearsome Money all alone. 1 versus 2. This is for it all in Finlandia. Take it. That's going to be 12. And match point is on the cards.
No, man. What a terrible time to find yourself on match point. No one really able to buy up save for Eugen. Even then, it's only the single rifle, and like you were talking about, the economy mismanagement comes back to really bite them in the most crucial round of them all, match point.
Man, so close. 12-10, the score line. And honestly, Finlandia, it feels like they should be able to close it here, but
there's been crazier things to happen. We've seen crazier or worse buys prevail for both Marymount and Finlandia over the course of this series, and well, I wouldn't be that surprised to see it happen once more. 6 ults across the board as well. Lots to work with. Both lockdowns. And there's that from the shadows.
Atomic hearing all this happen. We'll have one in the corner. Can't line up the shot. Atomic, no! But his team had to rely on him there. He had what should have been a free kill, and instead he's the first one out of everyone to drop in this round. Suddenly, the chances of them being able to hold on look so much lower. Fearsome Money, though, standing tall. Oh, Mr. Guy, trying to put a stamp on this round, trying to put a stamp on this series. He's got one. The second one falls. He's on for the 3K. Eugen is... Oh, the lockdown even gets destroyed to make matters worse. Fearsome Money, desperation, gets him clotheslined, and with that, Eugen has everything falling on her shoulders, and I don't like her chances here. The first one will drop fairly easily, but the time is ticking lower and lower, and with only the Spectre, what exactly can she even make happen here? They don't even have to give her fights. They can simply play the bomb. Instead, out in the open they go. Neuro Hermit likes his chances, and at 28 kills, he will be the one to close out this series. Finlandia takes it 2-0, and I hate to say it, but Marymount is officially out of playoffs.
They fought valiantly, gallantly, bravely, but it was not quite enough. Indeed, out and done Marymount, California, but man, that was Finlandia. They deserved that win, I think. They brought it back, and they played so well when it came to bind. I think they were caught out a little bit over on a set on their map pick. They were like, oh, things got crazy. And also Atomic, the gamer, man, had a crazy series. I mean, he nearly had 20 kills in the first half, to put it into perspective. On map number 1, he only had 22. When I say only, he was still top of the leaderboard, still playing very well, but didn't have 2 aces. It's hard to say that that was the difference maker, but I will say no disrespect to Atomic, had a great showing nonetheless.
When you say only 22 kills, that's how you know this guy has been on one today. And so, really, Marymount can walk around with their heads held high. They took one of the best teams in this entire tournament to their very limit. I mean, that was as close as you could have made them. The overtime round 1, the intense battle map 2. I mean, what more could you ask for out of Marymount? Maybe a win would be nice, but hey, you definitely can't knock them for their attempt here today. And with that will be bringing our cast to an end. Thank you so much for joining me, Vince, and thank you so much at home for those of you who watched this absolute banger of a series. We have had nothing but banger games today. And so if you want to find this top-tier Valorant entertainment, what better place to do it than the NECC? That being said, we will be signing off here. Vincent, is there anything you want to give us before we are off for the night?
No, only to continue tuning in. And we got one more matchup to take a look at. I don't know who it'll be. I think it's Seymour and someone else. Either way, fantastic. Chad Lantis, 2 fantastic casters that will be bringing you through that one. So make sure that you tune in for that. And it's definitely going to be a good time here at the NECC. We'll see you on the flip side here after this short break.
Folks, I hope you've been having a good night because we got a last match of the NECC right now for the Valorant League. It's my name is Seymour. Alongside me is Chad Lantis. We're going to bring you through this last match of the day, the final best of 3. Chad, why don't you run me through who do we got?
Absolutely, Seymour. Today we got Fresno State Bulldogs up against the Keanu Huskies Esports, and we actually have a nice standings slide for everybody to look at. This is the last week of the seasonal play before we go into the playoff brackets. And you can see right there, if you're in red, you're in that danger zone. You're not going to be able to make it into playoffs. Top 8 goes through, and you see Fresno right up there on the top, number 1 seed right now. If they win today, they stick into the number 1 seed, they lock it in. But if they lose, then most likely we're going to be seeing them in the number 2 seed, and you want that number 1 seed going through there. And on the other side of things, Keanu, Seymour, you can see that in the middle. They need to get this win if they want to get up there on higher seeds, because they're right there in the thick of things.
Hey, you don't really want to be in the middle of the pack because you run risk of playing that number 1 seed right off the bat, or you run the risk of playing kind of your side partner in the bracket when you do kind of move out into the playoffs. If we're going to be seeing Keanu right now pull this out, I think Fresno's a really good opponent to go hand to hand against right now, because you pull out a win against the number 1 team going into playoffs, I'm sure you're going to be feeling good when you do move on into that situation. But we got our maps to talk about as well, because Keanu is starting us off on Breeze. Fresno went ahead and picked Bind. Our decider map's going to be Ascent. How are you feeling about this best of 3?
I'm liking it a lot. The maps are very diverse, and the personalities that you see in the maps. We have a lot of open areas from Breeze, long-range sniper work, and a lot of rotational gameplay from there. A lot of mid-control play through there. And then Bind's a little more claustrophobic, a lot less sniper lines to work with, but it's really favoring a lot of executions and team play for working through the teleporters. And in a sense, a little bit of both. And those paper-thin walls, of course, so a lot of information gaining and mid-control to explode on a site from multiple angles, things like that. But going on Breeze, that's what we got to focus on first. That's game number 1, map number 1, and we're going straight into the agent select right off the bat.
Breeze won't see your typical smoker like your Astro, your Brim, or your Omen. You're going to be seeing those Vipers get locked in. Savo already there. Suki going to be hovering over it. I'm surprised that you're looking at Keanu and they're not really going for that Sage pick that you see their opponent in Fresno going for. I think that Sage pick that Gingerbread has right now is going to be a good asset to this team.
Yeah, and Viper as well. You can just create your own walls because, like I said, it's very wide open areas. So Viper is so pivotal on just creating just like obstructions of view for people, especially on the defensive side of things. For if you're a defense, you're a Viper, you're seeing Suki go there right now. B site, just drop that poison cloud right in the middle of everything, so nobody can see any way of getting into the site. You can use some snake bites, things like that to stall it. You can basically solo hold the site as long as you have one person over towards Nest. You can kind of control and help with the tunnels entrance to the site, things like that. But they can also pseudo control mid site while the rest of the players play towards A side. It's a pretty common setup for defense, and that's exactly what we're seeing Fresno State do from the first round.
Well, Chet, looks like Keanu decided it's going to be an A hit. They are set up right now to barrel into the site. No limits. You can see Viper, Savo setting up for the wall to block off the A site diagonally so you can get in there and put that spike down safely. And that Sage is definitely going to reinforce that on top of everything. You look at player number 2, though, in the back, 3Ds. Nice headshot onto Mr. J. The Reyna duel goes the way of Fresno.
Yeah, 3Ds opening up this map, and this is a player that got player of the week recently across NECC. 3Ds is a fantastic, highly skilled player, and not a surprise to me whatsoever. That's the player that gets first blood in this entire series.
Yes, it is. And now with that player disadvantage, Keanu have to defend their bomb. They have the Viper utility to work around, and Kurapika actually getting super aggressive. The poison orb, it's going to dissipate. You have the crossfire from Zavo, good for 1, but only 1. And now they're really tucked away into the back there. Money Marv going to get overwhelmed by Gozu, all up to Zavo and Gingerbread, and the defenders are going to hop that bomb right away and never let go.
Oh, Gingerbread, honestly, in that situation, it might be better to die off, but, you know, it is what it is. We'll be able to keep off the Ghost, just because the whole, like, you know, survivor penalty of going to the next round, stuff like that. But it's the first round loss. You're not really going to get much of a bonus anyway, so grand scheme of things, not a big deal. We'll be able to get a Marshall up across the rest of the team, it seems like, because this is a great map. for grabbing marshals. Usually go for like sheriffs or specters for a lot of the like low buy rounds. But this is that map that's just so wide open that marshals really shine for here, more so than any other map in the game.
And a couple pistol upgrades for Keanu to look at. Frenzies, sheriffs. Gonna be dangerous for those headshots. Suki, shoulder peeks out, is gonna get some information inside that window. Mr. J waiting for the call right now, and there it is. So they're gonna be overwhelming these two players up top. The heal back onto Panda now. The wide swing right into him. Doesn't matter, get healed or not. Nice wall bang from Jeroen. Instant trade now. You're looking at the site. Because Mr. J slow pushing in to collapse these two players, 3Ds. Working alongside Suki with the Spectre. It's going to rain terror down and rip them apart as they try to move on in. Brilliant from Money Marv, but it's not enough to break through this anti-eco that you're looking at Fresno set up.
Yeah, Gingerbread is a very familiar situation here. We saw the first round, seeing it again. Hopefully this is not a pattern that is consistent for Keanu College, as Gingerbread would like to have some teammates to work with, pointing to the end of the round. Save the Ghost last round, but they're going to be able to buy up rifles the next round, most likely, based on how they bought out here. Oh, got one kill. Actually, suddenly this is winnable. Gets another headshot, maybe? No, not quite. Dragoon's the one that finished the fight. 4K on the round for this Battle Sage.
I was going to say, hold the phone. Gingerbread's not out of it just yet.
Yeah, that first kill came through.
That headshot on the Gozu is actually kind of slick. It's going to drop a little bit out of the hands now for Fresno State going into this bonus round. You see Panda upgrading to that Vandal. It's definitely going to be packing some punch for wherever Keanu decide to push into this. They're putting it on the Sova as well. Like, information working alongside that Vandal, it is going to be good for kind of peeking around that Viper utility.
He's the one looking at Ness right now, the mid control, very long range, more long range than anybody else is positioned for. So that is exactly why has that Vandal in hand. Everybody else has SMGs and Sheriffs. The Sova forward information, longest range control of the map. But they lose off 3Ds immediately to start off this round. A little detrimental for the team.
Would like to see Fresno start reinforcing this site. Another one falls. That's the A site open, and it's the call for Kropika to take a peek inside the A site, check and see if it's open for the taking, and looks like the spike's actually going to be rolling over, so a little bit of real estate now to Keanu College at the A site for that spike to get planted. You're looking at the rotations to set up for the post plant.
Toxin screen down.
And the bonus rounds are so tough to win on Breeze because of those long angles. You saw those first 3 picks just come from long angles up against Sheriffs and Inspectors that just couldn't handle those distances. The Vandals just went out. And now in the post-plant situation, 2 versus 4, Karapika gets shut down. Nice shots by Panda. Karapika thought they had to jump on them, but no, a little bit too aware. Are these two members of Fresno State trying to pull back the victory in this bonus situation? They both have Vandals now.
Yes, they do. Rune, though, doesn't know where to shoot. Panda looking to keep his team in it. A 1v2. As that headshot capacity of the Vandal get transferred to the last Money Marv. Gonna walk away with it, but barely.
So close. That hero buy of getting that Vandal up for Panda almost pays off into an ace. 4K is still very commendable for sure. Couldn't quite finish off at the very end. Yeah, especially for a bonus, like you said. And now, because of those kills, Panda actually will be able to buy up another Vandal. It just gets those kill bonuses, another 800 credits in the pocket. That will be just enough to be able to buy up. Goes down to 0. There's barely. An operator in the hands of Gozu as well. You see Jets on this map so often because, like we said, long ranges. I mean, of course, that means operators reign supreme very commonly. But Gozu falls instantly. Couldn't get any value out of the op.
Must have been the flinch from only having half armor there. Now Dragoon is going to have to come out with at least one peeking through this wall. This wing comes through, a 1-for-1 trade. Jay ready for the aggression. Spike's going to get planted. You have the Sage wall up, but when the dust settles, Chad, it's a 3v3. We'll make it a 3v2 as Gingerbread hot shots with that Marshall. Dre's still coming out though. Fresno hot on the heels right now of Keanu College. 3D is going to have a brilliant shot on Mr. J, winning out that deal once more. 1v1 again for Money Marv. Can he clutch up twice in a row? The Bladestorm's going to be pulled here. A lot of dedication at Keanu College. They're going to want to convert this into a round win. Suki taps away, expects it, and brilliant out of Marv.
I like that from Marv. Sorry going to the challenge. Was getting a little hyphy. Got the kill on the 3Ds, the former MVP for the week of the past. And then it's like, yeah, he took down like what's one of their raid bosses of the team. It's a 1v1. I got this. Pops the Bladestorm. Oh, wait. Nope. We had the spike planted. We can just buy a little time, wait for the diffuse to be popped. As soon as that chime comes through, that's when the challenge can happen. And Suki was just a little bit too low HP at that point to be able to challenge Bladestorm in that situation. So now they're going to have to go into like Marshall buy, some half buy situation, try to stabilize the economy. They have ultimates to work with though, so if you can find a couple hills. Oh, just run for the hills, Dragoon. Oh,
maybe if that was a
that's so
second
close.
later, he might have actually got Dragoon.
Very
was
close.
still up. Look at the slow push from Mr. J. Panda has no idea. First blood, easy kill from Keanu College, and a player advantage. If you look at the minimap, there's a lot of players dedicated here for the aggression at Fresno. It's mostly going to be Gozu in the back. A little bit of whiff shots whistling past these Keanu players. And the Empress getting pulled out of Fresno, so they want to pull this back here.
Yeah, it's not working out too well overall, but considering it's the eco round for them, essentially, Fresno getting into a 2 vs 3 situation is pretty good. Dragoon can get his kill. That's massive. That's actually a rifle they can gain because nobody else is there to punish it. The operator misses, but a Vandal was available for 3Ds, and Dragoon gets a res. Suddenly, it's a 2 vs 2 situation.
And the Empress doesn't find another kill, but that res keeps them at even strength. You look at the minimap. I want to see where this bomb's going to be rotating, and this is the right call from Fresno. They're in the right situation to shut this down. Coming away with his 30 seconds, though, with that Viper still intact. You are going to have to deal with that wall. If you are Fresno, still safe passage into the side. Suzuki, aggressive. Jay has that up, picked up, scavenged. And ready to find this ace now. Second one going to be there. Dragoon finds that spike carrier. It's going to have to be Savo to clutch up right now. Get this spike down and once again win a 1v1 for Keanu. Dragoon pushes deep into enemy territory. Uncharted. At the moment, Savo's going to make the wraparound pyramids. He's going to catch Dragoon very low and dead to rights.
Beautiful job by Savo. Just rotates around. I mean, it's a little bit of a 50-50 guess for both players at that point, but Savo just had the better read of the situation. Dragoon was just trying to just think too far ahead. Therefore, it was a little too slow to get to the spike as it was getting planted. And at that point, it's like, where do I go? Where could they have gone? And just so much guesswork and stalled out a little bit. Came out, was so weak because of the decay coming through. But now they'll have a rifle buy up. Gozu going for a glass cannon setup. We saw Gozu not find success with the operator before with armor. So now with no armor available, holding down long tunnel. In the tube, might be able to shut down Mr. J, who's trying to just jump bait the corner.
Mr. J might have just baited this out. Gozu, if you move a little bit to the left, that's it. That's Opcon again. Here it goes. Oh, Jay! A little bit too aggressive. The overextension, and the res is going to have to come out from Keanu.
Resurrection is expended, but hey, I mean, one bullet to use up an ultimate. We'll take those 3Ds. Gets the swing kill on Savo, who's the one who just clutched up the last round. Nice kill going to the way of Fresno State. 5 versus 4, no resurrection available anymore.
What isn't? The spike now leaning more towards the B site. Only one player here from Fresno, it's Suki. As the Vandal, 2 snake bites, and the Viper's Pit, so could put a plug right now in this plan that Keanu is trying to unfold, but it's going to have to be some heroics. The Seeker is going to give away that there's a player here. Trailblazer to lead them into the site. Suki now in trouble, in a dire situation, now looking to convert into bubble. There's the Viper's Pit, but Marv's going to catch him while the pit's coming through, so denies that ultimate. Now Spike can go down. Oh, but Gozu and Panda, they rotate in time. The Spike's going to go down now. Keanu are on the back end now. Mr. J with the Empress. Can you pull this back? Marv working alongside them in tandem. You're going to have to swing out from Jay. He's not going to catch anything off this 1v3 from Marv. 10 seconds to work with. He's going to have to find all kills in succession. And Panda, just hide. Just cower behind that because you got this round on lock.
There was no time to plant. They're just going to hide. This must be so annoying for Marv, but very smart play by the 2 surviving members, Gozu and Panda. They all survive, they stay alive, and they just burn the time down. Great strategic play. That's the tactical part of the tactical FPS shooter. You know, it's one of those things. FPS shooter, what am I saying? Tactical first-person shooter. First-person shooter. Oh, yeah, pew-pew.
First-person shooter. Tactical FPS. You know, it's anything. You know, you even could go for a hero shooter at that point. Like tactical FPS, hero shooter.
Yeah, there you go.
There's so many labels for this. Gozu converts again for first blood. That operator being put to work now after a lackluster start. What does that do to Keanu? I mean, they're forced to kind of push the aggression and try to make a mistake out of Fresno.
They're gonna re-challenge the same angle dry. Ooh. Luckily for them, goes and miss, but also even more luckily, Gingerbread hits the headshot of the Marshall or just beats out the operator. You don't see that very commonly.
You don't. 3D is trying to find an angle over that. Hunter's Fury gonna be here. Actually gonna lock down Gingerbread. That's right again. Ultimate's gonna be converted into a kill. Numbers to Fresno for this retake. 3 days gonna be leading the charge. Right through the wall, no Leers. It's gonna be a dry peek. 2 for 1. Suki's gonna help him out. Jay has the operator, but only 9 HP. Not going for the overheal to dismiss. Just maybe peek this one out. Looking for the flick of a lifetime right now, chat, with this team. I mean, you might just want to walk away with that off.
Try to live with that one. A classic at 9 HP at that long range. You're not doing anything with that thing. Mr. J just going a little bit of a freak out mode. Hit the good shot, but then miss out the other ones and knows they have to go and pop off. Do a hero play, but there's just too much to deal with in that situation. Nobody realistically is going to really pull that one off. Now a Blazestorm is available for Gozeus. That's why you see them only with a Sheriff. But they have a round lead as well. So have some rifles to work with. Blazestorm. Suki is going to get a nice little buy off from the friend. You know, hold on B site. I want to see Suki be a little bit more trigger happy. Has been a little bit hesitant on ability usage and movement in the past few rounds, especially what we saw with that Viper's Pit.
I love this.
You can see them just go very aggressive and be more confident. That'd be awesome. And now we see 3Ds pushing up very far, completely surrounded by members of Keanu College. Little do they know.
Really has slipped through the cracks. He could make or break this whole round. If Gingerad tries to push forward, 3Ds is ready to put a stamp in this one. There he goes. And the dismiss on out. He got what he came for. Jay is going to have the trade into the round, so neither team has their Sage at the moment. And a conversion for first bloods. Gosu is going to turn up with the blades. I didn't even see it had it out. But Marv doesn't want to have him for too long. He is going to keep this even 3-on-3. The spike's going to have to get collected. And what will Keanu do with this whole Panda? Oh, Panda. Look at the positioning of Kurapika. If anybody wants to rotate out of this, he could pick up a late rotation.
Kurapika is completely pushed up close. It's all down at Suki on the site, but the aggression was too much for her at the moment. 3Ds is rotating in. Kurapika has a good idea of going where Panda is. Nice timing on that. And now it's all down to 3Ds having to deal with 2 people on site, 1 person on the lurk. It won't even matter what the lurk is. It's Money Marv with a 3K on the round, tying up the scoreline 4-4. That's
the best round I've seen out of Keanu College so far, Chad. This is the first time they won a round with more than 1 person standing. That's a good improvement out of the attacking side of Keanu. They did a good job at really dissuading where Fresno wanted to set up. I mean, at first, kind of going for that middle map aggression, you had 3Ds pushed up towards that. They were able to slip them out of there. Maybe went 1-for-1, but the fact that 3Ds had to give up that, they were able to control the middle of the map, get Kurapika in a position where they can find that Sova, and then find the round win. Marv, that was fast. 3D's already out. And Dragoon find the trade. Some shots with the Marshall. Actually going to tag a few up, but not able to find a kill.
Oh, that right click almost hit. Just slightly off the mark. Gingerbread with a nice reaction time and shut that down. And with a 2-kill entry onto the site, spike planted. This is looking like an even better round than last time, Seymour.
Gonna have to go big, but Gingerbread, this Ray from the Sage. Suki's gonna be all alone, and she's gonna be run over by Mr. J. Finally, Keanu College have their first lead of the game. 5-4 they go.
Yeah, they had that momentary 3-2 situation, but Fresno State looked like they're coming back with the rifles, figuring things out, but Keanu answered right back. Adaptations going on both sides so far. And now with the Ultimate's advantage on the side of Keanu as well, they just got to fight through this rifle round. Gozu with that operator back in the hands. Only light armor for Dragoon, but can heal themselves, things like that. 3Ds has an Empress available. It can pop off, but honestly, Keanu College is looking really good, especially now that Mr. J got their op duel win against Gozu.
That is a big one. I think the battle between Mr. J and Gozu have really been a good storyline out of here for Keanu versus Fresno State. With now 2 agent advantage. The Trailblazers going to give away the positioning of 3Ds in the backline. They're going to look to overwhelm this for the blinding light. Avoids it. Holding that close angle. Marv's going to get the tailwind, and the shot's a little bit shaky, but still able to walk away with this. The crossfire from Panda. Able to keep this even. Upgrades back over for a two-piece. A 2v2 now.
Not going to get a whole lot of information with that recon bolt. Maybe say that for future usage when they're ready to push on site. The Seekers go out. The spike has been planted. It's 2 versus 2 right now. With Panda hit 2 great shots beforehand, but needs to hit 2 more. Alongside Suki's utility if they want to try to find a way of winning this round. But it's going to be the rotation from the attacking Viper is going to shut down Panda any second now.
That's it. That's the round. Keanu 2 rounds in a row. Starting to find their momentum. And that's off of a big play out of Marv. That tailwind in may have lost your life, but it was able to shake up Mr. J enough to allow the rest of Keanu to just spring on out of that. An explosive take to be to get that spike down in a 2v2. Kurapika makes the heads-up play, drops the Seekers, gives away the positioning of both Panda and Suki, which makes the wrap around to the outside to have a better angle on that one, just providing Savo with enough time to make that flank.
What is going on here, Seymour? There's 2 operators in the hands of Keanu College right now.
Look,
on the attack.
Sometimes you just gotta make them bang.
Oh my word. There's some confidence right there if I've ever seen it.
Well, so is this one. Marv, updraft, Gozu says no. Keanu now down there. Jet, they're gonna disengage.
I would have loved to see that guy like come in before Marv went for that updraft Bladestorm play, because then he can get them flashed and have a little bit more pressure, a little more freedom to get those blades to fly, but a little miscoordinated. The opposite order events that I like to see in that situation.
Actually almost landed that one, just whistled that shot down past Savo's forehead. I know Viper had a sick cut, but now she's got that undercut.
Toxins going up.
Suki still holding this angle out here. Keanu not yet to give up the A site, Chad, just waiting for the right opportunity.
I might be waiting for cooldowns for utility. The Guardian Light's back up in 35 seconds, but that's going to be too late for the round. So I'm interested in seeing what they do. I think they're just kind of waiting out.
30 seconds
They're going to
Trying
check
to see if
Suki.
they can bait Fresno going to the B site. They do check the corner. Good job. They got the resurrection as well. I think my Marv might have a couple of blades to work with us on top of that.
Excellent utility. Once again.
There it is.
Gingerbread Marv. Blaze storms back up. Gonna find Gozu no matter what. Uptrap not needed. Rez on the opposite edge. Dragoon back up. Panda the headshot. Now, the tables have turned. Keanu have to duck down into this Viper's pit. Zavo with an aggressive angle. The Allen drone's gonna give it away. Has to push in the aggressiveness. Panda is gonna drop. Still tagged up. They still know where he is. Gozu inside, not going to land that shot. Going to hightail it on out there. Savo's going to find another one. Kurapika's going to put a pin in it. And Keanu College walk away with another one.
They did it with a double op setup. That's kind of wild.
That is wild.
Double ops rarely work out in Valorant because the moment that pressure happens, you don't have the ability of really dealing with the pressure, getting them off of you. But they did a great job of stalling out a little bit. It wasn't really that they were waiting for utility. They were just waiting to try bait out Fresno to go into B site. And then after giving that enough time to make it seem like they did make that transition, which a lot of teams would in that situation, they just retook a site, got the res up. Money Marv just resurrected, screaming, throwing blades, and dies again, but got a kill in rain time. So everything was just working out for Keanu College ever since they made the adaptation a few rounds ago. This Viper's pit, though, it's going to make it really tough to go on A site, which is why Fresno has 3 people allocated towards B. So a good read that Keanu is going to be rotating over this time, like actually doing it. We'll have to see what the rotation looks like from Fresno.
Viper's pit
no.
Puts a plug in the A site, but hook, line, and sinker. Fresno safe, fall into their own trap. 3Ds now calling for help. Hey guys, I need you. Get over here. ASAP. Blinding light's not going to land. Still 3D set up. Going to find Money Marv in the back line. Dismissed into the corner. Emperor's going to be pulled on there. One shot's going to be back up to full health, but Gingerbread's going to take care of business now. The availability to put that spike down in a 4v4.
Last cannon option didn't work out in the very end. Only got 1 kill. This Hunter Sphere comes through. Doesn't quite find Gingerbread. No, can't get the second hit on them. We'll be able to get forward information for the team for the retake situation. It's going to be a 4 versus 4. No ultimates available for either side. Post plant, Mr. J with an operator in hand covering the rear. Karapika on the site, and everybody has angles here. There's nowhere for Fresno to really attack from. Keanu with beautiful crossfire setups. There's not a lot of utility from Fresno State. There's not much to could have done in that situation. 8-4 for Keanu College going to the half.
And that whole thing was made by Gingerbread again. 11 and 9 out of your Sage. They find 3Ds with that op in the back. That was an amazing shot out of the likes of Gingerbread right there. Able to just not only get the ops out of the hands of Fresno State, but just take that Empress off the board. Allows Kurapika to go in, pick up that, set up the crossfire from site, is one side or the other to the site. You got to push through Savo's toxic wall again. And it's just a terrible situation for Fresno State to be in. I mean, pushing into that side is just basically pushing into uncharted territory, enemy territory that Keanu were set up for victory in.
Wow, Panda with beautiful shot entry on the site. It's coming a lot down to Mr. J. We saw him pop off in the first half, but it's not going to be quite yet in the second as Panda gets a double to start things off for the comeback potential for Fresno State.
Spike planted, in and out, quick as ever. Gano now, down 2. You're going to look at Kurapika on this flank to pull this one back. Can't claw enough. Suki's going to put a pin in that flank. And all arrows now can look towards the front of the hill where Savo and Gingerbread are looking to retake this, but you know that this Sage has been fragging. If you can get a few out of Savo, you might be able to take it, but 3Ds is going to put them all alone in the double down for a 5th.
I've seen a lot of times this map being attacker focused, especially with how teams play it as of late. So I think there's a good reality where Fresno State can come back in this game. However, Keanu, they made adaptations on the first half. They lost the pistol rounds as well, but they came back swinging, figured things out in the rifle rounds. So right now in the lead, not too concerned if you're a Keanu College fan or attendant, if you're one of their adjoining classmates. But yeah, 8-5 right now. It's going to be a save round of classics on a map as long as this one. Classics feel like pea shooters at best. It's more like airsoft guns if you ever use those. They're super inaccurate long range, blew them all over the place. It just doesn't do any damage. Just chips off the skin. Gozu finds something with a sheriff. Better upgrades, and of course, as we would expect in this round, everything's going Fresno State's way.
Yes, it is. Now, really, you just hold this forward aggression, allow these classics to rush into the site one by one, and the fall just as fast. Blinding light backs him up for a second, but back on the hunt. 3D is going to find Kurapika. Savo looking to put a dent into the economy of the second round, but that's not going to be the case.
Wrap around by Panda, just make sure they're completely pinched in and nothing they can really do in that situation, even with the classic. But now we have the rifles coming in. Money Marv with an operator in hand won't be able to buy armor, so we're seeing a lot of glass cannon buys this game, Seymour. A lot more than I'm used to seeing. But I mean, we saw Gozu starting to have some success in those 2 rounds. He see one in the middle of that first half. There's 2 rifle rounds that Gozu started just popping off basically. So if Money Marv can do the same thing, they can bring it back themselves on the side of Keanu College. We'll see. That positioning over towards B site is just a bad read. It's going to be a retake operator most likely. They're going to be playing for A side outside of Fresno.
And 3Ds runs it right down mid now. Will Mr. J turn around? Has him trapped, and it's a big one. The trade's going to come out from Dragoon instantly, but still Keanu keeping a leg up over the competition here in the rifle rounds. Jerome, another one bites the dust. The Guardian Gamer coming out to play right now. Wall up, spike down. Open this gap in the wall, so Money Marv's going to find Panda. Savo's going to walk into the site. Now Dragoon all alone, so as much as you want to look out to those 2 picks you got, you might now need to find a few more. And yeah, you're right. Look at where that spike is. Dragoon's going to have to brush right into the midst of danger if you're going to walk away with this. Oh, had a chance there. For 1.
Oh,
really an angle on the Marv. 3 kills into the round, 44 seconds. Doesn't have to rush a thing. Second on the Savo is going to spot that information. The only one they don't know about is Gingerbread. And now you're going to spot that Sage up top. Savo's just trying to work off this timing. The information working from a player to
30
player
seconds left.
is going to be picture perfect, and Gingerbread set up for that headshot.
Nice work by Gingerbread and Savo right there. Savo just knowing that you just need to buy time. They still have eyes on the spike, so as long as Dragoon doesn't cross towards the spike, they're chilling. They're working with the time, they're hanging out, and Gingerbread just changing elevations, high, like low to high, then back to low again, make it impossible for Dragoon to guess correctly, reliably. Has to flip a coin 50-50 on if you're guessing low or high on the catwalk area. Then also while maintaining like awareness of where Savo is around the triple box. It's just such a insanely tough situation for Dragoon, and of course great play by Keanu works the advantages in their favor and closes out strongly.
Up again.
Ooh.
On both sides. Woo! Omar just barely missing out on that. Off screen, you had the duel between Reyna's Mr. J alongside his duo, or his counterpart, I guess, for Fresno. Both walking away with first bloods on either hand. 4-on-4 now, still looking like an A hit. Viper Wall is going to push up. They find Gingerbread now. And Mr. J can't convert into the kill with this Marshall. Just barely tapping away. There's a big one on Gozu.
And two people are really weak right now on this side of Fresno State. So Marshall can do some work. The spec was planted. It's going to be a 3v3 situation. Plenty of time for the rotation. Savo taking their time, but working their lurk this whole entire time. Neymar with the operator in hand. Marshall as well. Not a whole lot of aggressive presence can be done. Keanu College gets a resurrection as well. But Mr. J finding shots still with that Marshall.
Oh, Gozu's back up. 3Ds. Pops the Empress now inside the site, just working around these angles. Getting around Marv. No idea whatsoever. Now Savo has to take care of the Empress, and 3Ds is in a perfect position just to stall this out even longer. Savo in a 1v2. Both players playing for the timing. And I like this call from Savo. He's going to run away, grab that operator, and...
Oh, no. I don't think
maybe
he's going to make it
out.
out.
Time. I no, he can't.
Oh, no. They could have at least gotten a Vandal, or just a little bit too late. The post-plant utility with the snake bites from Suki just burned so much time. So even if 3Ds wasn't finding success just slaying out on the site during that post-plant, that Viper, one of the many reasons you can use that agent, you can do cross-map lineups for those those snake bites as well. Just burned so much time. Nothing that Savo could have done there, and except for maybe get out with the Vandal.
Making the best out of a bad situation.
Yeah.
Inside this one, Keanu yet to find double digits. Fresno still on their trail. What an opening. Again, 3Ds gets the information through the dismissal. Gurpika looking to convert for the trade, but it's just all Reyna right now in this round. And oh, goodbye, Marv. Hello, 3Ds now playing for the ace. Mr. J is what's standing in between that. And even look at the minimap, you can see that 3Ds is just rushing into this. He wants it, and he is hunting. Now smells the blood from Mr. J. And it just seems like it's only a matter of time before we get in this ace chat. Just wrap around a little bit longer, and there it is.
Seymour, I've been playing a lot of Spike Rush lately, especially at the end of the last act, getting the battle pass flushed up. Starting off this new one pretty well. I just been spamming Marina, and I'll get that weapon upgrade where I get a Vandal in hand where everyone else in the map has just like Spectres at best, maybe like Stingers or something. I'm just slaying out, healing off of them, and I'm just like a tank just in the middle of the map, on Breeze especially. That's exactly what I was reminded of with 3Ds right there. Is on anti-eco, some Marshals, some Sheriffs, things like that. Just a Vandal in hand on the arena. Very accurate and very situationally aware. 3D just handled the business.
Marv's gonna win the op duel. That was at the B site. A site's where Fresno want to take that battle, and I like that plug from the Sage Wall. Gingerbread's gonna delay this even longer, and with that kill happening at B, there's really no option to rotate. If you're Fresno State, you either got to look for this middle map control where Kurapika is watching your exit. I don't know, just have them trapped.
Yeah, they made so much noise the time that Gozu died to Money Marv that Keanu wasn't tricked for a second that there was going to be a B hit. They've all rotated over to A site. Savo falls, but the other four nearby, they can make a retake happen real quick, but 3Ds has an Emperor's hand. We've already seen how accurate they can be.
Yes, we can. Now with 4v4. Excellent from Kurapika. Gonna find Panda on the activated 3Ds, putting Empress to work right now. Oh, just a smidgen of the head. And he's gonna lock it down. Another ace from 3Ds. That's 10 kills in 2 rounds.
That's insane. Suddenly almost at a 30 bomb. Just like that. That's nuts. That's the kind of performance you expect from somebody who's gotten weak MVP rewards in the past from this tournament, from these seasons. So this player just continues showing that consistency of just being able to slay out, and you can understand why they put them on the Reyna, especially on Breeze. Is if you have a Reyna who can just pop off with the frags and hit those shots as cleanly as we just now witnessed in the past 2 rounds, especially up against rifles as well, with that pressure added to it. It's not even anti-eco anymore. Still has the confidence, still being clean with it. And
3D's just got denied entry.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate. Down to 1 HP from the decay. We'll be able to come back from that, but yeah, this take is not quite happening. But Kurapika at the same time trying to make something happen on the flank. But this is when the rotation's coming through from Fresno. A little bit of a misread with Savo shutting down 3D's raid boss down. So even though you lost Kurapika in the middle of the map with that martial in hand, still you got the upgrade for Savo. You have a good read that they're going to be making a rotation to B site. You can make the rotation right now happen quicker, hopefully, from Keanu College.
Oh.
So he's just going to mount to Money Marv, just getting out, dodge, Blazing activated, just waiting for the rest of the team to rotate. But this is while Gozu's making a rotation coming through attacker spawn, or defender spawn, I should say.
They have no idea whatsoever. Gingerbread's about to get a rude awakening. Once he turns there, Suki's going to put the nail in the coffin, and Gozu's going to find the round. Chad, Fresno, they've climbed themselves right back into this.
Yeah, they're going to be the round lead at this point, which, again, like, I mean, we said that this is oftentimes attacker-favored map. They've got 3Ds on their team. They're number 1 seed right now. They're trying to hold on to it by winning out the series. So if you're a Fresno State fan, you wouldn't have felt too nervous or too concerned in that half, even though they're down 4-8. But you're still down 4-8, so it's still very impressive. They're able to make a comeback like this against a team like Keanu College, which, I mean, they're not a top seed, but they're right in the middle of the pack. They're not too shabby. And it's an 8-week season with collegiate teams that are all like a lot of new players coming together. They're trying to make things happen, work things out. You got a lot of like freshmen on your team. I mean, all of Keanu College is all freshmen except for 2 sophomores. So like very new team coming together, working things out, just getting better and better every week. They're looking so good at the start of this first half of this map, but on this attacker side with 3Ds on the helm, with a Vandal in hand, just taking off, taking control.
And like I said, Chad, I mean, this is a new team going up against the number 1 team in the division. This would be a good game to walk away with a win here. Yeah. Right now, Fresno State looking for that entry. Jay, around the corner. Pyramid. Actually might be able to get caught out here. 3Ds, though, not ready for the aggression. Doubles down to Suki. Look for third, but only gonna walk out with the dismiss. Marv's here to take care of the mantle. Keanu shut the door on the face of Fresno State.
It's the young team. They're just constantly making adaptations. They're constantly learning. They're paying attention. We saw that in the first half. They made adaptations as Fresno State did the same, but Keanu made better ones, and they came out stronger and came out on top. And now they're trying to hold on to this game. This is Keanu College's map pick, tied up 10-10. They made great adaptations right there with how they allocated Mr. J to challenge 3Ds on the entry, held the angles, and using that just advantage that they have, made that happen with the Crossfire Money Marv's operator, which are doing the same step on A site. But adaptation again, Fresno State saying, yep, we're not going to go there again. Go and challenge Kurapika, who has to come up big right now, but can't quite do it. Yazo shutting them down.
Viper spit at B. Now might be the time to move back to A. What are you going to get there? You got player 6, player 9 from Keanu. Set up on a crossfire because they're about to feed right into here. Marv's going to have to look for this one. It's exactly what he's going to find. Can he find a second? No, is Dragoon even going to peek this one? This would throw away the round.
Yeah, Viper's pitch shooting them off. It's all onto Gozu at this point, honestly, just with that progression down mid. We run into Gingerbread, but Savo, sorry, the other way around, not the agent, the player, Savo, with a beautifully timed rotation, spots them out to get the resurrection on Kurapika, so it's going to be 5 versus 3. The rest of the team stuck to be challenging an operator in the hands of Money Marv. Seems proficient with it. Mr. J on the side as well for the swing. And nothing that Fresno State could do. Everything was in the basket. Goes, who just got unlucky on the timing, and great awareness and great intuition by Savo to make that rotation happen at that perfect time.
Just can't get past Marv.
Money Marv.
Wow, Money Marv. Leading them to victory right now. 11 to 10. Keanu College 1 round away from map point here on Breeze. Fresno State's pick, by the way. This is not Keanu's map choice. So if Marv can come out here and shut the door with this operator now, this would be huge.
See Fresno kind of defaulting right now. They don't even have the spike in hand. They're not going to go for a full send it execution on site. They're trying to figure out what they can do to find any access to any site whatsoever, but it's not going to be a site, I tell you that much. But 3D's making it seem maybe doable as they find the kill on Mr. J, shutting down the opposition, the doppelganger. But still Money Marv just holding on sights, guns blazing, shots being fired in the distance. Kurapika not able to find success yet again. It's been having a little bit of a tough time getting off the ground this game.
Savo. Trapped. Gozu. Gonna bite the bullet. Big trade out of Drune though. 3v2. They can get the spike down with the Sage Wall to block them. And look at this positioning from 3Ds. Going to get aggressively past the wall. I don't think Gingerbread's gonna be able to read this one, but Gozu gonna get res right into death. The second one on the Dragoon. You have the pinch coming out from Money Marv. But once again, you don't account for the aggression. It's 3Ds leading this team to salvation.
Yeah, it's just the confidence coming out of 3Ds. Knows they can hit the shots. Playing on Rainer, so you just gotta get that kill, and you can just dismiss everywhere out of the bad situations you find yourself in. Here's those shots for sure. The timer's ticking low. Gingerbread man just not going for the save at all. 3Ds with the timing on the swing. A lot of noise being made outside that Viper's pit. The good timing on the aggression there, and 3D's past the 30 bomb, has an Empress available again, a Hunter's Fury and a Blaze on the team on top of that. Fresno State tied up, but overall this attacking side looks like a complete opposite scenario of what we saw in the first half.
What? I thought Kurapika was going to go for the double operator setup once again, but no. He's going to put it away for the Vandal. I would have actually been okay with the double ops on defense. I think that would have been an interesting one, considering there's a lot of dynamic and a lot of range on this. But a fast take right now, right through the door. Marv shuts down 3Ds on top of the pyramids. And he built these pyramids, and he's going for second ones. Oh, he does whiff. That would have been such a big one.
Taking out Viper in a situation where they actually massively on more utility to cut off the site. But what's even bigger is Panda finding the kill on Money Marv. This rotation from Savo could be even bigger than that. Look at them already in the attacker's spawn while the rotation is coming through. Might get the kill onto Dragoon. Has spike in hand. They have control of the spike on the drop.
Spike down.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
And only 2 players left from Fresno. You're looking at map point here if you're Keanu. You did get corrected. This is Keanu's map pick. Suki on the edge right now of this. Blinding Light gives it away. Suzuki's going to be patient in this one, and they just need to play their time right now. Patience is going to pay off. Kurapika finds one. Panda now all alone here. Looking to walk into the crossfire. And even if you do make it back into the site, you got to deal with that Reyna that's waiting, but only 30 HP, and Gingerbread is going to send them to round 12.
I was getting a little concerned there because Mr. J wasn't rotating as well. Everybody's challenging that fight one at a time. And I know you have numbers advantages, but if you keep giving Panda 1-for-1s, or 1v1 situations, that might be a way for them to get back into the round and make a clutch situation happen. But in the end, it was Gingerbread who was able to get the final kill. Match point for Keanu on their map pick. And this is a lot closer than they wanted to be on the map pick, but a dub is a dub. We take those any way it comes, and this is a way that they want to be in a 13-11 fashion.
Especially against the number 1 team in your division. Can't forget about that. Up on Marv now. On the B site. Ready for it again. Sets up Savo for 2. 3 down at the gates. Spike's going to be put down, and Marv, he knows this. Lightning light right through the wall. Kurpika's going to catch Suki backwards. Gingerbread gives away Dragoon, and that's going to be the map.
That's going to be the map indeed. It's just adaptations again. Like, this is just such a young team. Like, 2 sophomores and the rest are all freshmen on the entire roster. This team of Keanu College coming in, figuring things out week after week, getting stronger and stronger. And even in the game, round after round, they're getting stronger and stronger, figuring out ways of working around even the top seed of the division. So even though they start falling early on a lot of these halves, especially on offense, it's so tough for them to hold it in there, but they're able to do so at the very end of things, make the adaptations at the very end with the rotations, with the site holds, the way they allocated resources with putting Mr. J and Money Marv on A site for the hold, leave the Savo on Viper on B site, have the hold with Gingerbread or the Sage in the middle to come support, drop some heals, whatever it may need to be, and just allowing Kurapika, which didn't find a whole lot of success when it came to duels with the mid control pushing through to the attacker's spawn, but still was able to get a lot of forward information for the team, allow for a lot more confident rotations on the defensive side to better bolster up defenses on the A side, especially when Fresno is trying to actually make those executes happen.
Look, everybody, this is a caster's nightmare right now. I got the most aggressive hiccups in the world. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we got map number 2 for the NECC match 4. Stay tuned. we're back here. Hiccup situation. It's kind of fixed, but you know what is also fixed? It's right now. The map pick for Keanu they won it. They came out not as much in their favor as they'd hoped for. It was a close one, Chad, but you're going now into Fresno State's pick in bind, and you're hoping that you can keep up with the success.
Yeah, what's also fixed, honestly, Seymour, is that haircut. Looking really good. Got it all chopped up, nice and short. Styling. Loving to see that. And what we're also styling is going to be 3Ds going into bind. Probably going to be picking up the Reyna yet again, which does pretty well on that map. And honestly, in the hands of somebody like 3Ds, looks even better. So on their own map pick, they're going to look out a lot more confident. We'll have to see if Keanu can do the same and try to close out the series in 2-0. But my predictions is that we're going to go to game 3 at this point, Seymour.
Might be looking at split. The decider map, it just feels like it's poetic at this point. Map pick for Fresno. Bind's what we're going to be seeing, and I was ready for it. I knew what we were going to see here. Raze automatically. Gozu is going to pick that one out. Still Marv going for the jet for Pika on that Sky. I'm actually very interested right now on these Viper picks. I don't think I've seen a Viper on Bind for a very long time.
Yeah, Viper is still good on Bind. Just a lot of teams have been going away from him a bit. But as of the last few weeks, teams have been really starting to figure out that Viper Astra is an insanely good composition. You don't have to go with a Sentinel, as you saw on the side of Fresno, that they don't have a Sentinel at all, because Viper is kind of like a pseudo Sentinel controller, and Astra is such a dominant controller that when they combine those together, it just feels like you have a full-on Sentinel on your team. 3D is also going with a jet pick instead of the Reyna. Goes going over to Raze, which Raze is amazing for controlling U-Haul and Hookah. Especially love seeing Razes go over towards A short, where U-Haul is. They can send their Boombot and the paint shells through the teleporter to support towards Hookah if they need to do so to stop some kind of aggression going through there. But they choose to allocate Gozu over towards Long, which is a little bit interesting to me. Perhaps maybe like pistol rounds and the Boombot down there, clear longer angles, and you're not going to get taken down instantly if you try to challenge that orb. Something like that might be the case. 3Ds as well as Minimarv on the jet. This is a fantastic map for a lot of people wanting to go on the operator usage again. Well, see if 3Ds picks the operator up because it's a fantastic rifle user. A lot of aggression coming from showers instantly. 3Ds. There it is. First blood yet again. That's 2 for 2 on first bloods. Wow. What a shot. Even the producers in their ears saying, oh my God, because I feel the same thing. Can't help yourself from saying that exclamation because dang, that was clean.
Wow. I mean, I know those 2 aces back-to-back were nasty, but I think that trumps both of those right there. That single shot. That's just my opinion. Pop. And I think that, wow.
Quite the shot indeed. Really stalls out Keanu's attempts to make something happen on this pistol round. They lost both pistols on Breeze. So looking like they might be going 0 for 3 on pistols with the way things are looking right now. 3D is rotated over a B site, but it's only Mr. J to answer in this location.
Yeah, Mr. J is really just trying to bait them away.
Yeah, teleport can be taken. Make the rotation happen quick. So 3v2 on site. See if Suki can hold down the line.
Oh, Suki.
Again, they get a quick little right click in. But no, Gingerbread was ready for that one. Gingerbread shut it down, making a 3v3 situation right now. Keanu, suddenly their hopes are alive.
Not quite the slippery snake you were hoping for. But it is going to bring Keanu back into this 3-on-3 with the spike down, planted in default. The rush, the retake from Fresno. Is anybody here? Dragoon's going to catch Kurapika, and he's just going to sink it. If you're Mr. J, you got to rush into this one, and nobody's going to let go of that.
One enemy remaining.
Wow, and a 4K top things off from 3Ds. Pros don't fake. They had the smoke there. 3Ds was there for the cross and ready to shoot anybody who challenges the defuse. Great overall situational awareness by the side of Fresno State, being able to close out that round in a situation that looked very winnable for both sides. Gingerbread with a nice 4K as well on their side of things. It was one of the members that was just like rock solid, very consistently finding 1 or 2 frags per round, it seemed like, on Breeze. So this player still on the Sage, just battle Sage for the team, staying consistent, getting good frags for the team, but the rest of the team having a little bit of tough time. It's going to be an eco round for them. Gozu You run into this player with a Judge in hand. It's going to be a little bit of a tough task. Hiding the Judge by bringing out the classic instead of showing the Trailblazer. It was a great call. Might pay out in a little bit.
Look, you got Dragoon watching your back here. The satchel charge. Gozu takes the fight to them, neglecting that Trailblazer all in all. And that, once again, is going to stump Keona College here. They're on the disengage. They are on the wrap around. You could wrap to A. Again, where Suki's going to be sitting, but you haven't yet really baited out majority of the players from Fresno. So Money Marv is going to take another swing at the B site. These sheriffs are looking to put in some work.
So much vision denial. It's so hard for Keona to understand what the heck is going on site, but they're using that toxic screen to their own advantage. That shotgun in the hand of Money Marv, getting a triple kill total for the round. Gotta account for people in CT. The spike is down. The timer is running low. Gingerbread wasn't able to get there in time with the wall. If they're just slightly faster, that round could have been theirs.
Caught with the wall in hand. Oh, I want to say caught red-handed. That's a little bit too icy to be red. Yeah, jade-handed. That was unfortunate for Keanu. I mean, once again, you have individual gunfights to claw yourself right back into the round, but Suki, with a late snake bite, somehow manages to get that spike inside of it, so a low health Money Marv can't pick that up. Gingerbread drops, the rest is there. Back is the rifle round now. Surrounding the circumference of the A side, and through the smoke, 3Ds is going to drop. That's hop out of the hand now, and first blood into Keanu for the first time. Blinding light not going to catch Suki, but I'm sure they're going to catch it with that snake bite being dropped. Another one bites the dust. Suki caught with snake bite in hand, and now you're looking to overwhelm the rest of them. Marv can't find Panda. Wall's going to go up. A little bit of help now. Gozu, the satchel charge up. The Judge put in work now. Paint Can's not going to reach its target. But the satchel charge is going to get you right back into this. The boom bot now into the corner. Should work alongside that Nova pull. So 1v3. They brought themselves into this, and no help for Savo to lead them in.
Outgunned, honestly.
Outclassed.
Outpositioned. Outmaneuvered. Outsmarted. Gozu just going in, just popped up on top of the truck, was not accounted for that possibility. If there's a raise on the enemy team, man, I mean, we talked about the U-Haul and who can control. A lot of that is because of utility, but also because you can use those blast packs for some sudden burst aggression. You can get on top of the truck as well to use that as your advantage. A lot of Judge usage from a lot of the race players who do exactly those control positions. So if you're playing on bind and the raise on the defensive team, you have to account for that possibility.
Look, I'm as big a fan as Jet, or for Jet and Sage, as I am the other guy, but I just think that it's such a big mistake that we're not seeing a raise right now. And the likes of Keanu now back into the rifle advantageous position. Panda's going to find Mr. J with the aggressive pressure out of showers. And it helps as well when you have your operator in the hand of your Jet finding that first blood. Another two-player advantage for Fresno State. They're just going to back up into the site, into their safe homes right now on A. Wait for the rest to pour on in.
Voltorb grabbed up as well. Something that they might be able to use next round because you just keep dropping like flies on Keanu College. Only 2 players left. They have a resurrection to work with. So if Money Marv can get some crazy kills coming through or something, maybe Gingerbread could do it. And maybe they can make a resurrection happen, but no. It's going to be a trade. Money Marv, last one alive in the 1 versus 4 situation, has Bladestorm, but you save that for the next round, surely. Right now, what you really want to do is get some quick headshots to a cleaner situation than what 3D's found in the first round, but that's not going to be the case because Dragoon just flies through, sprays away, and finds a kill 4-0 for Fresno State.
I think Gozu's now had this Judge since round number 2.
Yeah. Yes.
And honestly, just keep using it till you lose it. At this point, Gozu, you've been holding on for it this long and putting in work, rightfully so. You won a whole round earlier. That was out of your hands, single-handedly off the satchel charge. Now, Keanu, yeah, that was an eco round, so you're going to have those rifles back in your hands. And look at this. They're going to bring a Judge of their own out on a Marv. Where are we looking at him? It looks like he's going to tailwind his way up long and go hand-to-hand in combat against Gozu.
Because of that tailwind nerf recently, Jet just naturally doesn't do as well with the Judge these days as a Raze does. What Jet still does so well, though, is use an operator, which is exactly what 3Ds is doing.
Yes, he does.
Oh,
Through the
my.
smoke! Oh, Gingerbread is on. And 3Ds is going to catch
Wow.
Mr. J with their pants down just outside of hookah. Keanu College just again. They did this so much to Fresno back on Breeze. Now it's Fresno's turn to shut the door on B. They just look so comfortable here, Chad, and I don't know what Keanu can do to really change this. They need to be ready for the aggression because every single round, it's not like Fresno are really changing anything. They're trying to take this gun out of Kurapika, and with that bait and switch, Suki's going to be that one.
Honestly, also for side of Keanu College, a big part of what they found success in on the side of Breeze was having Mr. J on a duelist, being more aggressive, therefore, because you can take those more aggressive angles, get that kill, and dismiss out of the bad situations, things like that. But being allocated onto an Astra situation where, while I say that this King composition is really good, it's just the player put onto Astra, Mr. J was popping off on Breeze a lot, and was the one who was meeting the challenge on 3Ds many times and was able to go darn near 50-50 on exchanges in that map. But now on Astra, you have to play a lot safer. Can't really come online like that. In 3Ds, there's just nothing that Keanu College is doing to really shut down this player.
Oh, Mr. J using the Nebulas to sneak on in, but Suki not going to blink an eye. Ready as ever.
Something.
Oh, must have been. Suki's going to find a second one. And Marv looking to get on in with both of the smokes, but Panda holding the off angle just to back up your operator. And Keanu College falling so fast, just one by one. Oh, the cookie is crumbling. 6 rounds for Fresno just on the horizon. And I'll say it again. I don't know how many times I can say that. I mean, Fresno State, they look lights out on Bind.
Yeah, we can see why this is their map pick for sure. They're looking a lot more comfortable. They seem to have a game plan at all times. They have good answers to what Keanu College is trying to throw at them, whereas on Breeze, they seem like they're kind of like figuring things out in the moment, things like that. Could get the spike down, but oh my god, Gozu and Pando right there. Kurapika hears them as well. This is a Bucky in hand. Not much you can do here. Judge beats that for sure. Oh gosh, you don't really want to save a Bucky either, so yeah, Kurapika is going to have to try to do something. Try to hinder the economy a little bit, because Fresno State's been very healthy a lot of these round wins as well. The economy is thriving at this point, and the flawless coming down right now. Look at it before it goes to the next round credits. They're going to be capping out a couple 9Ks, a couple 8Ks. Fresno State, they can nearly buy out the rest of this half at this point.
Even if Kurapika found a kill there, they're rich. It wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah.
At all. Going into round number 7. What do you have to work with? If you're Keanu, you have the Resurrection. You're close to the Cosmic Divide. You're close to the Viper Pit. You have ultimates coming up. Now is the time to use them. And Fresno, yeah, they have ultimates of their own, so they're going to be looking to counter this out. 3Ds, again, getting aggressive through hookah. The slow burn raid around the corner. And, oh, he's going to whip the shot this time. Keanu College, they just barely get away. Showstopper now, right around the corner. Goodbye, Marv.
Showstopper from way up high off the top ropes. This Gozu is able to get out of there alive as well, using that blast pack to just shoot out of the lane. Resurrection comes through, so ult for ult trade, but no armor anymore from Marv. It's really the end of things. As well as a lot of utility gone from Gozu. They're all positioned to be able to take this teleporter, which is exactly why you see 2 members of Fresno State still waiting on A site.
Kurapika's still low too, so you have to keep that in your back of your mind that you just can't go in one by one like you've been doing. You need to use these blinding lights while you still have them. But now look at the minimap, because Keanu are gonna take a different aspect to this. Now they've healed up Kurapika, so they're gonna set up for a pinch through hookah and through garden. Looking at these guiding lights to lead the way, though, still at that. And here's the setup.
30 seconds left.
The Nebulas from Mr. J. Gingerbread, the spray through. Gozu able to find Marv. Again, keeping this Jet out of play, but now it's time for Keanu to get into the site. Dragoon on 3 HP. The Cosmic Divide is going to give them a route in to put the spike down. But the spike's not going there. The spike's going to A.
3Ds?
One enemy remaining.
The bamboozle.
Wow, suddenly Panda's left all alone in a 1v4 situation. How did this round go wrong? Fresno State's going to be asking that question right now. As they sent 3 people to A site, they had a good read of what was going to happen from Keanu College by making a rotation happen. But still, they just lost both members on B while there's only really a couple members Keanu sitting back. So they won like a 2-for-1 situation there. Big props to Savo. Be able to close that one out on sight, and from there on, it just pulled Panda away. Made 3Ds think that, oh, maybe they are doing a take on B side, got caught out as well. And during that entire attack, Dragoon fell in the wayside alongside Suki. So just the timing, the read was there, but they just kind of play themselves a little bit, and just a little bit of a clutch factor from Keanu College.
And this is the first round for Keanu, so big one. That's the hard part over. I can feel a little bit more comfortable. Gozu's going to get a lot of information through B long now. Going to hit that high tail rotation back to A, it seems. But if you look at the mini-map right now, Keanu undecided on what they want to do because the spike is down in market. Still a default setup for Keanu. Even though Kurapika is pushed up this far, it's really just a look for a mistake out of Fresno State. I don't think Kurapika can get out of this.
Yeah, not safely, that's for sure.
Oh, he's going to wish he didn't miss those shots on the 3Ds. Because Suki was high, ready for that trade. The information, the peak, but Marv still finding Panda on the switch. And now here's going to be the dedication out of some Fresno State players. They're going to have to decide whether they want to back up A or move to B. And it is, in fact, going to be a 2-on-2 split right now. 3 players for Keanu. Going to be attacking the site at 3Ds on the aggressive angle. Might be able to catch out Marv. There it is. He walks right into the headshot.
It's an operator donated as well as 3Ds going to be able to get that out of the showers, and at 30 HP you definitely would want an operator over a rifle, but a retake situation on B site, rifle would be
still
superior typically. Still there is Dragoon. The Viper's pick comes down, but the concussion makes it easy. Shut down on the spike attempt. Timer's running down, so Gingerbread has to force this, but the timing, 3Ds is already there. The operator in hand going to the next round as well.
Chad, there was a gap in the wall. Oh, everything looks so good for Keanu. I mean, from B to A, back to B, and Dragoon, the only one there. You would have thought it's a no-brainer that Keanu find that round, but that toxic wall that came up from Savo, not covering all the bases. The Viper's pick is dedicated, but it's too late. Losing that forward positioning just gives Dragoon all the right to walk in there and walk away with the dismissal of that spike plant. So now stopped against the momentum that Keanu were building. 7 rounds for Fresno, guaranteed the advantage going into the half. And once again, on the anti-eco, Marv walks right into the aggressive pressure that 3Ds has constantly been dominating.
You can tell Keanu's been figuring things out. They're doing the adaptation like we saw in Breeze a lot, but a lot of these rounds are so close, and it's just the comfortability of Fresno State, the confidence they have that this is their map pick. This is their map that they just do not lose kind of situation. Mr. J, though, finding a nice frag onto Gozu. No more shotgun shenanigans and Hookah to deal with this round, but Keanu is still spread across the map. The toxic screen's coming down. Is that a commitment? Is that a bait? Is that a fake? What is that on the side of Keanu College? And that's exactly what's in the mind of Fresno State right now.
Look at the positioning of Mr. J. They know he's around here. He's got only 27 HP. He's taking some hits. So it's definitely not going to be crazy that this might be a B hit. Oh, the timing! That's the opening now. They're going to put the spike down, and they don't know that player number 5, Dragoon, is in the back line, so Gingerbread's not going to be able to get it down. Mr. J has no idea whatsoever. Keanu, again, just walking into a terrible situation, a trap that's been laid, and they fall right for it. Dragoon now with 3 in the round. Savo is just hoping he can walk away with this Vandal. Oh no. Oh, poor Savo.
I hate situations like this, man. They're so stressful. And I usually still feel stressed going to the next round because I'm like, oh God, I need to save this thing. They're all hunting me right now. Am I able to stay alive? And that's just feeling that on a loss. And you go into the next round, I'm still stressed. Like, oh, okay, now I need to make sure that that save was worth it. I need to come up big with this rifle and get on my own head. That's probably why I'm a caster, not a player, because I don't have to get on my own head when I'm casting. I just talk about them getting in their own heads potentially.
Exactly.
Getting in their own heads, Keanu College, trying to figure out a way of getting into Fresno State's heads, figure out what they're doing. And honestly, it seems like the timing of things on Brian is just off a little bit right now. When Amar trying to make something happen with that, Marshall falls away. And speak of timing, doesn't understand that on that timing, 3Ds could be right there and ready with an operator in hand.
Marv looked like a lost puppy. They're gonna walk right through the snake bite just to get into the site. A lot of damage. Oh wait!
It went through the teleporter.
Oh, how did it
bounce off their body?
Oh my! Gingerbread's gonna find Panda now 4-on-4 for the retake with the spike down. If you look at the mini map, actually still an avenue for a flank out of 3Ds inside the shower, but they're losing the fights on site. Keanu with a 2-player advantage. You're gonna look for some big gunfights out of 3Ds with this operator. Your counterpart, Dragoon. The wall's actually blocking off where the Viper is in Sova. So you're gonna have to be playing for that one. Jay doesn't allow 3Ds to hop this bomb just yet. Could find that one and a second one on a Dragoon. Keanu College still in this half.
Yeah, a lot of this is Mr. J waking up as well, challenging 3Ds and winning those gunfights. That's a fragger on a team that I'm still surprised they're putting them on the Astra instead of on the Duelists instead. Maybe see Mr. J on a Reyna or a Raze in the situation could be a world of difference. Maybe put Gingerbread on a Astra. I mean, I honestly just... Fresno State's composition, I feel like, is the best composition for this map right now, straight up. Keanu College, I mean, it all comes down to comfortability on agents. Like, if you don't know how to play the agents, you don't know Sova lineups, you don't know how to do the blast pack launching ability with Raze. You know, if you can't do those things, then you might as well be playing the agents you're comfortable with. But it's when it comes down, you gotta learn, you know?
Speaking of blast packs, Gozu's got the showstopper now, and he's rotating over to B. Banda.
Whoa.
Holding the front line.
Just cuz. Take some shots. Why not?
Why not? And now look at this. Kurapika just trying to keep that Vandal away from harm's way, but I don't think they know Fresno State. They all have Vandals of their own, and they're all pretty rich. I don't think they're worried about your Vandal here. So Savo picking up this operator, looking for the trade inside the site, but as the time keeps going, Gingerbread's gonna put this wall up, get that res on board. Now bring Keanu College back to full health.
Had to burn a tailwind for that one just to stay alive safely. We'll have the operator in hand though.
Let's divide. This splits this map in half. Look at player number 2.
Oh my god.
Look
3Ds.
Look what they're walking right into.
Oh,
3Ds.
the teleporter showstopper!
Has it here. The teleport. Gingerbread out of harm's way. Isn't allowed to use the showstopper. But you have the rotations now, Chad. Are we going to see Keanu hit that TP again, or are they going to push into the site? It looks like they're going for the site.
The 15 seconds left, you have to commit.
For these two players here. Gozu peeks on out. Is going to find Mr. J. Gingerbread catches him on his exit. The spike is planted. 3v3. They tumble into the site. Dragoon, a big 2-piece. Leading his team to salvation here on Bind. To try to make sure that they have 9 at the end of it. They know exactly where Savo is. The wide swing out. Looking to find Suki here. Tucked away. The crossfire is successfully taking him down. A 1v3 now. Lines them up. It's Viper versus Sage. And he's going to hop the Suki. She's just going to hop it. And nobody can see it. Gingerbread's not even going to check it.
Oh, they play themselves. They planted inside, which was a safer plan in that situation because they had no hookah control. If they didn't plant inside, they probably would have died during the plant. But because they did that, they couldn't spray down from hookah. Because they planted to be safe from hookah, when Gingerbread was in position in hookah at the very end of the 1v1, it was planted the worst possible spot for them. Like it went against them at the very end, but it's the way they were able to make it happen in the first place. It's just a tough spot to be in. All in all, Fresno State still in control.
Unintentionally, 3Ds won that round.
Unintentionally.
Unintentionally.
Just by being in hookah the whole time.
Just by being alive. 3Ds
well, really,
such...
if anything, I give credit for Gozu just going in with a showstopper, blasting into hookah. Which is a question we'll have to talk about, or who exactly was credit later, because Keanu, they're finding success, man.
Dragoon. Oh, that's a big one now. Leaves them at even 3-on-3 when the spike gets planted. Count they have the Cosmic Divide. That could be a big asset in locking this site down. And here, it looks like this is where we're going to be able to see it get dropped. We're just waiting for the right time. Here it comes. Now splits it in half. Now allowing Kurapika to have that forward aggression inside that tube. The gravity well to delay it a little bit longer. And if you're Fresno, you're pushing into uncharted territory. Kurapika, this is what I'm talking about. That aggressive angle through the wall. Panda, he falls. You got a 9-3 half.
Oh, we got the curse. Maybe that's what can get Keanu into the lead. And honestly, I will say that Bind, while Breeze was more attacker focused, attacker favored for a lot of matches I've witnessed in the past, in the recent history. In recent history, Bind is more defensive focused, defensive favored. So with Fresno State, it was the favored side and their map pick. So just all in all, they have like a lot of advantages going their way. But of course, you gotta give them credit. They played amazingly that half, getting a nice 9-3 lead. Keanu College, they've made a lot of adaptations. You saw towards the end of the half, they've been figuring out Fresno State, that young blood. They have good mental cardio. They're sharp. They're ready to learn, and they're figuring things out. But now it's going to be a different ball game. They're the ones on defense. It should be typically favored for them at this point, but if they're not comfortable on the map, then that favoritism doesn't really matter statistically.
He's leading the charge into the site with the Ghost. Bankhand should do some damage to the backline. Savo forced into the enemy hands. That's a big start from Fresno. Early 2 picks are going to put that spike down with a big advantage to the pistols. Lies are everything. But Pando tagged up. Still finding that kill. Doesn't matter what health you have. Money Marv tapping away, but nobody to fall. And this is looking like double digits for Fresno, and it's Gingerbread. Unless 32 HP. Gozu on the right. Suki on the left. You're walking right into the trap, Chad. This is just not where you want to be. As soon as you jump out, Suki's going to take the fight, and Gozu's going to take the kill.
Yeah, just playing off Suki's contact that she can see whenever somebody's jumping out of the window, and the moment they jump out of the window, Gozu can then swing off and get some free shots, even if Suki doesn't win the 1v1 situation on somebody jumping out of the window. So it's just unwinnable for Gingerbread. And the second side of what I was going to talk about before that round happened, as you saw how confident Fresno State was on that attack, is if you're not confident and comfortable on the map, then that advantage for being on the defensive side just completely goes out the window, because what will happen is you're trying to figure out what to do on the map properly and how to allocate resources, how to answer certain situations properly. Meanwhile, Fresno State, while they're very comfortable on this map, clearly it's their map pick after all, and they can just go and execute the way they want to on the timing that they want, and just blast on a site, just take control, clear out corners, one of the executions that they practice all the time, things like that. And it looked like it'd be completely one-sided if that's the case. Now it's the anti-eco. It's going to be a tough round. This is Jay. Maybe a right click.
It is.
Nope. It's going to be Gozu up high with a judge in hand.
From the top ropes, the judge sees all. It's the be-all, end-all right now for this. Fresno State, 11 on the horizon. Keanu, they need to dig deep right now if they want to upset this map. The shorty! Oh, Savo! I thought you were going to walk away with 2, but Panda says, no siree. Brilliant taps out of Marv, but only good for 1. 11-3, we got Fresno starting to get into the finishing strike of Bind.
Yeah, we're getting down to those. We're well past double digits at this point. We have seen Fresno win 4 out of 4 pistol rounds, 4 out of 4 for the anti-eco following at this point. And about half and half as far as winning the bonus. They won on their defensive side on their map pick. We'll see if they can do that on attacking side too. That would really tell us at this point, this is that big round where do they just close out the game strongly, make it like a 13-3 perhaps, or Keanu be able to start making a comeback now that they have rifles in hand.
Attack still needing to push through. Here's the satchel charge. Oh, and Savo catches him with open arms. That's a big one now. A heavy hitter and Gozu off the board, denying them of any more progression to the showstopper for this round, and most importantly, shutting out Fresno State from that site. They Haven't given it up yet, though, Chad.
Not yet. I mean, with that opening pick, it's going to be a little bit tougher than Blast on Sight because a lot of this composition relies on an intro duelist getting control over on a U-Haul, especially with that toxic screen setup. A lot of that's playing for us. Control U-Haul, cut off the rest of the site, get the plant over towards default truck, and then fall back and get like a nice post-plant situation. Now, a lot of it comes down to 3Ds finding a kill. Again, success, but Money Mark shuts that right down. Savo still on the U-Haul, finally falls, but the rest of the team is now in a rotation. The spray isn't quite getting to shut down the plant. Mr. J is left on the U-Haul situation, trying to keep control, but no, it goes the way of Dragoon.
Mr. J still finding a Kurapika on the exit. Suki didn't know what hit him. And now Dragoon all alone here. Has made quite some noise here, but can't find Kurapika. The run and gun from the Spectre was 4 on the board for Kaona College. And you know what, Chad? That's not so bad right now. You might be at a heavy deficit on binds, but every round counts to the mental fortitude going into split over into that map 3. If this does go to the distance, Kaona College right now, they just want to take as much out of Fresno as they can. Just make sure that they bleed before they go into split.
Yeah, and round differentials could come into a factor if you go to tiebreaker situations or seedings and stuff like that too. So for sure, every round does indeed count. You want to try and make that as best as possible for your seeding going into playoffs, give you a best chance possible. Easier teams means more reliable path to success towards the end of the bracket. You know, Fresno State, they still haven't won this game map yet, though. 11-4. I've seen some bigger comebacks in the past. All sides of the sport. You have a Cosmic Divide and Blazer work with. Blazer now popped by 3Ds.
Legion
Pop up before. There it goes.
Inside.
First kill.
All the way up top now. Tucks into Hookah. And Dragoon ready for it. This is falling apart so fast for Kaona. What looked so good just doesn't last for long. Now, Savo, can you be the hero this team needs right now? A judge, a dream, and some utility. The Poison Orb to get into Hookah. 360 with the judge, but not able to find the kill. 3Ds with the Blade Storm. Going to put this one down. Map point for Fresno State. They are looking for split, and they are looking with very heavy eyes.
Yeah, that's a disheartening moment there if you're a Savo. You have a judge on the other side of the map for a retake 1v5. Sure, I got this. No worries, team. And now having to buy just a Spectre and light armor going into match point situation. It's going to be 8 match points in a row. Seymour, that is so tough on the mental. I mean, they're all young players, mostly freshmen, a couple sophomores. You have that youth, you have the mental cardio, the endurance, but it might, like, too much is too much sometimes.
Sometimes when the going gets tough, you just got to get going now and look towards that third map here. It's Fresno State. I mean, there's a reason they wanted to go to bind, and they just looked like the better team inside it. And that might be the case here, but Kurapika still doesn't want to give up. Shots on a Gozu drops him down to 1 HP, but can't find the kill on the exit at Savo. Wanted to upgrade to the Phantom, but didn't know that Panda was going to be right there. Showstopper. So a little bit of shaky shots with that, but Gingerbread's finally landing a few. Yeah, could this be it, baby?
Winnable. Has a resurrection.
No charges left.
And the heal. Back to full health and come back, Marv. Come to me. Shuri not letting Marv get here. The tailwind to safety. Time's ticking. Dragoon aggressively inside this Nebula. Head to head with that. Gingerbread walks right into the rifle, and Marv stuck between a rock and a hard place. We're going to split. Fresno State, a very convincing map 2.
Going off to map number 3, which is going to be Ascent. We're going to have quite the showing. If we're in those tighter corridor kind of maps where you just have to get control of a site, execute, set, post plant, one of the more standard situations like bind, then it's going to look kind of favored towards Fresno, because a lot of the times that we saw success coming from Keanu is when they had freedom of moving around the map, finding some open angles, going to just straight up aim situations, not so much executions, more of like situations where they go into like swinging out wide angles, things like that, and try to find some headshots, stuff like that, where They had freedom to do that on Breeze, but on Bind, it came down to actual site executions where they need to just blast on a site with like blast packs, things like that. And Fresno just seemed to be a little bit ahead of the curve on that situation.
They're a little bit ahead of the game, definitely on Bind. Looks super comfortable, but Split coming up next. The decider for this last map of the day. We go the distance, chat, and we're going to cut to a break while we get this ready. Let the team settle down after that map 2 and get ready for the decider. I didn't want to leave you guys hanging for way too long. We're going to be back into this map 3 in a matter of minutes, but a little bit of things to update you on. We look at it right there, and I was wrong. Split. I know you're trying to tell me, Chad, but it's 2 in the morning, guys. Cut me some slack. I've been up since 7. It's been a long day. So we're going to get into this last map now, and we finally get to see the decider here. This is the last week of regular season, so that means this is the last game on stream for the regular season right now, Chad. I want to hear from you, though. What are you expecting on Ascent?
I'm not going to be expecting Viper. So we've seen Viper both 2 maps. We shouldn't be seeing her on Ascent. She's not very strong on this map. We should still be seeing some Astras. Jet and Raze is very common as well. We're probably going to see like a Killjoy or a Cypher on these 2 teams. Probably not both. Maybe a Sage doubling up onto Sentinels if you want to, but Reyna also is a really good pick. Mr. J hovering right now. Would love to see Mr. J back on a duelist, but perhaps a double initiator composition could be good too. Mr. J just jack of all trades, it seems like tonight, going for duelist who just takes map control on the Reyna, then goes into Astra playing a very supportive role. One of the most supportive roles you can play in this game is on Astra. And then a little bit of a hybrid, but still kind of supportive focus on Sova. If they actually lock that in, it would be kind of nuts. Savo, please, setups aren't the best on this map because you can't really utilize her kit for locking down closer quarters to work with for your team because the quarters are already really close quarters on Ascent. It's smaller sites to work with, a lot of corridors to go through, a closer angle. So using that toxic screen to just cut off large sites such as A site on Bind, such as A site on Breeze, or even B site on Breeze, that strength of using a toxic screen, you don't really see that a whole lot on A or B site for Ascent. So she doesn't have a whole lot of strengths to work with here. Would much rather see the Astra like we see on Dragoon. Could just be a comfort pick thing from Savo. Sometimes players just don't feel confident on certain like agents because Astra still is a little wonky if you're not used to playing the agent when you go into astral form.
It definitely can be a little bit jarring when you're floating in the astral plane, but
yep.
I definitely think, I mean, we go into another map here, the decider map, and it's another situation where on paper Fresno are going to have the better agent selection when you walk out of that because of the Astra. And I don't want to knock the whole Viper strategy that's coming out of Keanu. I'm interested to see what you can do, Savo, but I'm just saying Astra is better for Ascent. So we're going to be looking right now at Fresno to really control this map a lot more because of that. Let's see what Keanu can do. Can they make a dent in here? They are going to be setting up at the B site, and it looks like Sabo is going to be looking to play distraction over at A.
Yeah, he's trying to drop the toxic screen perhaps and just to try to sell it going for A site, but no, he won't have time to do that because they're being so aggressive on B. It's going to be more of a lurk from Savo instead, the long lurk situation. Try to make a big flank happen later on, but it's still going to force the rest of their team in a 4 versus 5 situation, but they're not finding good success. They're kind of feeling out that, yep, there's Killjoy utility on B site. This is a death trap if we just push onto Killjoy utility. That's why everybody plays Killjoy on this map. So they're trying to go for A site instead. Panda at 11 HP right now. The swing is here. Panda still finds 2 kills, 3 alongside Gozu, who gets 2, 1 for Panda, but 3 total for the team. Makes it almost out alive. The leg shot a little bit too strong. Sabo finding 1 before getting traded off. Karupka good for 2 in a 1 versus 2 situation, but has to fight through 3 Ds. That MVP of before has been so strong, but nice rotation around.
Run it down mid.
Right here, Suki hears this Karupka right around the corner. It's gonna be a crossfire setup. It's gonna be a low-high firing line, but Suki gets impatient. She pushes forward. Karupka goes for the 1v1, but the aim's too much better, and the side of 3D's hands. Oh, so close.
What was that round? You got Gozu, the savior of Panda, coming to the rescue to set up the best crossfire I've ever seen out of trees at the right time as well. And then Karupka comes out of nowhere with a nice clawback to bring this into a 1v2, runs it down mid, right into enemy territory, and decides, hey, I'm just going to take the fight right to you. It got close, it got scary, but still Fresno State perfect on pistol rounds all throughout the series. And now they get to buy up, and they get to just do a little bit more damage into Keanu for this follow-up. Can they convert into 2? Well, they have allowed a few players to get through. There's a Nanoswarms to dissuade them. Dragoon's still backed up behind this wall, and Suki's gonna die or catch Red with that one. These players are just falling one by one as they are basically in the trap of Fresno.
Karupka, the last one alive for Keanu yet again. 1v5 situation, no spike in hand. This is a dire situation for sure. And you have 50 seconds to work with. You have a guiding light so you can flash out. You pop it now, you might be able to get respawn soon enough to actually work with at the end, but what are you gonna really do with that?
They have to know.
Surprise factor is what's on your side right now. Yep, you saw it out. There it is.
Trune sees this one. Karupka is just about to walk into a death trap right now. Suki's gonna put that one through. 2 quick rounds from Fresno State. Now Keanu College get to have a little bit of an upgrade. Time to bring out the big guns. What are we going to see out of Fresno? That's really what's on my mind. The buy-up of the operator in 3Ds on defense is not that bad of an idea. And, of course, Gozu's going to bring that judge out again.
So Keanu has all the rifles now to work with, but operator in hand of 3Ds, who's definitely showed proficiency in all aspects of the game. Sheriff, Vandal, and operators more so than the rest for sure.
Still not gonna pick up anything. Main can from Gozu into the back line.
What timing?
Oh, Gozu's gonna catch this one. Can he find 2 though? Oh, he's gonna do enough that Panda can find it. And the front line just being held so well right now, Chad, by Fresno.
And just getting stalled out, that Astra utility, the Soviet utility, and if they even make it through all of that, Gozu with the judge in hand yet again. I mean, judge for a raise on Ascent feels almost as good as on Vine, so we already know what Gozu can do on that map. So we can look forward to more of those shenanigans coming forward in the rest of the rounds here.
Savo, I'm gonna fire range out in the back one. Mr. J and Savo both trapped right now, trying to find their way in. The Toxic Orb is going to be that avenue. Isolates the fight onto Panda, but the Gravity Well is going to hold them through. One left is Savo on 2 HP. The Ion Phantom, Spike in the sights. At least able to find Gozu, but a near flawless round out of Fresno State in a bonus round, too.
Keanu not having good success so far. They only have 5 kills total across 3 rounds, a little bit rough. And 4 of those was in first round. So we've gotten 1 kill in the last 2 rounds. A little tough. Start 2 things. 4 Marshals? No way. No way you're all actually going 4 Marshals. Please don't do that. I know it's late, but it's not that late yet.
It's demon hours. Right now. Why not? Why not? Let's go headhunting, Keanu. Let's see if these Huskies can hunt. Ooh. You can't catch 3Ds off guard right now. That's the bigger Marshall, if they didn't know.
Yep. Whew. That's high class. That's some Gucci snipers. That's not some knockoff sniper right there. Oh, but Marv making it look like it's a good one. It's a...
You know, sometimes the knockoff can be the real deal. You never know, but 3D's tried to find that one, forced out from both the Toxic Orb, and now Trapped is gonna make his way through. Look at this, Keanu closing in fast. And look at 3D's is just gonna wrap right back around to market. Deja vu.
Somehow 3D still having some control and hold on mid after all that, just wrapped all the way around and finds a kill on a Savo is just shy of a miracle with the blazer popping off right now. Just narrowly misses the hits. Gingerbread down at 9 HP, but it's a 2v3 situation. 30 seconds left. They have Spike on site. Makes it happen. A little too weak was Suki and Marv. Only good for 2 in the round. Panda shuts them down at the very end.
And really, at this point, you just need 3Ds to find these kills with the operator. Allow Gozu to clean up house as soon as you rattle Keanu College. And you got your supporting cast of Dragoon, Suki, and Panda doing exactly what they need to do on their respective roles. I think this is just a, this is a perfect setup that you see out of Panda, Suki, and Dragoon being able to utilize their agents to the full their full aspects, because you have Gozu and 3Ds just popping off in the duelist role, finding those kills and really delaying Keanu College enough that they can set up this utility.
Seekers can go out. Kurapika, Keanu has a good progression on the site, but Gozu is still around the corner with the operator. It's still 3Ds up in heaven with the operator. Sorry, Gozu has a judge. Man, it hits so hard, it can feel like an operator close quarters. And there it is. Big hit onto Gingerbread. Might as well have been an operator close quarters, that situation. Not much they can do on site as Dragoon and 3Ds find success as well. Stuck in the corner is Kurapika. And all alone is Mr. J trying to just wander onto site saying, hey guys, we still got a shot here, right? Please? No, everybody's dead. Okay, well, it's going to be a 5-0 for Fresno State at the very end of things.
I think I really need to watch that back. Wish we had an instant replay on that whole thing, because you got site control for Keanu, but they didn't put the spike down. You saw each one of them are just trying to take these individual fights. They're trying to win their one-on-ones, and they're not trying to play the objective that they're looking to have. I mean, you see Money Marv clears out Hell and instantly updrafts into heaven, where you have 2 players of Fresno State. You know 2 players of Fresno State are there. So I'd like to see them start playing as a team a lot more. Suki being pressured out, still though flooding into the zone, and it's going to be lethal.
There's no 100 Spirit to counteract that one either. You see 2 members of Fresno still on A side, because a lot of times people use this lockdown as a fake and bait and try to attack on A side. That's why you see Mr. J try to make a presence on A side, but it doesn't even matter because Dragoon gets a freaking triple kill, Seymour, amongst all of this time happening, and not like this. No, he missed the shots. No, it's another flashback. No, Gozu, you can't do him like that, man. 6-0 for Fresno State, and they're just going on there with sport to finish off these rounds.
It's just parkour right now for Gozu. Oh, the judge, the knife, it doesn't matter. When he uses it, it just looks good. And on top of that, he doesn't have to be the superstar, because 3Ds is taking care of that. I think this Fresno State squad, there's a reason why they're the #1 team. They're showing it right now. Yeah, Keanu College, they got Breeze, but they snuck that away from the vetoes, and it looked like they They were a lot more comfortable in that situation because Fresno were just more so uncomfortable. And the 3Ds again, first blood, that spike down and Killjoy out of the picture. That's no lockdown for Keanu College available.
We're seeing a problem right now that a lot of teams have. It's called not surviving a showstopper. What I was actually going to talk about,
that's a big problem.
Is yeah, that's definitely a problem. But the really big problem that a lot of teams suffer on Ascent is not knowing how to shut down operators properly. And 3Ds is kind of just wandering around the map, finding a bunch of different angles, and not getting shut off by smokes, things like that. One of the big problems with Viper, she's so committal with using a toxic screen. She needs to have like a lineup for certain situations for the poison cloud. Otherwise, she has no real good smokes to be able to shut down operator angles. 3Ds knows this. He takes those angles very aggressively, confidently. There's no Asher to just like drop a star all willy-nilly whenever they want to, just to smoke off like Tree right now, or smoke off mid, things like that. They're not using the forward information from Mr. J with a Sova to figure out where exactly 3Ds is located. So with Spike down, holding that angle, this even if the Viper was alive right now, the toxic screen's already committed. How do you get Viper or Poison Cloud to shut off this smoke? You can't. So this is leaving Keanu in a situation where they're just trying to just dry peek angles, trying to just take these like aggressive, just straight up gunfights, but the utility is completely going on the side of Fresno State, and a lot of this comes down to a compositional thing like we talked about before. Fresno consistently finding a better composition in my opinion for the current meta.
Oh no.
Not again.
No.
Not again.
Oh no.
Okay.
Say
Oh!
no. Say no.
Heyo.
Say no. Let him know. Let him know you can still hit some shots.
He's right there.
Run away, you. This is so scary for Marv. It's a horror movie. Valorant is a horror movie, and I will not be told otherwise.
He actually just baited Marv into keeping a Marshall. With the loot, with the survivor's penalty on a lost round, your last one alive, you only get 1,000 credits instead of the full loss bonus of 2,900 the rest of the team gets. So they have a Marshall to work with and not much credits when you actually want to buy up to a rifle. The rest of the team, they're sitting there with just Ares and stuff like that instead. Oh man, economically everything's going bad, but Karambika,
let's go!
Just mows it down, man. That's a common position a lot of people hold, so why not pre-fire that one?
I love it. The spray and play now. Working off that guiding light. Gingerbread keeping the Ares in full form. This is going to be tough now. You got to get through 3Ds holding that crossfire. And Ghostu's actually found his way inside the site. So this judge is going to be putting in some work when it gets dirty to this one. Looking for a full health here. Full house.
Now,
the Gozu.
Imagine a world where they could have just dropped one Asher Star on Market Door and popped
And then
Nebula.
it's okay.
And then 3Ds would not get 3 kills there. And they'll just go waltz on their site, deal with Gozu while they just swarm that player and just take the win on that round. But instead, they can't smoke off 3Ds properly. Gozu just blasting on the site, causing distraction, and then 3D swings after the distraction happens and gets some free shots. And it's all just... It's just a showcasing of just 3Ds and Gozu just YOLOing plays.
You know
and
what,
just not
though?
being shut down at all.
I don't want to take it out of 3D's hands that even if you put a Nebula there, he might have still hit those shots. I mean, I've seen him do some pretty
He's done
crazy
some
things today.
Nasty
So.
flicks in this map alone already, for sure. Like,
Look at
not
the
to take
aggression.
away from this player's skill. It's just, I'm just saying it's a little bit easier, but still pulling off some nasty shots.
Oh. Nope, Gosu couldn't reach the high ground just yet. He's still in the same form as Anakin right now. No aggression here. In unison, Dragoon and 3Ds working alongside their teammates to put Keanu College on a big disadvantage now. 9-0. This is a nightmare for Keanu College. I mean, this position that they're in right now. 0 rounds heading into this. On attack for Ascent, you know, I know it's a lot harder, but it's definitely not the most one-sided side right now. You look at defense and attack, and you do see a lot of teams finding success on both. So I really think that Fresno State, moving back to attack, they're going to have every single ounce of confidence.
It's quite the match for sure. 3Ds misses a shot uncharacteristically. Gingerbread just grabbed the orb anyway. You gotta wonder sometimes if the team's just like, all right, it's been enough. Enough is enough. but I gotta just imagine that they're still trying, right? But Panda just going down, taking some free shots. And as the rounds go on, I'm seeing less and less strategic usage of utility as a cohesive team from Keanu, and a lot more just deathmatch style, just challenging angles and seeing if something miraculous can happen, and it's just not working out. And that kind of situation actually favors a defensive team, especially in a game like Valorant.
This is like my deathmatch lobby.
It is deathmatch at this point, 100%. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to beat around the bush. These teams are absolutely playing like this is deathmatch, like an unrated or Spike Rush. They're just going for this point. I mean, it is, to be fair, 2:30 a.m. In Fresno State, when Keanu was doing the best to make executions, we're getting shut down left and right, and he completely crushed. And Fresno was just like, y'all can't do anything at this point. You can't punish our op. You can't punish Yozu's aggression. There's no gravity wells, things like that you can use against us. So what are you going to do? And Keanu's like, oh, you're right. We'll see if we can get some kills then, I guess. And
I want to see a knife fight. If you're going to go through this, give me a knife. Oh! Kobe!
That's a lot of damage back there, too.
That was insane right there.
Shut down Gosu. Try just yellowing all the way down to Gelato, that long corridor. But Savo, while they might be running it down a little bit on the side of Keanu, they definitely are still good at hitting shots. You can't just blatantly throw yourself at them because these still are good players. Just that it seems like they're running out of ideas for what to do on attack here. Right now, they're looking a little more composed. They actually paused a little bit, realized they have a couple kills. 3v3, they can make something happen, lead with a Trailblazer.
Well,
let Mr. J get some information. That recon bolt, they know what's going on now. This actually is a pretty winnable round, but Dragoon with a pre-fire on the Vandal is able to get the headshot anyway.
For a peek, Rush is right in there. Is going to get the trade on Suki, so no lockdown for the retake. You still have the Bladestorm and the Cosmic Divide for this Keanu College.
Yeah, the Viper's
Pit. That Viper's Pit looks very juicy right now, let me tell you, Chana. And that could be it. With the Cosmic Divide, it's going to be dedicated in here. Locks out Boathouse. Luckily for Keanu.
It absolutely used a Viper's Pit already. Why is it not used yet?
Well, because they have that set up right now. Sava's going to find this one. Dragoon! Ooh! I bet they wish they used that Viper Spit right now.
Yeah. When you're one round away from the half at this point, that was your most winnable situation this entire half so far. It's a 2v2. It's not in your hands yet as far as like guarantees. Drop the pit.
Drop the pit. Drop the pit.
I want to say, I can't say the line. I know we're both metalheads. I think you know the first line before it comes through to drop it, open up the pit. Start the pit. Can't say that word on cast though, Seymour. I'm not doing it. Freeze. What I can say is nice shot.
This is 3D's world. We're just living in it.
Yes.
At the moment, Keanu on the brink of a 12-0 half.
Oh, shut that.
Big comeback from Gozu. Yeah, I mean, that shotgun packs a big punch, but so do the headshots of Vandal. Tailwind at the site, updraft to heaven. Dragoon doesn't know what hit him. That's sight control now to A. Spike can go down.
Get out of my way.
Marv telling everybody to get out of their way. They want a round win to start off. And look, no smokes. And that's another kill for 3Ds. Good idea that Gingerbread is going to be lurking. That's a lot of Killjoys do in this situation. The pit has been used, though, now, Seymour. And it's a 3v3. The spike is going to go down. Despite the Hunter Sphere coming through. Uh-oh. Maybe the spike won't go down. That's a double kill for Panda. It's all down to Marv. Pop the Bladestorm, but what can you do in this situation when everybody's swarming on you from all sides? Panda with a 3K. What a massive, massive Hunter's Fury.
It's just such a big misplay again. A winnable round. That spike took so long to rotate. By the time they get there, that Hunter's Fury, that was just putting the hunt in Hunter. That was insane. The lineup, you're able to neglect the spike plant. And not only that, but find both of them. like you said, Marv, in that situation, what do you do right now? You are 0-4, 0-5 in pistol rounds, and this could be it.
This could be it, Seymour. Gambling heavily on A site, leaving a lot in the hands of Gingerbread. Has been very consistent, been like the rock for them this entire season, but can they do a 1 versus 5 situation on site with the utility? That's good for one. Gets a lot of damage out, but no, 3D shuts them down at the very end. Shock Dart does a little bit of damage as well. The follow-up makes this retake a possibility, a reality. That's 2 kills so far. The spike has been planted in a 1 versus 4 situation. Can Suki do it?
Right click, it's been nerfed, and it's not going to be a flawless today. So Keanu, they wanted to save the best for last, the best pistol round that they had for the last possible round of the game. They put themselves on the board, 12-1 now. This would be something else.
Not a flawless game, so Keanu can at least take that to bed later on. Technically, this game is not over. I have seen a 12-0 comeback once before. It has happened when I casted. If it happened once, it can happen again, Seymour.
That's the thing. I mean, we've seen it before. I've seen bigger comebacks in esports.
I haven't seen a bigger comeback than a 12-0 because it's impossible to get moving over. Just like it might be soon as Fresno just comes in, guns a-blazing. For a 3-for-1 overall
mid.
across the map. Yeah, just run it down mid. Just take the gunfights. Be aggressive and catch them off guard. Don't let them regroup on defense. And the upgrade to a Phantom for 3Ds. Challenging the Spectre in hand for Mr. J. And it's all down to Karapika, who needs to go into Godspeed if they have any chance of coming out big on this round.
Fresno State, 1 kill away from maintaining number 1 in their division going into the playoffs. Karapika, Sheriff, Guiding Light, and the dream is over. That's going to be it. Fresno State 13-1 on Ascent, a master class for them to go out in style for the regular season. Now moving on, they're going to be the number 1 spot for the Challenger Cyan division. And this playoff, it just seems like it's Fresno territory.
Yeah, Fresno looks unstoppable right now. Marion University also won their game today, so they went up to a nice 6-1 score line as well, but Fresno has a round difference over them and definitely won today, so they'll maintain that first seed. Keanu is going to have a little bit of a tough situation where they probably are going to end up in 4th seed still, by the way things are looking at. So they probably going to be dodging Fresno until the very end of the playoffs if things shake out the way I think they will in this situation. And they have been improving a lot. They've been doing a lot better and better. Like I said, very young team. So keep making those adaptations happen and hopefully have some earlier matches and they'll be able to make a lot better plays. Of course, it's getting a little late, tough to maintain the composure even if you are a younger gun. Of course, but Fresno, it's like muscle memory for them at this point. They are so seasoned and so skilled and just dominant that even if it's late, they're just going through the motions. It's like a habit.
It is. It is. It's definitely laid now. And hey, Keanu, I want to see them come out with a lot more composure into the playoffs than they did. But as Chad said, it's late for us. It's late for you. I hope you all have enjoyed the last match for the NECC. I can't wait to see you all next week. Have a good night.